Vanderpump Rules was created as a spin-off of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. A server at Lisa Vanderpump's restaurant, Villa Blanca, had had an affair with Lisa's Beverly Hills co-star Brandi Glanville's husband in the past, and the show began with us following that server as she began to work at another one of Lisa's restaurants, Sir. I started watching Vanderpump Rules in early February 2025 after a friend showed up to my birthday with a PowerPoint presentation breaking down the entire show, and I was quickly hooked. I love trash reality TV, so a group of 20 and 30 and eventually 40 somethings blowing up minor issues into big enough problems to fill over 200 episodes of television is right up my alley. And Vanderpump Rules, more than I think a lot of other shows like it, is full of people who were made for reality TV. More importantly, it is a fascinating show to watch in hindsight, and not only because I know I have Scandival to look forward to. I also went in knowing who gets together, who breaks up, who leaves the show, why they leave the show. It feels similar to jumping into Sister Wives post Christine Brown, starting the trend of divorcing Cody Brown. The current drama is what hooks you, but then when you go back to the beginning, you see all of these events and moments that feel very different when you know what's coming. I chose an interesting time to dive into the show and to eventually decide to do this project. James Kennedy had recently been arrested for domestic violence, Jax Taylor was about to reveal a decades-long cocaine addiction, and Sandoval was appearing on season 3 of The Traitors. I also knew that the then upcoming season 12 was going to be featuring an entirely new cast, so it feels appropriate to be able to tell the story of the original group from beginning to end, and hopefully give them a better send-off than the actual show did. I'm not going to recap every episode of the show. This video is already going to be long enough, so instead I am going to go season by season, breaking down all of the major and minor events. This is also not meant to be an in-depth analysis. There will be moments of that, sure, but this is supposed to be a fun, sort of snarky recap. I also feel like I need to say up top that the views expressed in this video are just my opinions based on my own viewing of the show. My plan is for this to be a 3-video series. This first one is going to cover seasons 1 through 4, the second one will be seasons 5 through 8, and then the third and final video will be seasons 9 through 11. And since no episode of Vanderpump Rules is complete without a cocktail, I'm going to be drinking a new one for every season. I'm taking these from the actual menu at Sir, as well as a few from Tom Tom to round out the list, and recreating them as best as I can without any actual bartending experience. The YouTube monetization squad is also going to be happy with me, because these drinks are all mocktails. This next sentence is going to make me sound super old, but that's fine. I can't drink on the medication that I take for joint pain, so these are all going to be made with non-alcoholic substitutes. Basically, I really wanted to be like Biz Barkley and be beautiful and lounging on my furniture with a glass of wine as I video essay for a few hours, but I am too old and decrepit. I think that's everything, so strap in. We are going to be here for a while. What is going on?
Where am I?
Okay, so I thought it would be appropriate for the first cocktail of this video to be the Sir Spritz. This is made with Kettle One Grapefruit and Rose vodka, Saint Germain, which is an elderflower liqueur, grapefruit juice, Prosecco, and fresh raspberries. Like I said, I'm doing all non-alcoholic substitutes, so I just used a non-alcoholic sparkling wine, pink grapefruit soda, and an elderflower tonic water. The only flavor I wasn't able to get in here was rose, because somehow none of the grocery stores near me carried rose extract, and I only needed it for this one drink, so I decided not to order it. It is pretty good, though. It mostly tastes like Prosecco, which honestly is fine. Okay, let's start by introducing our cast of characters for this season. This is just going to be the main and recurring cast members in this section. I'm also going to be excluding Lisa Vanderpump, even though she is always considered main cast, because the show's not really about her, it's about her staff. First up, we have Sheena Shea. She is 26 when we meet her. She is basically what got us this show. We first meet her in Season 2, Episode 19 of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, which aired about a year before Vanderpump Rules premiered. Sheena is who I kind of alluded to in the intro as the person who had had an affair with Brandi Glanville's ex-husband, Eddie Cibrian. We follow her as she moves from Villa Blanca to SUR. Outside of the restaurant, she is trying to be an actor/pop star. Sheena is the main character even when she's not, which is weirdly most of the time, considering, like I said, we start this show with the audience following her into SUR as the new girl. But as I get into the bigger season-long dramas throughout the show, she's really never there and never a part of it. Next up, we have Stassi Schroeder. Stassi is 23. She is the youngest member of the cast. She is a model and wants to be a fashion writer/stylist. Currently, she is writing for Lisa's daughter, Pandora's online magazine called The Divine Addiction. When the series starts, she has been dating Jax, who we'll talk about in a minute, for about 2 years. She takes it as a point of pride that she has made girls quit SUR before. We learn from her casting tape that she has been suspended from work in the past for sending crazy texts to her bosses. And then I just think this is funny. Her high school graduation gift from her parents was a chin implant. When I started watching the show, I did not think that Stassi was going to end up being one of my favorite characters, but I think her self-awareness and self-deprecation, especially after she kind of comes back in Season 4, are really important to balancing out the cast. So next up we have Jax Taylor, aka Jason Couchy. Jax is his stage name, but that's what he's always known as throughout the show. He is 32. He is the oldest member of the cast. He has been modeling professionally for 10 years, and I am almost positive I saw photos of him at my optometrist's office at some point in my life. Like I said, when the series starts, he and Stassi have been together for about 2 years. He used to live with the two Toms, Sandoval and Schwartz, and he loves attention, and he doesn't care how he gets it. Next is the first of the two Toms. This is Sandoval. He is 29. He is a model/musician/actor. When the series starts, he and Kristen have been together for about 4 years. Like I said, he and Jax and the other Tom Schwartz, used to live together. He is a SAG member. He does not open his mail, and we learn from his casting tape that he and Kristen were late to their casting interviews. The most important thing to know about Sandoval, though, is that if he did something wrong, it's your fault, not his. Kristen Doty is 29 years old. She is an actor/model. Get used to hearing that about the people who work at SUR. She has been at SUR for 5 years, which I think might make her the longest serving cast member. From her casting video, she says, quote, "I have quit probably a dozen times in the last," she says 4 years, but I think it was 4 when they were casting, and then when the show starts, it had been 5. So she and Sandoval have been together for about 4 years. She's not really in this season much. We will learn a lot more about her next season and over the next couple of seasons. And she lives to stir up shit, which is great for television. Next up, we have Katie Maloney. She is 26. She actually doesn't want to be an actor or model or musician or anything like that. Her aspiration is to own a record label. She and Schwartz, the other Tom, have been dating for about 2 years. Again, similar with Kristen, she's not really in this season much. She gives the appearance at first of being the most chill out of the entire cast, and that is kind of true until she gets a few drinks in her, which we will start to see next season. And last but not least, we have the other Tom Schwartz. He is 29. We're back to, he is a model/actor. He does not work at SUR. He is on the show because he is dating Katie and because he's good friends with Sandoval and Jax. He, like I said, used to live with Sandoval and Jax, who he met through Craigslist, actually, when he was moving to LA from Florida. He is absolutely adorable, and that fact does not change that all of the men on this show suck. Now, before we jump into the season proper, I have to introduce you to the most important beings on this show, the dogs. We have Zoe and Venice, who belong to Stassi, Jiggy, who famously belongs to Lisa Vanderpump, and then we have Laura Lee's dog, who I believe is named Halo. I couldn't quite catch it. I want to start with just some general comments on the season and things that I found interesting, but didn't really fit into any other category. First off, this season is so short. There's only 8 episodes of actual show, plus 1 reunion episode and 1 Unseen Moments clip show. Every season going forward is at least twice as long as this one. So one of Lisa's famous quotes is that "Sir is where you take your mistress," but then if she says that, why is she surprised that her staff keeps sleeping with each other? In season 1, Sir has zebra print menus, which are very of their time. I wrote down, if I had a nickel for every time I heard Sheena's sex noises on this show, I would have 3 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened 3 times. I noted that Sheena mentioned she had a callback for Power Rangers. At first, I thought she meant the 2017 movie, but now I think it might be the unauthorized fan film that came out a few years before that. Those slip dress uniforms are held together by fashion tape and a prayer. And actually, Stassi does say at one point that it takes her about 25 minutes to tape herself into that dress. And speaking of Stassi, we learn when we meet her dad that he has a childhood picture of her rubber banded to a flask that has an engraving of a gun on it. And then Jax quits Sir in the finale, but he's back by the time they film the reunion, so I'm not really going to talk about it other than this. At the reunion, Stassi says that customers have come in just to taunt her since the show has started airing. And then in the Unseen Moments episode, we learn that Stassi wears padded underwear to work, and Sandoval looks exactly like his father. Now let's start with what got us this show in the first place, Sheena joining Sir. Because of her affair, Sheena comes into Sir with a bit of a reputation as a homewrecker. I hope Lala and Rachel watched this pilot because they are being given all the information they need to know how these people are going to react to them at certain points in the future. Apparently, it is normal for the established Sir girls to hate anyone new, but Stassi in particular has a very holier-than-thou attitude towards Sheena. Kristen at least is rational enough to tell Stassi that she can't hate Sheena for no reason, although this might be the last time that Kristen is rational for a couple seasons, so enjoy it while it lasts. Lisa clocks what the problem is immediately. Stassi is insecure in her relationship with Jax, which we'll talk about later. Stassi admits to this, and openly states at the reunion that at first, she did not trust Sheena around Jax. It's just cattiness and passive aggression between Sheena and the other girls, mostly Stassi, until we get to Pride. Season 1 of the show happened to be the first year that Sir had a float in the West Hollywood Pride Parade. I just want to note that no Muppets were harmed in the making of this float. Also, shout out to Ken for being the one driving this mess. Now, it's June in California. It's hot. The boys are shirtless, and Jax has the nerve to ask the closest person to him to help him apply sunscreen on his back, who just so happens to be Sheena. Sheena does end up admitting at the reunion that part of her motivation in the sunscreen incident was to get a rise out of Stassi, and it works. She starts calling Sheena a skank, and Katie and Kristen feel the need to get involved too. Jax, meanwhile, thinks he's done nothing wrong, and he didn't. It was just sunscreen. The next big event is Peter's birthday, which is held at Mixology 101. This is the first on-camera appearance of a couple of people who end up being important. Sheena's boyfriend Shay is here, and so is another Sir bartender named Frank, who we'll hear more about later. Frank is actually the person who drove Stassi to this party, but again, we'll get into that later. Sheena and Stassi have a private conversation at the party where Sheena apologizes when she did not need to. Stassi actually could have been a lot worse during this conversation. She manages to express her feelings without getting too insane, but she does also say that Sheena putting sunscreen on Jax was like wrecking a family, which is a bit of an exaggeration. A few episodes later, when things aren't going so great between Stassi and Katie and Kristen, Stassi leaves Sheena's show at the Roxy in tears. It would have been really easy and understandable for Sheena to ignore Stassi in this moment, but she does actually go up to her and give her a hug and try and comfort her. The two resolve to try and build a positive relationship going forward, and by the end of the season, Sheena does feel like the SUR girls are actually her friends. Even though we originally met Sheena through her connection to Brandy from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Brandy doesn't really come up during this season. The only time it becomes an issue is in episode 7, aka the second to last episode of the season. Lisa hosts a dinner at SUR for her friend Mohammed, and of course, all of the housewives are invited. Because Brandy will be there, Lisa doesn't want Sheena working the dinner. However, I think Brandy attending was a last-minute thing, because Sheena is under the impression that she is working the dinner. But when Peter calls her when she's on her way in, he says that instead, she and Kristen are swapping, and Kristen is going to work the dinner. Sheena gets mad because she missed an audition to work this dinner. She refuses to cover Kristen and starts sobbing in the employee bathroom. I didn't take any notes on how this was resolved, so I think she just apologizes to Lisa and we move on. I'm going to quickly run through a couple of smaller storylines, starting with Stassi's other job as a fashion columnist. She writes for The Divine Addiction, which is an online magazine operated by Lisa's daughter, Pandora. We don't really get into this until about midway through the season. Stassi is supposed to deliver 2 columns per week, but the reality is she hasn't delivered anything in about 2 months. Again, we'll get into this later, but Stassi hasn't been having the best summer, which I'm sure is contributing to her lack of work. Lisa tells Stassi that she's close to not only losing the Divine Addiction job, but also her job at SUR, and Stassi recognizes that she messed up and apologizes. This season is the first of a few that end on the annual SUR photo shoot. It's basically a branding shoot, but instead of taking photos of the food, or of the drinks, or of the staff in action, the staff are put in bikinis at their boss's mansion. Or rather, the first day is the staff being sexy at Villa Rosa, and the second day is them being sexy at SUR. This at least makes more sense from a marketing perspective, until Stassi and Sheena are asked to kiss. Speaking of Sheena, let's talk about her music career for a bit. Sheena is already not exactly my favorite character on the show, and this section is not going to help that. The whole reason Sheena got a recording contract in the first place was because a producer was looking for a brunette Britney Spears type. Sheena says at one point, quote, "Being a pop star is about being a performer, not a singer." Also, this quote makes me wonder what music she's listening to. The biggest female pop stars, people like Lady Gaga, Ariana Grande, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, are all quite good singers. Meanwhile, Sheena has one song and she can't even make it all the way through it live. What I like is fine. It's a very generic club pop song with too much auto-tune. Another SUR server named Tina is playing a set at the Roxy and asks Sheena to open for her. Though, can you really be counted as an opener when you only have one song? The Roxy is a legendary LA music venue. The Ramones played their first California show there. Artists like Bruce Springsteen and Bob Marley and Guns N' Roses have recorded songs or whole live albums there. My favorite thing that I learned about this venue is that the Rocky Horror Show was performed for the first time in America at the Roxy before the movie was even made. And now, this illustrious stage is going to be graced by Sheena Shea and her backup dancers, one of whom is Ariana Madix, making her first appearance on Vanderpump Rules. During dance rehearsals, Sheena asks, quote, "How does Britney do this?" She does this through years of training, actual talent, and possibly having no choice in the matter. Apparently, Sheena isn't talking about her pop career at work, which is surprising considering how she talks about some of her relationships in later seasons. So when the rest of the cast shows up to the show, they don't know what to expect. Sheena is singing over a track, but not quite as well as Beyonce can. Stassi looks kind of horrified at first, which is hilarious. She later says that she is impressed more by Sheena's confidence than by the actual song, which I think is fair. But Kristen calls Sheena awesome, which feels a little generous. I think the last we hear of Sheena's music is in episode 6, when she's working on a new song. It sounds just like what I like, and I don't think we ever hear a finished version of it. I want to talk about some of the relationships on the show now, starting with Sheena and her boyfriend Shay, because there's really nothing to say about them. We only see them together a couple of times throughout the season. Sheena puts pressure on Shay to get married and have kids in episode 4, and in episode 8, Sheena says she had better be engaged next year. We don't really get anything about Katie and Schwartz either this season, so let's move on to Sandoval and Kristen. Like I said earlier, these two have been together for about 4 years at this point, making them the most established relationship in the main cast. Sandoval thinks Kristen uses inferior hairspray, whatever that means, but he also thinks that he and Kristen will be married in 5 years, so that should be all the proof you need to not trust this man about anything. Sandoval's driver's license is also suspended while this season is being filmed, so Kristen has to be his chauffeur. Kristen is also quite tall, so we see at one point that Sandoval puts lifts in his shoes whenever she wears heels. The only real drama that happens between these two this season is in episode 3. Kristen and Stassi are at a modeling shoot, and Kristen runs into a girl that Sandoval used to live with. Sandoval lived with this girl and the girl's twin sister at the beginning of his relationship with Kristen when the girls were 18. Let's do some math real quick. Sandoval is currently 29. He turns 30 in season 1. He started dating Kristen 4 years ago. So when Sandoval was 25 or 26, he was living with 2 18-year-olds. Great. Awesome. Going back to the shoot, Kristen remembers that Sandoval had previously hooked up with this girl. As soon as that happens, Kristen is immediately uncomfortable, even though this is someone her boyfriend hooked up with years ago, and the girl isn't acting weird about it at all. In some ways, Kristen is just as insecure in her relationship with Sandoval as Stassi is in her relationship with Jax. I won't say this often, but Sandoval is right in this instance when he tells Kristen later that she's making a big deal out of nothing. However, he also says later that Stassi is spreading her insecurities onto Kristen. I don't remember if the audience knows this while watching the season in real time, but in hindsight, we know that Sandoval has already cheated on Kristen a few times at this point. So no, Sandoval, Stassi isn't spreading her insecurities onto Kristen. You've given Kristen all the tools she needs to develop those insecurities on her own. During this drama, Lisa also says something that's going to be very true in the next couple of seasons. Quote, Kristen blows everything out of proportion, then plants herself right in the middle of it. I've been saving the biggest drama for last. Jax and Stassi's relationship and everything that goes down around it. So in the beginning of the season, Jax and Stassi have been together for about 2 years. Apparently they met in Vegas and moved in together on the 3rd date. This seems to be a bit of a pattern with Jax because he does something very similar with Brittany in a few seasons. Stassi pays the rent on their apartment, but when they first moved in together, she was still in college, so she paid one half and her dad paid the other half. She also got Jax his job at SUR and, as we learned from her casting video, has a tendency to throw his belongings out of windows. Let's talk for a second about how the guys describe Stassi this season. Jax starts us off by saying, quote, trying not to fight with Stassi is virtually impossible. She attacks me all the time. When comparing his relationship to the relationships that his friends Schwartz and Sandoval are in, Jax says, quote, I have it a lot worse. Peter calls Stassi nuts and hard to deal with, and he would know because the two of them used to date. Sandoval says, quote, she has a long history of being jealous for no reason, and he calls her possessive at one point too. Just a quick note, but watching this show and seeing what he says to and about her, Sandoval clearly despises Stassi. Basically, Stassi is the devil and don't you forget it. But this time it wasn't one of the boys saying that, it was Stassi herself. And I agree that she can definitely go too far sometimes, especially in the next couple of seasons. But let's talk about why Stassi might act this way. First of all, her last 2 boyfriends have cheated on her, and she openly admits to Sheena that she has trust issues. So once again, no, Sandoval, she isn't just being jealous for no reason. Also, Jax gives her reasons not to trust him. Less than halfway into the first episode, we see Jax and Peter go out to a bar, and immediately Jax is getting flirty with the waitress. When Stassi and Jax fight, he'll just storm off, and she won't know where he is. In episode 2, Jax reveals that he slept in his car after a recent fight, even though Stassi had assumed that he slept at Sandoval and Kristen's place. During the Unseen Moments clip show at the end of the season, Jax says, quote, "People that are in love fight all the time." But in the episode before this, the reunion, Lisa has something excellent to say to Jax. She points out that he doesn't love Stassi enough to be faithful to her. And keep this in mind for later seasons, especially season 6. But despite this toxicity, Jax and Stassi have talked about getting married. However, for that to happen, Stassi wants him to stop partying so much and get a steadier job than modeling. Her trust issues have actually affected Jax's modeling in the past, since she's apparently gotten him fired from jobs if she finds out that there's going to be a girl on set. Early in the season, Jax is at a shoot with Schwartz, and they're talking about how Jax is supposed to be stepping back from modeling. Schwartz asks him, quote, "Aren't you going to miss being able to make out with girls and have it be okay?" So not only is Jax doing sketchy things on his own, he's surrounded by people who will not hold him accountable or encourage him to do better. So no wonder Stassi has trust issues. When we first meet Jax and Stassi on the show, Stassi is mad at Jax for being friendly towards Sheena. We talked about this at the beginning of the season, but Stassi eventually openly states that she didn't trust Jax around Sheena. It seems like Sheena is just the latest in a series of deeper issues in their relationship that can all be boiled down to the fact that Stassi does not trust Jax, and Jax has no interest in changing himself to remedy that. Stassi says, quote, "There's so many problems, this isn't a healthy relationship. It doesn't matter how much I love him." By the time we get to Pride in episode 2, Jax says that he and Stassi hate each other. This is when the sunscreen incident that we talked about earlier happens. Despite the fact that Stassi called Sheena a skank for putting sunscreen on Jax and says it was, quote, "inappropriate," she later tells Lisa that she's actually more mad at Jax about the whole thing, which I think is understandable. Earlier in this same episode, Stassi tells Jax again that she wants him to get more serious about their relationship. So if I said that and a few days later realized that my boyfriend clearly either didn't listen or didn't care, I'd be pissed too. Peter's birthday at Mixology is not long after Pride. Again, other Sir Bartender Frank has driven Stassi to the party, so Jax is not there when everyone arrives. Schwartz sends Jax a text that says, quote, "Get here, there are doors that need to be kicked down." You know, what you say to a friend whose relationship is in crisis partly because he parties too much. And Jax does not disappoint. He knows he's walking into an eventual confrontation with Stassi, so he arrives and immediately does 7 shots. Mixology is now permanently closed, but I did go through its Yelp page and its still partially active website to see if I could find the shot that Jax took 7 of, but I didn't have any luck. As expected, once Jax and Stassi do start talking, it quickly escalates into a breakup fight in the parking lot. Stassi says Jax is a good boyfriend 70% of the time, but she must be rounding up by, a lot. Jax doesn't seem to understand that this is a breakup. He actually says at one point that he doesn't know what Stassi wants, even though she literally spelled it out for him earlier in this episode. Jax calls Stassi the first girl he ever loved, so remember this for later. This is how Jax treats women that he claims to be in love with. Back at SUR a few days later, Jax is telling Frank that he is going to take a weekend away to San Diego, and Frank encourages him to do that. This is the bartender who drove Stassi to Peter's party, and of course Frank wants Jax to go to San Diego, because Frank is trying to hook up with Stassi. These two get together within days of Stassi and Jax breaking up, which is confirmed at the reunion. Stassi also says at the reunion that she had been hanging out with Frank before she and Jax broke up, and acknowledges that there was emotional cheating going on. Kristen heard that Stassi and Frank were hooking up while she was still with Jax, and Sandoval thinks that this definitely happened. Stassi says it didn't, and while we don't get confirmation either way, I am more inclined to believe Stassi over Sandoval because Sandoval is a liar. Stassi clearly has a type because Frank looks like even more of a douchebag than Jax does. Kristen thinks Frank is taking advantage of Stassi's vulnerability, which might be true. I think he just wants more camera time. Meanwhile, Jax has started trying to get Stassi back. He is encouraged in this by everyone around him, including Stassi's best friends, Katie and Kristen. The girls seem more upset about the breakup because it messes with the group dynamic, not because either one of their friends might be sad about their relationship ending. When Stassi tells Kristen that she's torn between Jax and Frank, apparently not realizing that the correct answer is neither of them, Kristen decides to take this information to Jax. She also tells Jax exactly where Stassi is going to be with Frank that night on a date. Supper Club on Hollywood Boulevard. So, of course, Jax shows up to talk to Stassi. And by talk, I mean sweet talk / manipulate her into going home with him instead of Frank. And it works. But Frank gets his revenge the next day when he tells Stassi that Jax cheated on her in Vegas a few months before filming started, and that he got the girl pregnant. Jax's story, which he gives an episode later, is that this happened 3 years ago, and that Frank is lying about the timing in order to get back at Jax for taking Stassi home. He eventually doubles down on this story to his therapist. Stassi immediately believes Frank because she knows the type of person that her ex is. However, Katie and Kristen are skeptical. Kristen questions, rightly, I think, why Stassi is just now hearing about this if Frank knew 2 months ago. And Katie straight up says she doesn't trust this because Frank is the source. I think Katie and Kristen are reasonable for not trusting Frank's intentions, considering that they don't really know him well, and that he swooped in on Stassi really fast. However, Kristen then says that Stassi wants to believe the rumor is true, so she can break up with Jax and have it be his fault. So Stassi's best friends, who she's going to for comfort when she's clearly very upset, are essentially taking the side of her cheating ex, who everyone knows is a good liar. So we know that Jax allegedly told Frank this, but who else might know? Kristen claims that Schwartz doesn't know, but I'm not sure that's true. Jumping ahead to season 6, Schwartz openly states that he would cover for Jax if he knew that Jax was cheating, so I don't believe that he doesn't know about every single time that Jax does something stupid. Sandoval claims that Jax is telling the truth, but Sandoval is, again, a liar, and also a cheating piece of shit, so I am convinced that he also knows. The only truly ignorant man in this cast might be Peter, but he owns a pinstripe fedora, so I don't fully trust him either. In the midst of all this, the group is going to Vegas for Stassi's 24th birthday. It's funny to see Kristen talking about how this trip is kind of a splurge for them, when I'm sure Bravo is paying for at least part of it. As a result of the recent drama, Jax has been uninvited from this trip, and Frank is coming in his place. Even if Stassi wasn't already seeing red flags in this relationship, it should have been a sign that no one wanted to ride in a car with him for the 4 to 5 hour drive from LA to Vegas. But the boys have another reason for not wanting him in their car, and that's because they have Jax with them. More importantly, there is a plush duck buckled into the center seats, and they had to leave room for him. When they arrive at the Hard Rock Hotel, there are roses waiting in Stassi's room. But they're not from Frank, They're from Jax. Stassi manages to refrain from throwing them out of the window. Then the gang heads off to a classic Vegas activity, Chippendales. So fun fact, there are 3 former Amazing Race contestants in the Chippendales Theater during this scene. The first is Stassi, who appeared in Season 8 on the family edition of the show. Then the other 2 are James Davis and James with a Y, Vaughn, from Season 21, who are Chippendales performers. Season 1 of Vanderpump was filmed in the summer of 2012, and Stassi's birthday is June 24th. So if they actually went to Vegas close to Stassi's birthday, then James and James would have just gotten home, because filming for their season of Amazing Race ended in mid-June of that year. Anyways, the straight men in this group have to be sure you know they're straight and that they're here against their will. However, I do love the woman who is convinced that Peter is the secret Chippendale. Things are fine until later that night when the group goes to dinner and Jax shows up. Stassi, understandably, is upset that someone who she uninvited has decided to show up anyways. And to make matters worse, everyone defends his right to be there. Frank and Jax specifically start fighting, which spills out into the parking lot. Here we have iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 1. Jax rips off his white cable knit cardigan in this Vegas strip mall parking lot so that he can properly fight Frank. Sandoval doesn't want to miss out on the fun, so he also takes his shirt off to fight. He says at the reunion that he only did that because he accidentally took a Xanax. Frank and Jax end up leaving Vegas early as a result of this fight, and somehow neither of them are fired when Lisa finds out. We get back from Vegas, and Katie and Kristen still don't believe that Jax cheated on Stassi. But what they don't seem to comprehend is that their feud with Stassi is about this issue. They think Stassi's upset because they don't like or trust Frank. Katie actually says that Stassi should, quote, take responsibility for treating her badly because she doesn't like Frank, but that's not why Stassi's mad. Stassi's mad because the people that she considers her best friends are believing her liar ex-boyfriend, who everyone knows is a liar, over her. And then Kristen says Stassi needs to apologize to them for what she put them through. I'm sorry, think what you want about Stassi, but I will shout it from the rooftops that she is right in this situation, and Katie and Kristen are wrong. Stassi should not have to beg her best friends to be on her side in this situation. And she says at one point that Katie and Kristen have taken Jax's side before. Frank doesn't matter in this. He's only around for a few episodes. What matters is that their friend has been hurt by a person she loved, and she needs their support. Katie and Stassi patch things up first. Katie says during their conversation, quote, I hate that you would ever think that I did not have your back. You didn't, but okay. However, Kristen and Stassi can't manage to have a civil conversation with each other until the season finale. Kristen says Stassi isn't the same person she used to be friends with, and that she didn't feel like she did anything wrong. That also comes back in future seasons. However, they do patch things up after this. There are some lingering negative feelings at the reunion, though. Katie and Kristen still don't think they did anything wrong, and Kristen thinks Stassi played the victim. But that's because she was the victim in this. But let's move on from that for now and talk about Jax's rebound, because, of course, he also moved on very quickly. Her name is Laura Lee, and she is an actor who is also a server at SUR. Laura Lee is into this very quickly, saying that Jax is perfect for her. Jax, however, thinks things are moving too fast, and in the reunion, he reveals that he only hooked up with Laura Lee to get back at Stassi. Speaking of Stassi, she is taking this whole thing very well. And by that, I mean she cried when Laura Lee told her that she was with Jax and then immediately started rage texting her. Now, I will say, as the seasons go on, I get better at taking more thorough notes on the show, so it's very possible that I missed something. But when I was going through my Jax and Laura Lee section of my Season 1 notes, the nicest thing that Jax says about Laura Lee is when he calls her a freak. In the second episode that they're together, they get caught having sex in the SUR bathroom. Then they have sex in the employee bathroom at Takami, which is a restaurant that neither of them work at. Ken, who is Lisa's husband, is the one who tells Lisa about Jax and Laura Lee banging in the SUR bathroom because he loves gossip as much as the rest of us. When Lisa confronts the two of them about it, we see that Laura Lee was clearly not taught how to play dumb at Juilliard. She says, quote, "If I was going to have sex with him here, I would lock the door." So wait, did they not lock the door? No wonder they got caught. Ultimately, since Lisa didn't actually see this happen, she can't fire them. Before we move on, I want to talk about a sequence that we see at the very end of the season in the Unseen Moments episode. This takes place at a surprise birthday party that Kristen throws for Sandoval. Jax and Laura Lee are both there. First of all, Peter takes Laura Lee aside at this party and tells her that Jax is just using her to get back at Stassi. When Laura Lee tells Jax about this conversation, he kind of just brushes it off. He then says that the two of them aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, and Laura Lee looks crushed. During this party, Sheena also sees that Laura Lee is more into this than Jax is. Later, when Jax walks Laura Lee out, they have what I think is my favorite exchange all season. Laura Lee says, quote, "If you hurt me, I'll kill you," and Jax replies, quote, "Man, if I had $1 for every time some girl said that to me." Moving on, you know how I said earlier that Frank didn't get fired for his role in the Vegas parking lot fight? Don't worry, he gets fired for something else. One night at SUR, there is a customer who is drinking double martinis, which is a martini with an extra shot. Frank has been ringing these up in the POS as 2 separate drinks, which is incorrect. The customer finds out and is, understandably, upset. He and Frank go back and forth, and eventually Frank flips out and says he is going to pull the guy's underwear up over his head to embarrass him in front of his girlfriend. When he has his inevitable conversation with Lisa, we also learn that he was rude to Kyle from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills at one point, but this must have happened off camera. Frank really was the perfect guy to be on this show because he refuses to take accountability for what happened. So, of course, he gets fired. But instead of feeling any sort of remorse, he says he's happy about this and that he made the decision to get fired. Okay, sure. Funnily enough, Stassi then has to take Frank directly from this conversation to go meet her parents. Frank claims he's been wanting to get out of bartending and back into commercial real estate, and that's enough to appease Stassi's parents. However, Stassi did say that she expected to walk into this meeting to the sounds of their, quote, drunken laughter, so the fact that that was what happened probably helped them not be too rough on him. But since this is not Stassi's summer, she breaks up with Frank at the end of the same episode where he meets her parents. This does not surprise me at all. He's not interested in or supportive of her career aspirations. He's sarcastic in a belittling way. He complains about doing things for her. He doesn't listen to anything she says. And he thinks she is demanding, selfish, and crazy. Basically, he makes Jax look charming. And again, I'm not going to sit here and say that Stassi isn't those things sometimes, but I think it comes from insecurity and constantly being on the lookout for when she's going to get hurt. After they break up, Stassi says she thinks Frank only liked the idea of being with her. I think Frank only liked the idea of being on TV. Back with Jax and Laura Lee, he tells her that he wants to slow their relationship down immediately after she finishes an AA meeting, as you do. Laura Lee is a recovering meth addict, and she also has issues with alcohol. As a part of a conversation about her addiction, she recognizes that she jumps into things as hard and as fast as possible. But somehow, she doesn't see that she's doing that exact same thing in her relationship with Jax. She is devastated, but he was never as into this as she was, and he's still been texting Stassi this whole time, so he moves on with seemingly no problem. The same cannot be said for Laura Lee. Jax starts ignoring her at work, so she decides that the best thing to do is to confront him about this while he's working. And as a bonus, there's customers around that Jax is trying to take care of. I'm sure these customers were thrilled to learn that Jax and Laura Lee had not been using protection, along with getting served their Cosmos. Laura Lee is reacting to all of this as if they were in an actual relationship, and that this is an actual breakup, which is a bit much, but also Jax should have never been leading her on when he never wanted more than just a fling. Then Laura Lee books We're the Millers, and we never see her again. So now Jax is single once more, and he shifts all of his attention back to Stassi. But even though Stassi's mom tells her that she never liked Jax, Katie still thinks that the two of them will get back together. Sandoval and Schwartz even say that their girlfriends have commented on what a great boyfriend Jax is. I'm not sure what's worse, the fact that these girls have such low standards, or the fact that the men they're with can't even meet those standards. Jax still thinks that he has a chance. After telling Laura Lee that he wants to slow things down, he then goes to Stassi and says that he wants to, quote, prove himself to her. Just like at Supper Club earlier in the season, Jax is telling Stassi exactly what she wants to hear. He even admits to being a terrible boyfriend. But he does not admit to cheating on her in Vegas. Even though Stassi doesn't trust that he can change and that he won't just hurt her again, spoiler alert, he will, she doesn't rule out getting back together with him in the future. Unfortunately, Stassi's also not ruling out the possibility of getting back together with Frank. At the SUR photo shoot, Lisa warned Stassi that everyone will find out that she had dinner with Frank at Villa Blanca. And sure enough, Jax brings it up minutes later, and he's not happy, seeing this as Stassi leading him on. I don't understand why Stassi's still torn when the answer is clear. They both suck. Ditch them both. Stassi doesn't take my advice, though, and she ends up dating Frank for a few months after the season ends. But finally, it is the moment we've all been waiting for. At the post-photo shoot party at SUR, with 10 minutes left in the season finale, Jax pulls Stassi aside and admits that he did cheat on her in Vegas a few months ago. Wow, I am so shocked that he has been lying this whole time. For the first of many times throughout the course of this show, the Bravo editors are MVPs because we immediately get treated to a montage of all the rest of the friend group not believing Stassi. I'm glad that in this moment of Jax being shown as the terrible person that he is, the rest of the group also get to look dumb for believing him. Jax shows what he learned from his time living with Schwartz and Sandoval, and also gives us our first introduction to a trick that we will become very familiar with, because he tries to excuse the cheating by saying he, quote, had a bad month. Stassi is rightfully pissed because she's been miserable all summer and looked like the bad guy when Jax was the one who did something wrong. Jax claims Stassi will never hear from him again, but if that was true, then I wouldn't have 10 more seasons of this show to talk about. Jax then has to tell the rest of the group that he did actually cheat on Stassi. Schwartz has no reaction to this news. To me, that is either editing or because I was right and he knew the whole time. Sandoval acts shocked, but once again, he is also a liar, and I think this trio is constantly covering for each other when they do stupid shit. Also, at the reunion, he does say that he knows Jax lies all the time, so at a bare minimum, I think he would be smart enough to doubt Jax's story. The season ends with Lisa asking Stassi where she goes from here, and Stassi replies, quote, to the bar. At the reunion, Katie says she's sorry for not believing Frank, while Kristen gives what I think is the better answer and says she's sorry for not believing Stassi. And there we go, 1 season down, 10 more to go. Every season is longer than this. Every season's section is going to be longer than this. Okay, on to season 2. So our cocktail for this one is called the Pink Unicorn. This is actually already non-alcoholic. It is made with Lorraine's Pink London Spirit, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, raspberry syrup, fresh lemon juice, soda water, and fresh raspberries. Now, the Lorraine's Pink London Spirit is actually a gin alternative. It's also expensive, so I'm not using it. Instead, I am using ginger beer, which I've read in other places is a pretty good gin alternative. And also, like, the Aldi's own brand raspberry and rose poppy soda to kind of get the idea, because gin has, like, kind of a botanical flavor to it, and I thought that would work, and it's not too bad. Actually, I think that soda would taste really good with the Prosecco that I still have in my fridge. Okay, on to season 2. It is all the same cast with one addition. I'm going to talk about the main cast first, where they're at, and little things we learned about them this season that don't fit into any other section. Then I will introduce you to our newest cast member, Ariana. So Stassi is still here. She is still a writer at the Divine Addiction. We learn that she enjoys sneaking wine into places, which shouldn't come as a surprise. And her kid brother calls her vicious at some point. So add that to the list of things that men on this show have said about Stassi. Sheena is still trying to be a pop star, maybe an actor as well, but it's not really mentioned at all this season. We learn she has a journalism degree when she also starts writing for the Divine Addiction. She gets engaged to Shay this season, and we learn that her ring size is a 4.5. Jax is still modeling, but he claims it's just to meet contacts in the industry so he can start a sweater line. Like with a lot of things about Jax, we hear about it once and then it goes away. We learn this season that he sprays perfume on his crotch before a date. He doesn't know who Steve McQueen is, and he might have slept with as many as 300 women. The source for this is a talking head in episode 8. Sandoval is still trying to be a musician, and he uses lime green guitar strings, which, as the daughter of a professional guitarist, I really hate. Kristen, we don't learn a ton about Kristen this season outside of the big drama, but we get a glimpse at her resume in episode 13, and we see that she is fluent in American Sign Language, which is pretty cool. Katie, the big thing about Katie this season is that she spends it blonde? Well, kind of blonde. So I'm confused because the bleach looks even in her hair, but that is definitely orange, so I'm on the fence as to whether I think she did this herself or not. Schwartz is still here. Schwartz is still modeling. We also learn he used to be a bartender before. We learn that Lisa Vanderpump is his hall pass, so he has excellent taste. And he has to sleep on the couch after calling Katie's hair what it is, aka calling it orange. And finally, we have Ariana Maddox. She is 27. She worked at Villa Blanca for over 2 years, where she was co-workers with both Sheena and Sandoval. She is brought over to SUR to help staff the new bar that was recently added to the garden part of the restaurant. She loves a braid, again, very of its time, and from her casting tape, quote, "I'm funnier than anyone else who looks like me." But more importantly, we have the dogs. We have Jiggy and Zoe returning from last season. We also have the addition of another Vanderpump dog, Pink Dog, who Ken is seen holding in the Unseen Moments episode. So same as last season, I'm going to start with some general comments and little things that I wanted to mention, but that didn't fit into any other category. First of all, Stassi's dad carries an airport bottle of Bailey's in his pocket to meet with her for lunch, but it's just a little airport bottle this time. It's not the gun flask from last season. Lisa has managed to find a shade of pink for these SUR dresses that is not flattering on anybody. We have our first James Kennedy spotting. Don't worry, or actually maybe you should worry, we will meet him officially next season. In a conversation she has with Stassi in episode 1, Kristen is wearing a leaf necklace that I definitely owned in my late teens and early 20s. I believe it is from Forever 21. We learn that apparently the salt and pepper shakers at Villa Blanca tend to get stolen a lot, and Jax mentions that he specifically steals a lot of barware and glasses from SUR. There is a sign on the door of Sandoval and Kristen's apartment that says, "Do not open doors naked." I would love to know how many times that happened before one of them was like, okay, listen, I think we just need to put a reminder on the door for ourselves so this doesn't happen again. At the reunion, Katie does finally admit that her hair was orange this season, but more importantly, we learn that Stassi stopped working at SUR a month before the reunion taping. This is also our introduction to Stassi dating Patrick, who is going to be around for a little bit, but we won't actually meet him until season 6. Also, Sheena says that she is after Andy Cohen's job, Sandoval says that Schwartz has a foot fetish, and Lady Gaga wondered why Lisa didn't fire Kristen. Finally, in the Unseen Moment special, we learn that Sandoval gets waxed and tans fully naked, and that Jax tried to start a fitness app, but much like his sweater line, we hear about it once and never again. Let's start at the very beginning of the season with the first of 2 crossovers with the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. Kyle Richards is hosting a dinner for the Beverly Hills Chamber of Commerce at her house, and she hires SUR to cater the event. Since this was in the season 4 premiere of Real Housewives, I watched that episode to see if there was any other information. The first thing that I noticed was Kyle telling Jax to stay away from her daughters, and him saying that that won't be a problem. Even though Jax is a great lover of women, shall we say, I don't think he's stupid enough to mess with someone who's underage. Scheana, Stassi, and Katie are brought in to serve, plus a couple other people, and Jax and Sandoval are bartending. So it's all of the core group with one exception. Kristen was supposed to be working this party, but she creates an issue when she's told she can't work behind the bar with Sandoval. And yeah, why would she? She's not a bartender. She keeps being pissy until Lisa eventually sends her back to SUR. This is the beginning of Kristen and Lisa's issues with each other, which last for multiple seasons. Kristen thinks Lisa doesn't like her because she sticks up for herself, but I feel like it has more to do with the fact that Kristen starts shit and then doesn't see that she's the problem, which is what happens here. Kristen doesn't think she did anything wrong at the party, but Lisa gives her a 2-week suspension. Though maybe she should have just fired her, because fellow SUR server and new guest star Christina Kelly says, quote, "The air was clearer when Kristen wasn't there." Back at Kyle Richards' party, Scheana is surprised that the woman who was married to her former boyfriend while she was seeing him has a bitchy comment to make about her tooth. Scheana had tooth surgery about 6 weeks before the party, and she's mad that no one reached out to check up on her after it happened. Stassi thinks this isn't as big of a deal as Sheena's making it out to be, and doesn't feel bad for not reaching out. Apparently, the only person who did reach out to Scheana was Jax, but I guess it doesn't matter that no one else reached out, just that Stassi didn't. Scheana also says at her birthday that she's mad at Kristen for not checking on her, but that only gets one mention. Whereas even when we get to the reunion, Scheana will not let the fact that Stassi didn't reach out go. Scheana feels the need to go to Lisa about this, which begins the trend of Scheana always having to be the victim. For some reason, Lisa genuinely gets upset with Stassi about this, even though she isn't the only one who didn't reach out. Lisa says her issue is that Scheana was there for Stassi when she broke up with Jax last summer, and that is not being returned. Which, okay, fine, but I still think it's ridiculous that one adult is getting pulled into a relatively minor issue between two other adults. Stassi eventually gives Scheana an apology that she does not mean, just to smooth things over. It's Sheena's turn to not be able to catch a break this summer because next she sprains her foot. Because she can't waitress on crutches, she mans the host stand while she's recovering. She has her little ace bandage wrapped foot propped up on a stool, which I'm sure is exactly what customers want to see when they enter a restaurant. The other waitresses are feeling like Sheena's exaggerating and that Lisa is babying her, which Peter tells Lisa after they have a wine tasting for the restaurant. Then Sheena's contact scratches her cornea. When Christina covers a shift for her, she becomes the next employee to comment on how Scheana always wants a pity party. Between this and what Peter said, Lisa finally takes this to heart, and she tells Scheana to stop playing the victim, which doesn't totally work, but that's for future seasons. The first big group event of this season is Sheena's birthday party, which becomes a bit of a pattern over the next few seasons. This party is going to be a joint one with Lisa's daughter Pandora, because apparently these two are besties now? Besties to the point of wanting to wear matching dresses to one of the birthday events. This kind of came out of nowhere, and not just to me. Kristen thinks Scheana is jealous that Stassi and Pandora are friends, and she's trying to move in on that. I think it has more to do with the trio of Stassi, Kristen, and Katie being friends again after last season. Every time those three come back together after some sort of fight, Scheana gets the feeling of being left out. This comes up here, and also at least one more time in these first few seasons. I think she's focusing on her friendship with Pandora to make others, as well as herself, think she doesn't care about being friends with Stassi, Kristen, and Katie. Stassi doesn't want to go to the birthday lunch at Lisa's house or to the party that night, but Pandora is still her boss at the Divine Addiction, so she feels like she has to. Speaking of the guest list, neither Scheana nor Pandora want Kristen to come because she was disrespectful to Lisa at Kyle's house. Kristen doesn't go to the lunch, but Ariana does, marking her first appearance as a full-time cast member. However, Kristen has zero problem showing up where she isn't invited, so she does go to the party that night with Sandoval. Everything's going fine until Sheena decides to start shit with Stassi, Katie, and Kristen because she doesn't like being left out of that group. I don't even remember what the fight was about, just that Sheena calls Katie and Kristen evil, bitchy twins and kicks Katie out of the party. Katie runs into Sheena's boyfriend Shay on her way out, and when she tells him why she's getting kicked out, that escalates too. Schwartz jumps in to defend his girlfriend, so then Shay goes after him. Katie and Schwartz do get out eventually, and Stassi and Kristen end up leaving with them. Sheena then gets upset that Stassi chooses to go with friends she's actually close with, instead of staying at Sheena's party. The Sheena versus Stassi feud continues when Sheena gets hired to write a makeup column for the Divine Addiction. Stassi feels like Sheena's moving in on her territory, but Pandora says it's because Stassi's been slacking and she needs to bring on more writers as a result. Sheena just wants everything to be chill at this point, so she invites Stassi out for drinks. When she says to Stassi that she told Lisa that they were working things out, Stassi points out that she thinks Sheena goes to Lisa for every little thing, which is true. Why does Lisa need to be dragged into these, again, relatively minor issues between two adults? We'll talk about this more over the next couple of seasons, but Sheena has an intense need for everything in her life to seem perfect, and she can't stand it when anything shatters that illusion. Having to appear to be the bigger person in any disagreement is, I think, an aspect of that. So I think that Sheena tells Lisa these things because she wants this woman that she respects to always think the best of her no matter what. Anyway, Sheena and Stassi agree to squash things until the next inevitable issue between them. I'm not going to spend long talking about this next thing, but it's Guillermo's birthday party. Guillermo is a co-owner of SUR, and his wife, Natalie, who is also a co-owner, throws him a surprise party at the restaurant. Apparently, the SUR girls used to take a burlesque class together, and Natalie asks Stassi and Katie to perform the routine they learned at the party. Is it just me, or is it a little weird to ask a couple of your employees to do something like this for your husband's birthday? Sheena's put in charge of picking up the cake, but I think it was only so the producers could film her looking at wedding cakes when she isn't engaged yet. The party goes fine. Sheena gets annoyed because no one told her that hair and makeup had been hired for the girls, and she put a lot of effort into her own that day. She pouts a bit. It's not important. Stassi and Katie do end up doing their burlesque dance, though Stassi says it was aided by a lot of wine. Guillermo gets a Mercedes from Natalie, and the hired burlesque dancers are flirting with Jax, but for once, he's not interested. He's thinking about more important things. While this party's going on, Jax is in the midst of a cancer scare. He finds a painful lump in his chest, and he gets worried because breast cancer is something that runs in his family. When he's in the ER, he calls Stassi for support, even though they're broken up. Stassi immediately thinks that this lump is the result of all of the supplements that Jax takes. She's not totally off base here. Just from a quick Google, I did learn that supplements can cause hormonal imbalances, and hormonal imbalances can lead to an increase in breast tissue. When she goes over to his apartment later and starts dumping all of them out, we can see he takes a lot of different supplements, and he says he's been taking some of them since high school. Stassi says that taking so many supplements is like doing cocaine or heroin, to which Jax replies, quote, "It's not like I'm on drugs." In February of 2025, Jax admitted that he had been dealing with a cocaine addiction for decades, and that includes the time that he was on Vanderpump Rules. So, of course, he has no qualms about taking all these supplements. He's taken worse things. Jax was hoping for some compassion from Stassi, but that didn't happen. He doesn't get any compassion from Sandoval or Schwartz either, who think he's just being dramatic. The only person being at all sympathetic is Katie. At Guillermo's party, Stassi does try to apologize to him for how she acted, but it just devolves into another fight. Fortunately, Jax was fine, and the lump just ended up being a cyst. He decides to celebrate his clean bill of health by dating, quote, all of Los Angeles. The show goes out with him one night, and he starts chatting up a ballerina. Jax says he's had sex with, quote, waitresses, porn stars, and celebrities, but never with a ballerina. Wait, Jax, spill the tea. Which celebrities? We know Sheena's hooked up with John Mayer, but I want to know if Jax is telling the truth, and if he is, which celebrities he might have slept with. The ballerina that he's flirting with is 21, and Jax tells her that he is 30, which he's not. He's 33. That seems awful young to be lying about your age. But she must be into him for some reason, because she agrees to go to dinner with him and they kiss outside of the bar. Pride is not long after this night. It's possible that it's only a couple of days later, because Jax mentions being out on a Friday night, and then the West Hollywood Pride Parade was on a Sunday that year. SUR has a float in the parade again, and Sheena is going to be performing her song What I Like, because it was apparently a hit in the gay community or something. No one is excited to hear this song once, and they get even less excited when they learn just how many times they're going to have to listen to it. The loop made of Sheena's song has it playing 44 times, and Lisa thinks that probably won't be enough, and that they might have to play that loop twice, so 88 times. Before we move on, I want to quickly mention Jax's opinion on marriage equality. Quote, "Let them be miserable like straight people." Anyway, he's bragging about hooking up with a 21-year-old while Stassi is trapped nearby in a giant champagne flute. She knows that Jax is just doing this to get a reaction out of her, but she also wishes he would have some respect and not rub the fact that he is dating around in her face. But Jax wants to be, quote, "a little slutty," now that he's broken up with Stassi, so we see him go on another date with a different girl. Her name is Paige, and they met at SUR. All I remember about this date is that when Paige says she isn't looking for anything serious, Jax looks like a wolf going after a sheep. The last thing I want to mention about this is that Sandoval says Jax always goes for girls that are a sure thing. Sure thing is his words. This is only notable because he is saying this to Kristen, and that becomes interesting later. Peter has another birthday this year. He invites Lisa to the party, but she says she'd, quote, "ruin the fun." Oh, don't worry, Lisa, this group is going to do that all on their own. Jax is fighting with Stassi at this point, so he's not sure if he wants to go, but Lisa tells him to man up and go to his friend's birthday party. Also at this point, Katie and Kristen aren't cool with Sheena, so the two of them are on one side of the party along with Stassi, and Sheena and Shay are on the other side. Stassi feels caught in the middle between the two groups, but Sheena is mad that Stassi isn't actively sticking up for her. However, Sheena must still be having a good time because she decides to give Peter a lap dance. She tries to talk Katie into doing it too, but the Katie we know is gone, and Tequila Katie has taken her place. We'll talk a little more about Tequila Katie in a bit, but for now, she is wondering out loud to her friends if Shay is okay with Sheena's lap dance. Sheena comes over and an argument starts about Katie and Sheena being, quote, practically engaged to their boyfriends, and how Katie says she takes that seriously. The implication being that because Sheena gave Peter a lap dance, she clearly must not respect her relationship. I'm with Sheena on this one, I think. They're all friends, it's just meant to be fun, nothing more is going to happen, so it's not a big deal. Peter says he would be fine if all the girls gave him lap dances. Kristen feels the need to point out during this fight that Sheena isn't even their friend, which I'm sure Sheena's aware of. However, Stassi does say later that she thinks Sheena was right in this situation. Katie doesn't remember everything the next day, but she does at least remember enough to feel remorseful. So this only got a brief mention last season, but Jax went to therapy on the show. I don't think it was ever serious, and clearly he didn't either because he lied to his therapist about cheating on Stassi. He decides to go back because he does feel a little bad about being dishonest, and he cops to it first thing. Jax says that he can't be faithful, which is true, and when he cheated on Stassi, it wasn't about the specific girl, and that it could have been with anyone, which I'm sure makes his past and future girlfriends feel great. I'm convinced that Jax going to therapy has always just been for the show, and I am not going to talk about it anymore in this video, even though he does go back one more time next season. Back at SUR, Lisa realizes that the level of service in the restaurant is a weak point, so she decides to hire a secret diner named Melina to come in undercover and evaluate the staff. Basically, she just has to act like a regular customer and then report back to Lisa. The night she's at SUR, all of the people who are currently upset with each other happen to be working together, so I'm sure everything is going to go wonderfully. Melina and her friends start in the lounge where Sheena, Katie, and Sandoval are working. And when I say working, I mean Sandoval and Sheena are talking about Peter's birthday and about some rumors that are going around concerning Jax and Kristen. Melina's friend orders a jalapeno margarita on Sheena's recommendation, which she likes, and they also order an appetizer. The appetizer doesn't come because Sheena is busy gossiping with Sandoval at the bar, so Melina and her friend have to flag down Katie to ask where their food is. On her way to the kitchen to check on the food for Sheena's table, Katie pulls over to apologize for what happened at Peter's birthday. Melina and her friend then move over to the restaurant, where Stassi is their waitress and Jax is behind the bar. The friend orders another jalapeno margarita, which she says was made differently from the one she had in the lounge. Stassi takes it back and asks Jax to remake it, except he says that when people send back drinks, he just acts like he remakes them, but he really doesn't. However, the friend does think that the second one tastes better. While she's supposed to be working in the lounge, Sheena comes over to the restaurant to talk to Stassi about how Stassi didn't stick up for her at Peter's birthday. Stassi apologizes and might actually mean it this time. Then Katie comes over too, so who's left working in the lounge? Later, after Melina makes her report to Lisa, it turns out that Stassi came out of this looking better than Sheena. When Lisa talks to Sheena about it, specifically mentioning how she was too preoccupied with talking to Sandoval about her issues with Katie, Sheena dismisses the criticism as her having, quote, an off night. Listen, if this crew ever had an on night, we wouldn't have a show. You know how I mentioned at the beginning that there were 2 crossovers with Real Housewives of Beverly Hills this season? The second is a dinner that Lisa hosts at SUR for the housewives. These episodes aired on the same night, so my guess is that the Real Housewives episode aired first, and then the Vanderpump episode followed immediately after it. For this dinner, Peter is the manager on duty, which he refers to as adult babysitting. Jax, Sandoval, and Ariana are bartending, and Stassi and Katie are serving. Sheena can't work this party because Brandy will be there, and Kristen can't work it because Sandoval and Ariana are working together, which makes Kristen mad. Lisa tasks Stassi with making sure that Kristen doesn't cause a problem. When put up against an older and messier group, the Vanderpump Rules cast is better behaved than the housewives. Brandy hits on Jax, shocker. Jax thinks someone at the table is LaToya Jackson. They're not. And Sandoval says, quote, you wouldn't know that these people are mad looking at them because the faces don't move. Both Stassi and Jax also say that they're taking notes from the housewives on how to fight. Meanwhile, Kristen cries in the alley instead of working. As soon as she hears that Sandoval and Ariana are bartending together, she tries to storm in and make a scene. Stassi and Katie stop her, and they send her and Sandoval outside together instead so that they don't fight in front of Lisa. But, of course, Lisa still finds out what's going on, and she wants Kristen to leave so she doesn't blow things up like she tends to do. Kristen replies that she doesn't want Sandoval and Ariana working together. We'll get into why soon, I promise, but Lisa doesn't care. More of the staff does end up fighting outside after this dinner, but I'll talk more about that in other sections because it's tied into bigger dramas. Oh, also, Jax goes to jail. Apparently he got pulled over, and the cop found an outstanding warrant from when he was 24 because he didn't finish a previous community service sentence. He ends up being in jail for 4 days before being released. Since he doesn't have any phone numbers memorized, he wasn't able to make his one phone call. Instead, we find out at the reunion that he got a jailmate's girlfriend to call SUR and tell Peter that he would be missing shifts. At first, Lisa thinks this is just an excuse for missing work for a few days, and even after he goes into the details, Ken still doesn't believe him. The SUR photo shoot ends this season again, but because other drama is happening at the time, there isn't much to say that isn't tied into bigger things. All I'll say is that Kristen isn't in the photo shoot, James Kennedy is, and everyone is naked together at one point. Sheena is still trying to have a music career this season. Because she is performing at Pride, she wants to release another single to capitalize on the publicity. She says another single, but she really means second single, because in the year between seasons, no one could be bothered to write another mediocre club song for her to attempt to sing. At least at the reunion, she admits to not being the best singer, and she says that music is just something she does for fun, which I took as permission to stop feeling bad about making fun of it. We see her record what becomes Good as Gold, and in all seriousness, this is her best song by a mile. It's fun, it's catchy, it gets stuck in my head all the time. It's exactly what a pop song needs to be, and kind of nothing else. Knowing what's coming with pop music over the next few years, if Sheena had ever seriously pursued music at any point, sticking with this style might have led her to have a little bit of success. Well, at least success for other people, not her, because she mentions in her memoir, My Good Side, that she does not own the rights to that song, and that she has only ever made money off of the vinyl sales. I'm not gonna lie, listen, these people are reality TV stars, they don't need my money. Reading that kind of made me want to go buy a copy. But Sheena has more important things to do than being a pop star, because her pressuring Shay to get engaged begins less than 30 minutes into episode 1. Jack says Sheena runs that relationship, and I completely agree. She takes Shay ring shopping to outline exactly what she wants. Now, my opinion is that the person getting proposed to is going to be wearing this ring for the rest of their life, and I think it's completely understandable to want to at least have a hand in picking it out. But in the context of Sheena being the dominant one in their relationship, and knowing what I know about later seasons, this feels a little less like a couple making a joint decision, and more like Sheena telling Shay what to get her, and expecting him to go along with it. Later in the season, Pandora convinces Lisa to let Shay propose at Villa Rosa. The plan is to lure Sheena there by saying that it's a photo shoot for the Divine Addiction. Even with how much she's been bugging Shay to get married, she has no idea what's coming when she arrives at the house. This is also where we get one of the only bits of personality we ever really see from Shay. He kept the little plastic container that held a plastic ring that he got Sheena on one of their first dates, and he puts Sheena's actual engagement ring in there to propose. Everything goes according to plan, Sheena says yes, and now we get to look forward to seeing her wedding next season. So, same as season 1, I'm going to talk about some of the fairly self-contained relationship stuff before getting into the big drama of the season. We didn't really get to know much about Katie and Schwartz as a couple last season, but this season more than makes up for that. I mentioned earlier that Schwartz ended up in a physical altercation with Shay at Sheena's birthday party. What I didn't mention is that he was being considered for a bartending job at SUR at the time. Katie gets him the interview because they've been talking about getting married, and Schwartz having a steadier job than modeling would be helpful. Lisa is already hesitant to hire him because she doesn't want another couple causing drama, and then when she hears Sheena's side of what happened at her birthday party, it gives her all the reason she needs to not hire him. So basically, the first time we see Schwartz stick up for Katie, it costs him a job, and he must take that to heart because he never does it again. Then we get the appearance of Tequila Katie at Peter's birthday. Schwartz says that Katie gets mean when she drinks, and this is just the first example that we see over the next few seasons. Schwartz gets in trouble because he is trying to apologize to Sheena on Katie's behalf. Schwartz says to Katie that she was out of line with how she talked to Sheena, which is valid, but Katie is mad that he is sticking up for someone else over his girlfriend. Birthdays really aren't great for these two this season because they also fight on Stassi's birthday trip to Cabo, which we'll talk more about later. They get into a very similar fight to the one at Peter's birthday. Schwartz thinks Katie is being too mean to Sheena, while Katie just wants her boyfriend to back her up. The fight escalates and Schwartz throws a drink at Katie. He immediately regrets it, but Sandoval tells him that snapping like that is understandable. During this, drunk Katie says that everyone thinks Schwartz is so easygoing, but really, he's an asshole. And we've all heard the saying that drunk words are sober thoughts. The next morning, Katie wants an apology, and Schwartz gives it to her. But Katie says, and I kind of agree, that she thinks he just did that to make the day easier, because he still brings up that she's being harsh on Sheena. Things still aren't great at the next group dinner because Katie feels like her feelings are being minimized, while Schwartz just wants to let it go and move on. Which I'm sure Katie would love to do, but she's also not wrong for wanting her partner to validate her feelings instead of harping on what he thinks she's doing wrong. After dinner, Schwartz does give Katie an actual apology that seems sincere, but I want to point out a few things before we move on. First of all, this is not the last time that these two will fight about how Schwartz doesn't take Katie's side. Second, when these two fight, it is vicious. At one point, Schwartz tells Katie that she makes his life miserable, and that might be one of the more tame things that's said in their fights across the seasons. This last one is a minor thing in this situation, but it becomes a bigger issue over time. Schwartz and Sandoval, and I'll include Jax in this as well, will support each other through thick and thin, and usually more than they'll support whoever the person they're dating is. In other relationship news, Jax spends the first third of this season trying to win Stassi back. In the time between them breaking up and the beginning of season 2, they have hooked up 3 times, so I guess Jax isn't totally crazy for thinking he still has a chance. And he's making as much of an effort as he is capable of making and trying to show Stassi that he's changed. Jax apologizes to Stassi's dad for hurting her, but then he points out that she moved on to Frank 2 days later because he's petty. When he talks to Schwartz about this later, he says that Stassi's dad is, quote, kind of confused why I did what I did. Schwartz replies that he did it because he's Jax, and that's what he does. And then they both laugh about that. Jax also says during this conversation that he loved his life before he met Stassi, and that girlfriends rain on your parade. Boy, he really is a catch, isn't he? Stassi recognizes that Jax is making some sort of effort, so she wonders if she should give him another chance. He is still texting her a lot, and he lays the sweet talk on pretty thick at Sheena's birthday, but not only does she still not trust Jax, she's also missing Frank, who I guess moved to DC between the seasons. She does agree to go to dinner with Jax so they can discuss where they're at. But while Stassi says this isn't a date, Jax thinks it is. And I think Katie does too, because she sends Stassi off with the advice to, quote, keep your legs closed and your mind on Jesus. To the surprise of absolutely no one, they start bickering pretty quickly. When Jax accuses Stassi of running their relationship, Stassi points out that he would just do whatever he wanted anyways. But finally, Stassi tells Jax that she can't be in love with someone that she doesn't trust and that she wants him to move on. I think this is when it finally hits Jax that things really are over between the two of them, and he does not take this well. But there might be another reason why he's so upset. Not long before this date, not date, Jax got a couple of new tattoos. First, he gets his tribal tattoo covered up with, I think, a koi fish, because Stassi hated that tattoo. He also, while he's there, gets Stassi's signature on his arm. Both Schwartz and the artist try to tell him that this is a bad idea, but Jax seems to think that it will help him win Stassi back. And he's not totally wrong. When they go to Lake Arrowhead in the next episode, Stassi's kind of thrilled about the tattoo when she discovers it. However, Jax then has to face Stassi's other parent, her mom Dana, who is surprised that Jax had the balls to show his face in her house. When she grills him about why he loves Stassi, he doesn't really have a good answer. Spoiler alert, but I hope Brittany's family was just as hard on him for cheating on her as Dana is for him cheating on her daughter. Stassi's little brother even calls Jax out for cheating and tells him what to say to get Stassi back. He tells Jax not to cheat like it's the easiest thing in the world, which it should be, but this is Jax we're talking about. Stassi still has some feelings for Jax during and after the Lake Arrowhead trip. They even kiss while they're there, but she is scared of getting into a cycle of getting cheated on. And she, rightfully, doesn't trust him to not cheat again. She gets mad that Jax modeled with a girl, since that was something she had told him she was not okay with him doing. Even though Jax is truthful when he says that nothing happened, well, at least we think he's being truthful, Stassi assumes that he's lying. She says Jax doesn't have self-control with girls, and that since he cheated in the past, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. But apparently the lack of trust from the girl he claims to be in love with isn't enough to get him to move on. It finally takes Stassi's reaction to his cancer scare for him to stop pursuing her. At least it kind of does. He keeps texting her throughout the season, even when he definitely has other things he should be focused on later. Finally, at the reunion, Stassi says she has blocked Jax's number. Good. Alright, now for the juicy stuff. I am looking at my teleprompter, and we've still got like half of the script left just to cover this one thing. Well, not one thing, a whole bunch of things, but it's all kind of tied together. So, Sandoval cheated on Kristen in Las Vegas. This happened about 3 months before they started filming for the new season of VPR. Since Sheena's birthday is at the beginning of May, and we see that in the season premiere, that means that the cheating took place around February. Sandoval was in Las Vegas for a modeling job, and the cheating lasted for 2 days. To make matters worse, this happened 3 days after Kristen's birthday. This sucks, but it does help nail down the timeline to the end of February. So in reality, it was just a little over 2 months ago from when filming starts. Kristen discovered the cheating because she found some Las Vegas numbers in Sandoval's outgoing call log. Then she, Stassi, and Katie dug through them until they found the girl he cheated with. If you're wondering how Kristen got so good at going through her boyfriend's phones, it's because this isn't the first time that this has happened. Later in the season, Kristen says Sandoval cheated on her 3 times before this. Now, we don't know if this refers to Vegas or to something else that we'll get to in a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. If Kristen means 3 times before Vegas, then this is the 4th time that Sandoval has cheated on her in less than 6 years. So, we have established in the premiere of the 2nd season of this show that Sandoval has a history of cheating. I am just going to leave that there. Let's establish another pattern while we're at it. How Sandoval is never the problem. While talking about the cheating, he said that he and Kristen hadn't had sex in 3 months before it happened, because I guess he sees that as a valid excuse to cheat. For her part, Kristen admits that they weren't happy, but she makes the point that she never cheated. So you know how I said to remember that Sandoval told Kristen that Jax only goes for girls that are a sure thing? Well, put Kristen's comment about how she never cheated in the same mental folder as that. We also get the first ever Sandoval "I'm sorry, but." I will keep pointing it out throughout the season, but basically whenever he apologizes, he immediately turns it around and places blame on someone or something else. Because, like I said, he's never the problem. This time, he says there is no excuse for cheating and that he loves Kristen, but at the time, he was, quote, done in his head when he cheated. He also doubles down on this excuse at the reunion. Kristen admits that she forgave Sandoval for this quickly. But, according to Katie, Kristen has been complaining a lot about how Sandoval cheated, but she won't break up with him or move out. Kristen's side is that it's not simple to end her years-long relationship, which I can sympathize with, but if this is the 4th time that you have had to rebuild your relationship after your boyfriend cheats on you, then I can also sympathize with your friend's frustration that you won't leave. And what's so crazy is how closely this mirrors the end of one of Kristen's future relationships. In both situations, Kristen will constantly complain and cry to her friends about her situation, but then will prove to be completely unwilling to do anything to get herself out of that situation. The trip to Lake Arrowhead is pretty early in the season, when all the drama that we are learning about is still fresh. Sandoval's band is opening for 80s two-hit wonder Martha Davis and the Motels. The only song they mention on the show is Only the Lonely, but Suddenly Last Summer is also their song. Sandoval says it couldn't get any bigger for them, and he's right. We never hear about this band again. I did not even bother to write down their name. They are going to be staying with Stassi's mom, Dana, on this trip, who we met earlier when we talked about how she grilled Jax on this trip. Stassi grew up in New Orleans, but her mom moved to California after their home was destroyed by Hurricane Katrina. Because this group can never have a trip that's just fun or relaxing, Katie's already sick of Kristen and Sandoval fighting, and it's only the drive there. On the way, Sandoval says Kristen is mad at him because of all the time he's spending with his band. No, honey, I don't think that's it. Stassi is more on the mark when she points out that even when they're not fighting about the cheating, they're fighting about the cheating. Things don't get any better. Sandoval says his very presence annoys Kristen, which we see at the bar on their first night. Stassi even feels bad that Kristen's attitude is ruining his weekend. Later, Sandoval goes in to kiss Kristen and she pulls away, saying it's weird. But even though they are annoyed with her, Stassi and Katie still take Kristen's side, and Katie tells Sandoval to shut up and go away when he comes in to try to talk to her. But just like how Kristen's behavior feels like a precursor to her relationship with Carter, this moment feels like a precursor to Scandoval. Because while the girls are still stuck in Sandoval's mind on the fact that he cheated on their friend, Sandoval wants to be the victim because his girlfriend won't kiss him goodnight. The next day is better, and Kristen softened towards Sandoval by the time of the concert. Honestly, I think she just likes dating someone in a band. She says during the scene that, quote, she wouldn't trade Katie and Stassi for what they have. Honey, none of you are in relationships that are exactly aspirational. This is like how Katie and Kristen would talk about how great of a boyfriend Jax was. The bar is clearly on the floor. Kristen also says that she wants Sandoval to show her that she's important to him. Girl, he cheated on you. He has cheated on you multiple times. That should tell you everything you need to know. But Kristen is stubborn, so she's going to keep insisting that she and Sandoval are fine. Sandoval even says about Kristen, quote, she pisses me off, but I love her. The other trio of Stassi, Katie, and Christina Kelly think that Kristen is just clinging to the excuse that things are good now to try and forget about the infidelity. Stassi says that the next time things go bad, Kristen isn't allowed to complain to them. Even Jax knows it's only a matter of time before this relationship goes south again. Meanwhile, Kristen claims everyone's, quote, meddling is making them stronger. Considering everything that's been going on in her relationship, Kristen's probably feeling a little vulnerable right now, which means it's the perfect time for Ariana to join the cast. Ariana's been a bartender at Villa Blanca for a few years, where, like I said, she used to work with Sheena and Sandoval. Now she is being brought over to SUR to help staff the new bar that's been built in the garden. To say that Ariana is not Kristen's biggest fan is putting it mildly. Ariana says Kristen doesn't like her either, supposedly because she's friends with Sandoval. But Ariana also says about Kristen, quote, I think she's bipolar, and I think she's a crazy person, and I think she needs medication. She says she's never seen Kristen be normal for more than 5 minutes, and that Sandoval is doing her a favor by dating her. And at the reunion, she says she thinks Kristen has borderline personality disorder. Gee, I can't imagine why Kristen doesn't like her. Listen, Kristen is not innocent. We're talking about the first of 2 seasons in a row where her actions make it very hard to feel sympathy or to root for her in any way. But this still feels a little bit harsh. Ariana says she thinks everyone at SUR is a, quote, basket case, but is willing to put up with it because the bartenders make good money. She definitely comes into the cast with some not like other girls energy, and that doesn't really go away. When she sits down with Lisa to talk about moving to SUR, Lisa asks if anyone might have a problem with her joining the staff. Ariana says that Kristen doesn't like her, but when Lisa does tell Kristen about Ariana starting to work there, Kristen lies and says there's no problem. But everyone is worried about these two working together. You know who's not worrying about this? The producers. In My Good Side, Sheena says that the producers really wanted Ariana to join the show in season 2. They knew she was friends with Sandoval, and they figured that would create good drama with Kristen. And boy, were they right. Sheena's excited that Ariana's coming to SUR because they're close friends from their time at Villa Blanca. Going back to her book again, Sheena also actively encouraged Ariana to come to SUR and join the cast so that she would have an ally. Sandoval's excited about Ariana joining the staff because she's chill, unlike the other girls. But is Sandoval excited for other reasons? Jax is the first to mention rumors that Ariana and Sandoval have a history that's more than friendly. But these rumors seem like pretty common knowledge. Stassi says that Jax told her a while ago that Sandoval and Ariana had hooked up while he was with Kristen. But his way out of talking more in depth about these rumors is by saying that he, quote, hasn't personally seen Sandoval have sex with Ariana. On a night out before she starts at SUR, Sheena asks Ariana about these rumors regarding her and Sandoval, and Ariana dismisses them. She reiterates in a talking head that she has never slept with Sandoval. Sandoval, in turn, tells Kristen that she has no reason to be jealous of Ariana. Except for the fact that the two of them clearly have a flirty chemistry, according to another waitress, Danny, which is more than the audience has ever really seen from him and Kristen. We also see Sandoval and Ariana have more fun together than Sandoval and Kristen. Sheena clearly believes what Ariana has told her, and when asked by Stassi, she says that the rumors aren't true. She also says that she has asked Ariana about the rumors so many times that she gets annoyed with the subject. However, Stassi is convinced that the rumors are true. Kristen is clearly very familiar with these rumors. Apparently, she's asked people to spy on Ariana at Villa Blanca in the past, and she's gone through Sandoval's phone looking for evidence too. But she insists that she is not worried about these rumors, which is a lie. What she actually wants, according to Stassi, is for these rumors to just disappear. She also doesn't appear to be interested in finding out if they're true or not. Sandoval claims he has never kissed or hooked up with Ariana, and Kristen is so desperate for her relationship to work that she's choosing to believe him for now. She even says that when Stassi so much as talks about the rumors, she is attacking their relationship. But these rumors refuse to die. Sheena credits the waitress Danny specifically with spreading them around SUR, but Danny tells Lisa that all she said was that Sandoval and Ariana have chemistry. Danny also says she is tired of hearing about Kristen's relationship, so I have some bad news for her. Jax re-enters the rumor mill when Katie drunkenly says at Peter's birthday that he's the one who told her that Sandoval and Ariana hooked up. Stassi also says that Sheena dropped a hint that something might have happened between the two of them in Vegas 3 years ago. God, why is it always Vegas? Sheena is confronted about this during the post-Real Housewives dinner alleyway fight, but she says she doesn't know anything for sure. None of this is making Kristen feel like being nice to Ariana. Right before Pride, Kristen finds texts from Ariana on Sandoval's phone. Someone please get this girl a hobby. The texts seem fairly normal, just about how the two of them had a good time at Coachella, but just like Stassi, Kristen has been conditioned to not trust her boyfriend. She asks Ariana if she ever hooked up with Sandoval, and Ariana says no. Kristen thinks it's weird that she's not being defensive about this, but why should she be if she has nothing to lie about? By now, Kristen has become convinced that Sandoval and Ariana are doing something, so she has stopped listening to anything Ariana might say to the contrary. She then lies to Sandoval, saying that Ariana, quote, told her everything in the hopes that this will spur him into admitting something. But we know that Ariana didn't say shit, and so does he, because he is just as chill about the texts as Ariana was. Even though her approach didn't work this time, Kristen feels justified in going through Sandoval's phone because when she's done that in the past, she's found things. So now you know why I said earlier that Kristen freaked out when she learned that Sandoval and Ariana were bartending the Real Housewives dinner together. Outside, after the dinner, Kristen confronts Ariana again about if she hooked up with Sandoval. And again, Ariana says no. Kristen's become convinced that Sandoval deleted texts and phone conversations after being in Vegas with Ariana, which I'm sure he did because he is a top-notch liar, but Ariana says that's not her fault, and she's right. I'm not really sure what Kristen's motive is here. Her relationship is just recovering from one bout of infidelity, and now she is actively seeking out evidence of another one. So, what? So she can just forgive him too quickly again? So she can forgive him at all when he doesn't deserve it? Stassi says that if Kristen learns that the Sandoval-Ariana rumors are true and she doesn't break up with him, Stassi will lose all respect for her. Later, Kristen tells Stassi and Katie that she found outgoing calls to Ariana on Sandoval's phone. When she confronts him, he doesn't deny them, but he also doesn't tell her what they were talking about. Kristen then gives us an incredibly prescient quote. He is never going to admit it unless he's caught. Girl, you have no idea. This is the first of a couple times in this video that Kristen actively predicts the future. Really, Kristen and Sandoval just need to break up. Katie even does a tarot reading for her, and the cards basically tell her to leave his ass. Kristen actually does come close to leaving him during their conversation about the text messages at Pride, because Sandoval says he wouldn't see a problem with Kristen texting a male friend of hers. It's interesting that it doesn't seem to cross Sandoval's mind that Kristen is also capable of deleting texts, but I'm sure that won't come up later. At points throughout this, Sandoval is trying to be such a good boyfriend that Kristen won't break up with him. I guess one of his ways of doing this is by building IKEA furniture, because him building a coffee table literally becomes the B-plot of episode 2. Kristen is willing to overlook their problems as long as he puts in effort. Part of his effort is by taking his girlfriend out to Korean barbecue, apparently forgetting that she's a vegetarian. However, Sandoval says that he doesn't like Kristen second-guessing everything he does. Well, then maybe you shouldn't have cheated. The rumors about Sandoval and Ariana aren't the only ones that Kristen has to worry about either. When Katie's drunk at Peter's birthday, she says that Jax and Kristen hooked up in January. So, a month before Sandoval cheated on her, she might have cheated on him. I know turnabout's fair play, but I don't think that that's what the creator of this idiom had in mind. Just like the last time there were rumors going around that concerned Jax, Stassi can see this being true. Kristen immediately gets upset by this, and she says later that sleeping with Jax would be, quote, disgusting. Katie apologizes for repeating the rumor, and the trio moves on, for now. Katie says later that she didn't bring it up to Stassi earlier because she thought it was just a rumor. Sandoval doesn't believe it, he just dismisses it as shit Katie said when she was drunk. But Stassi believes this rumor. She says that when Kristen is accused of something, she tends to go crazy. The fact that she's being so calm in the face of this makes Stassi think she's guilty. And that's not the only evidence she thinks she has. She tells Christina Kelly that she knows for a fact there was a night that Kristen spent the night at Jax's place in the month of January because she had been fighting with Sandoval. Because Stassi is the detective that Kristen can only dream of being, she starts to formulate a plan to get the truth to come out. It starts by pretending to believe Kristen in order to buy some time. Next, she plans to ambush Jax while he's shit-faced and more likely to spill the beans. And obviously, the perfect place for that to happen is brunch. While Jax is busy dancing on the bar with Schwartz and Peter, Stassi talks to Christina Kelly. Stassi says that while she believes Jax would do this, she's not sure if Kristen would. On the other hand, Christina has no doubts that Kristen would do this, calling her conniving and sneaky. Once Jax is nice and drunk, Stassi asks him if he hooked up with Kristen, and he says no. He says banging Kristen would be like banging his sister, but Stassi points out that he'll bang anything. Jax dismisses the rumors, saying Stassi and Christina are, quote, attacking him because they're not getting laid and he is. But I don't think I need to remind everyone that Jax is a liar, and he's already lied about a hookup once on this show. Just like Kristen with the Sandoval-Ariana rumors, Jax just wants this to go away. Just because she's the owner, that doesn't mean she's above the gossip, because Lisa's heard these rumors too. Stassi says that back in January, she and Sheena had been commenting on how Kristen seemed obsessed with Jax, and Lisa backs this up. Even back in episode 2 of this season, Sandoval said that Kristen loves to compare him to Jax. But Kristen will continue to insist that these rumors aren't true, and just as stubbornly, these rumors won't die either. Katie says that one night after work, another server came up to her after drinking with Jax and says he told her that he hooked up with Kristen. Katie says the two of them both denied this at the time. Stassi even tries texting Jax from Kristen's phone, but Kristen is totally chill about this, Jax doesn't take the bait, and Stassi seems to accept that the rumors might just be rumors. It wouldn't be a season of a Bravo show without multiple vacations, and now the gang is headed to Cabo to celebrate Stassi's birthday. Even Sheena's invited, though Stassi says it's just to not make her bosses mad for excluding her. Once again, Jax is not invited, but also, once again, he's going anyway. He says he's packed all the necessities and includes condoms on this list, which is hilarious because we know he doesn't use protection. Once they arrive and are at least one tequila shot deep, the girls immediately get mad that Sheena doesn't want to ride in the Sprinter van with them to the hotel. But wait, isn't Sheena not friends with any of them at this point? And Ariana's not on this trip, so why would she ride with them instead of with her boyfriend in the other van? Excuse me for going on a tangent for a minute. There are 3 couples on this trip, but most of them aren't staying together. The hotel rooms are divided into a boys' room and a girls' room. Only Sheena and Shay are sharing, and there's a boys' van and a girls' van too. Schwartz and Katie live together, and they still rode to the airport separately with their same-sex group of friends. Am I alone in thinking this is weird, or am I the weird one because I enjoy hanging out with my partner? Sheena has to cement her place as one of the guys for this trip, and she chooses to do that by saying she would rather be gang-banged by all the boys than ride with the girls. Jax thinks this comment is going a bit too far, which is saying something, and he spills the tea to the girls when he goes to their room to borrow a blow dryer. Of course, Kristen has to take things to 100 and threaten to get a security guard to escort Sheena out over what she said. This issue is what leads to the fight between Schwartz and Katie that I told you about earlier. Since it's Stassi's birthday, that means the continuation of the skinny dipping tradition. Iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 2 is Stassi, naked in the ocean, yelling about how it's her 25th birthday. Oh, and Peter gets roped into judging a wet t-shirt contest. Oh, and the plush duck from last season's Vegas trip is back, but this time it's smoking a cigarette. At the group dinner, the Schwartz and Katie fight from the night before continues, but instead of doing what her boyfriend is incapable of and taking Katie's side, Stassi and Kristen are mad at Katie for ruining the fun. Even after Katie leaves the dinner in tears, Stassi is still angry that Katie is making this all about her. I truly don't understand how these 3 have managed to stay friends for so long. Later, Jax goes to check on Stassi, and they talk about Sandoval and Ariana. At first, Jax insists that he never told Stassi anything. But eventually, he cracks and says that he can't throw Sandoval under the bus, and that information was shared with Stassi in confidence because she was his girlfriend at the time. Finally, in a talking head, Jax says that Sandoval has told him that he, quote, has had relations with Ariana. In another talking head, Sandoval says this is just Jax lying, quote, as usual. But you know who's the only bigger liar than Jax is? Sandoval. Later that night, Stassi tells Kristen that Jax admitted that he knows something happened between Sandoval and Ariana. Kristen proceeds to get super drunk and remain unsure of whether or not she should end her relationship. She spends the following morning trying to get the story straight between Stassi and Jax. Jax has gone back on what he said again because these boys are more faithful to each other than to any significant other they will ever have. Instead of finally leaving her cheating boyfriend, Kristen decides that she can't be friends with Jax and that Ariana shouldn't work at SUR. However, some progress does seem to be made because she also says she is going to move out of her and Sandoval's apartment. Katie and Kristen have a bathroom conversation about her breaking up with Sandoval, and things are looking promising. But then Kristen loses all progress she made when she jumps in bed with Sandoval on the last night of the trip. This is where Stassi and Katie run out of sympathy for her. Sandoval gets mad that the girls are judging him, but I'm not sure they have a high enough opinion of him in the first place to judge him for this. Kristen can't leave Cabo without doing one last ill-advised thing. She calls Lisa and asks her to choose between having Ariana work at SUR or having Kristen work there. Unfortunately for Kristen, all the bosses like Ariana better than her. One last thing about Cabo that I forgot to mention, Jax meets a random group of girls and tries to bring them on the private booze cruise, but no one is okay with this and they leave. Then Jax and this same group of girls show up at the bar later, and the same thing happens. Back in LA, everyone, including Sandoval, just wants Kristen to make up her mind about what to do about her relationship. Though I think Sandoval just wants to know if he can hook up with Ariana openly or if he's going to have to go behind Kristen's back to do it. Kristen goes home to Michigan for a few days to clear her head, but she ruins it by immediately tweeting about how much she loves Sandoval. She also texts Ariana telling her not to communicate with Sandoval. Ariana admits that Kristen is technically the victim in this situation, but she says Kristen acts so bizarrely that people don't know how to take her side, which I agree with. At SUR, Lisa tells Ariana about Kristen's ultimatum, and Lisa gives her the option to go back to Villa Blanca. Ariana chooses to stay at SUR. Also, as a result of Kristen's behavior in Cabo, Peter tells Lisa that he doesn't think that she and Sandoval should be working together. Even though Jax chose to cover for him in the end, Sandoval is now mad at Jax for, quote, spreading rumors about him and Ariana. Stassi backs Jax up, pointing out that it would be easier for Jax to say that he made it up. But while Kristen is in Michigan,
Stassi
goes over to Sandoval's apartment, and he reveals that he and Ariana made out in the pool of the Golden Nugget in Vegas 3 years ago. In a talking head, Sandoval says he didn't say anything sooner because he knew the girls would make a big deal out of it. Now, let's talk about this for a minute. Sandoval specifically says that they made out, and Ariana specifically says that she has never slept with Sandoval. But in Jax's talking head, he said that Sandoval told him that he and Ariana had relations in Vegas. So one of three things is happening here. Either A, Jax considers something as tame as a kiss to be akin to having relations. B, Sandoval did just kiss Ariana, but Jax thinks something more happened, which is why he's saying that they hooked up. Or C, Sandoval's lying and they did do more than just kiss. Now, obviously, my money is on C. The only problem is that if Sandoval is lying, then Ariana is too, and I am a lot more comfortable calling him a liar than I am calling her one. However, we will also learn in the next season that these two are very capable of sticking to a story to protect one or both of them. Maybe this was just the first time that they did that. I don't know, at a bare minimum, I think there's emotional cheating going on, but if we didn't learn the truth about this during Sandoval, I don't think we ever will. Back to the rumors. Sandoval still thinks that the bigger deal is that the rumors were going around at all, not that they ended up being partially true. On the other side of this, Sheena can't believe that Ariana never told her, considering how many times she apparently asked her about it. Ariana says she didn't want Sheena to lie for her, and that the kiss was a bigger deal to Sandoval than it was to her. Later at the reunion, Sandoval says he lied about kissing Ariana to protect her from the group. And considering what we've seen of Kristen this season and what I know is coming next season, I can understand that. After Kristen comes back from Michigan, she's on the warpath. She confronts Ariana and tells her that she wants her to quit SUR, which Ariana obviously won't do. Ariana says that Kristen should be directing her anger at Sandoval, not at her. But that would be the rational thing to do, and I already told you we won't see Kristen be rational again for a bit. But why isn't Kristen more mad at Sandoval? This is now the second time this season that she is learning that he cheated on her. I think it's because she knows she's done something similar. Oh yeah, spoiler alert, the rumors about Kristen and Jax are true. My theory is that Kristen is forgiving Sandoval in this situation because she's hoping that by doing that, Sandoval will also forgive her when he finds out that she hooked up with Jax. Going back to the back alley, Ariana tells Kristen that Sandoval told her that the two of them were breaking up. Get used to this line, it is a go-to for Sandoval when he cheats. Speaking of Sandoval, he joins the conversation at this point and says he doesn't remember exactly what he said. Sandoval reiterates what Ariana said previously and tries to get Kristen to yell at him instead of her, but it doesn't work. Stassi tells Ariana afterwards that she's on her side, which of course pisses off Kristen. She starts screaming at Stassi and Katie about how they're being unfair by not supporting her, which is hilarious considering how supportive Kristen was of Stassi last summer. Later that same evening, Lisa is sitting with Stassi, Katie, Sheena, and Ariana, and she asks about the Kristen Jax rumors. Lisa wants Jax to come over so she can ask him about it directly, but the girls say that he'll just deny it again. But he doesn't. In front of this group, he admits to hooking up with Kristen. Apparently it happened twice. The first time was on Kristen's couch while Sandoval was asleep in the next room, and the two of them were watching Drive. To make matters worse, while Kristen was having sex with Jax, she was actively encouraging Stassi to get back with him. Stassi is happy that Jax fessed up, but she knows the job is only half done. The hard part will be getting Kristen to admit to it, and she knows she is going to need some help to make that happen. Cut to Jax's birthday dinner. He is out with Schwartz, Peter, and some other friends. Before we move on, I just need to point out very quickly that Schwartz jokes about getting Katie's name tattooed on his ass. Anyway, Stassi crashes the party, which is fair because Jax has crashed her last 2 birthdays. She then has the pleasure of telling the table that Jax and Kristen hooked up. Now it's Schwartz's turn to tell the future because he says that Jax is going to have to let Sandoval punch him for that. But we'll get there. For now, Stassi has to convince Jax to help her get the truth out of Kristen. Her plan is to confront Kristen in front of a group. Then, when she inevitably denies it, Jax will speak up and say that it's true. Fortunately, Jax agrees to this plan. Stassi warns Jax that Kristen will say that he's lying, and he's okay with that. Later, Stassi says she's not being as hard on Jax because he told the truth and because he's helping her confront Kristen. Finally, the night arrives to set the plan into motion. As expected, Kristen once again says the rumors aren't true when Stassi brings them up. At first, the editing makes it look like Jax might back out at the last minute. But he doesn't. He follows through and tells the room that he and Kristen slept together. Also, as expected, Kristen says he's lying. Jax says multiple times that he gains nothing by telling the truth about this. Sandoval still doesn't believe it, and between him and Kristen doubling down that it didn't happen, things escalate, as they often do. And Stassi demonstrates for us how well Kristen can take a slap. Lisa's opinion, quote, "You shouldn't slap anyone, not even Kristen." Now, this is not my husband's type of show. He was around for the PowerPoint recap that started all this, and he saw bits and pieces while I watched the show to take notes, but he has never sat down and actively watched it with me. But he happened to be in the room when I was watching this part of the episode, and he said, quote, "I see the appeal of this show." Later, Sandoval gets mad that Jax didn't tell him this privately. So wait, does he believe that this happened now? Because he didn't a minute ago, and he'll continue to be in denial about it for a little bit longer. Ariana just can't believe that while Kristen was organizing a witch hunt against her for making out with Sandoval, she was lying about sleeping with Jax. The next day, Kristen still insists to Sandoval that Jax is lying. Jax, on the other hand, says he doesn't feel guilty or remorseful about what happened. Lisa thinks that Stassi should get even with Kristen by hooking up with Sandoval. Stassi says, ew, which is the correct response. At a group beach day, Sandoval comes by alone and asks Jax to see the texts on his phone from Kristen. Jax shows him the texts about how to cover the lie, which is a plan Kristen is determined to stick to. After Sandoval asks, Jax says they used protection one of the 2 times that they hooked up, which is honestly one more than I expected. Jax doesn't understand why Sandoval's upset because he's cheated on Kristen multiple times. Sandoval says it's different because Kristen slept with his best friend. Finally, after all this, we get to the season finale. At the top of the finale, Sandoval confronts Kristen about the texts he saw on Jax's phone. Kristen says they're fake. After seeming to be coming around to the truth at the beach, Sandoval is now back to believing Kristen because Jax is known to be a liar. In a talking head, he thinks Stassi could have sent the texts in order to frame Kristen. Later, he actually has a conversation with Stassi at the SUR photo shoot, who says that he is in denial. Then she tells him, quote, "Stop thinking it's you and Kristen against the world." Even Lisa tries to talk some sense into him. Jax has some less constructive words for Sandoval. Quote, "Satisfy your girlfriend, maybe we wouldn't have a problem." At home the next day, Sandoval finally tells Kristen that he thinks she's lying, but she still says that she's not. Meanwhile, Sheena's holding her engagement party at SUR. I just want to point out that Stassi shows up to this party in a blue floor-length dress, while Ariana shows up in hot pink joggers. Sheena also uses this captive, in more ways than one, audience to debut Good as Gold on top of the SUR bar. Sheena says she wanted Sandoval to come to the party, but not Kristen. So obviously Kristen shows up. Stassi and Kristen go outside, and Stassi intends to apologize for slapping her. Instead, Kristen finally admits that the rumors about her and Jax are true. Sandoval was told off camera before they came to the party. Stassi's shocked that Kristen actually admitted to it, and so is everyone else. Kristen being forgiving of the Ariana situation clearly worked because Sandoval isn't mad at her. Instead, he is mad that Stassi's mad at Kristen and not Jax. Because remember, Sandoval loathes Stassi. When the group comes back together after this admission, you can feel the tension. Finally, Lisa, the adult supervision, leaves, and Sandoval punches Jax in the face. Sheena gets knocked down in the ensuing scuffle, but she is more worried about her teeth than her friends. Sandoval and Kristen leave the party together. But sometime between that and the reunion taping, these two break up for good. And also within that time period, Sandoval starts dating Ariana. This marks the beginning of me hating taking notes on the reunions, because it drives me insane how Kristen just cannot stop firing off at Ariana. This is our introduction to some of the main drama of next season, which is that Kristen can't stand seeing Ariana and Sandoval together. Kristen freaks out over something as simple as Sandoval holding her hand to comfort her while she's being attacked. But I guess I should be grateful that it's just Kristen right now, because starting next season, we have to deal with James for the rest of the reunions. As far as the Sandoval-Ariana rumors go, Kristen maintains that she thinks that more than kissing happened. But we learned something interesting. Around the same time Sandoval kissed Ariana in Vegas, Kristen was having a 3-month-long affair with another SUR employee. As a result of that, Sandoval seems to think that his cheating wasn't as bad as Kristen's because it was never emotional. One last note. When Ariana is asked, she says she isn't concerned about Sandoval's history of cheating. But she should be.
Not enough to admit it.
Okay, so it only seemed fitting for the season where Pump opens to make a Pumptini, or an attempt at a Pumptini. So this is made with vodka, Cointreau, which is an orange liqueur, grapefruit juice, orange garnish, and raspberry puree. I am using, it's a non-alcoholic vodka alternative that I found on Amazon, and then I'm using orange bitters as well instead of Cointreau, and the best that I could do for a raspberry puree without any sort of blender or food processor or anything like that. It's fine. It'd be better if it was real. And also, I know this isn't a martini glass. I'm making do with what I have. But honestly, none of the rest of the drink is accurate, so why should the glassware be? Oh, also, there's a small change in the set. So you know how I joked in the beginning about how I'm old and decrepit? Well, the previous chair I was using was hell on my back, so I'm borrowing my husband's fancy office chair, and it already feels so much better. And there's still room for the table. I wasn't sure if there would be, but no, Lisa is still here. Season 3. So, I think y'all know the drill by now. Let's dive right into our cast. Also, I don't think I ever mentioned this, but the order that I talk about people in this first section is determined by the order that they appear in the opening credits, with the exception of any new cast members. So we're actually starting with one of the guys for the first time. Jax is still on his parents' car insurance. He claims he has never gone more than 4 or 5 days without sex. He has sexted multiple people at once before, and he accidentally sent a sext to his mom. That poor, poor woman. Next is Sheena. She got engaged last season. She gets married at the end of this season to Shay. Her favorite movie is Almost Famous. That's the tattoo that she has, I believe, along this arm. And then we see at one point that her phone case is a custom one featuring one of her engagement photos. Kristen has been at SUR for 7 years now. Between seasons, she started dating James, who we'll meet in a second, and she does shots of whiskey before working out. Sandoval is also in a new relationship. He started dating Ariana between seasons 2 and 3. We learn that he is terrible at baseball and that he wears dry clean only underwear. Ariana, like I said, started dating Sandoval between the seasons, and she was promoted as well from recurring cast to the main cast. Stassi moved way down the order of the credits this season. She has a new boyfriend. She is dating Patrick, who is off camera. We don't actually see him this season. She is the first of the core group to stop working at SUR, and now she designs statement necklaces, which is the most 2014 job ever. Not much to say about Katie at this point, except that she and Schwartz have been together for 4 years now. Speaking of Schwartz, he is still modeling, but we learned that he was pre-med in college. However, in the Unseen Moments episode, we also learned that he can't handle needles, so I'm sure being pre-med went real well. We also learn he has seen Jax's dick pics, and he, just like Ariana, was promoted from recurring to main cast. Unfortunately, I now have to introduce you to our newest cast member, James Kennedy. James is 22 years old, so he is now the youngest member of the cast. He is a busser at SUR, and he wants to be a DJ. He says he's opened for deadmau5. I couldn't find anything to back that up. He started dating Kristen between the seasons. Lisa calls him arrogant, and that is putting it mildly. He also does not break the pattern of all the men on this show being awful. If anything, he reinforces it. This season, Jiggy, Zoe, and Pink Dog are all back. Joining them are Katie and Schwartz's new dog, Gordon, aka Gordo, Ariana's dog, Charlotte, and of course Ken shows up with another member of the Vanderpump menagerie in episode 14. This one's name is Daddy-O, and if what I've read is correct, he is actually Jiggy's father. Now for this season's sort of general comments. First of all, we are barely 2 minutes in to the season premiere, and we are already seeing Jax naked. Sandoval and Jax are good again after Sandoval punched him in the face at the end of last season. That really gets like the briefest of mentions in the season premiere. Jax, Schwartz, and Sandoval all have beer before going to get their eyebrows threaded, and what I mean is they're in some sort of back alley and they pull beers out of a backpack before going into the salon. So Jax has like a cut on his face in the earlier parts of the season. We learned he got that because he saw his truck getting towed, and when he ran out to go and get it, he ran into a glass door. Oh yeah, Pandora has to be the acting manager at Pump for a night in episode 10, and everything goes completely fine, which is why I'm only mentioning it here. On a more wholesome note, because there really aren't a lot of those in this show, it's really nice to see Lisa and Pandora working together. It's obvious that they have a lot of respect for each other. One more thing about Pandora, this is a quote she gives about her mom. Quote, "Growing up with my mother, if it's not a 3-inch heel, it's a disease." Oh, and the season also ends with Jax's truck getting towed. Again. At the reunion, we learned that Stassi did an airport bottle of Fireball before going onto the stage, which was probably a good thing. You'll see. We will get there. And then Jax debuts a new tattoo that he has on his arm of a half woman / half skeleton. And the woman-looking side kind of looks like Stassi. We start the season off with Sheena's birthday, similar to last season. Sheena's goal for her birthday party is to end up on top of the bar by the end of the night. And James is DJing, so that could actually happen. I'm not going to have many nice things to say about James through this series, and I'm definitely not qualified to judge DJing skills, but he seems like he's pretty good at it. I feel you don't get to allegedly open for deadmau5 if you're not good. Let's talk about the guest list. Sheena invites Katie, but then immediately follows that up with a jab about how there won't be tequila there. These two aren't in a good place at the beginning of the season, but Katie does give Schwartz passive-aggressive permission to go to the party. Peter, however, chooses not to go because he doesn't like that Sheena is still friends with Kristen. Speaking of Kristen, Katie thinks it's a bad idea to invite both her and James and Sandoval and Ariana, but they're all still invited. Jax is also coming to the party alongside a new girlfriend named Carmen. Stassi is not invited to Scheana's birthday. She is newly arrived back in LA. We'll get there. She's not on good terms with Scheana, and she doesn't want to be in the same space as either Jax or Kristen. Instead of going to the party, she, Katie, Christina Kelly, and another SUR server named Jen have their own night out. There ends up being like an Instagram fight between this group and the group that's at Scheana's birthday, which is really just them posting pictures back and forth trying to prove that their respective group is the one having more fun. But the Instagram fight is just a precursor to some real altercations that go down at Scheana's birthday. First of all, Sandoval goes off at Scheana when she brings up something to do with a girl in Miami. Holy shit, will we get to that. Sandoval also gets after Scheana about how she claims to be Ariana's best friend while also still being friends with Kristen and James. This becomes more of a thing in later seasons, but it's the first instance of Scheana being more interested in being friends with anyone than in supporting a specific friend. Sandoval also tries to pull Kristen aside to talk privately, but Kristen won't go, and James feels the need to butt in. The two guys poke at each other about things like James's BMW and Sandoval's age, and eventually Sandoval's had enough and lunges at James. Kristen and Schwartz both end up getting involved in the physical fight as well. Schwartz says he was trying to break things up, which I believe. I think Scheana just needs to stop having birthday parties at this point, because glass ends up in her foot as a result of this fight. Later, Sandoval sends Scheana a tearful video apologizing for the fight, and honestly, this might be a better apology than Ariana ever gets for Scandoval. When Scheana and Shay are having dinner at SUR, James tries to apologize as well, but Scheana is having none of it because she says she heard James say that he had been wanting to start a fight. Kristen thinks this is all Sandoval's fault, maybe not realizing that she is dating someone worse than her ex. As a result of this fight, Sandoval and Kristen get suspended from SUR, and James gets fired. This is the first time James gets fired, and yes, I will be keeping count. Even after getting fired, though, James shows up to SUR to work. Peter actually has to go down the street to the opening party of Lisa's new restaurant to check that James was actually fired, which he was. But when Peter pulls James aside to reiterate this, James said that he talked to another owner, Natalie. Peter doesn't back down, and James tries to turn this around by saying that Peter's had a problem with him ever since he started dating Kristen. Actually, I'm sure the problem has more to do with James's attitude and the fact that, according to Peter, he's stolen pictures of sangria. Overall, James seems surprised that this firing is actually being enforced. We get more of this as the show goes on, but I get the feeling that James has always been able to talk himself out of real trouble. So anytime that isn't successful and he actually has to face consequences for his actions, he resorts to extreme contrition and begging. James comes back to SUR again, this time to deliver a handwritten apology letter to Lisa and to grovel for his job back. This is where we learn that Lisa originally hired James as a favor to his mother. However, his mother seems to claim that she and Lisa are close friends, whereas Lisa says the two of them have only met once. After this, James shows up again to talk to Lisa. This time, SUR really needs busters, so she rehires him. You know how I said we were going to track how many times James gets fired? Well, we're also going to count how many times Lisa gives him another chance. Like I said a minute ago, Lisa is opening a new restaurant this season called Pump. This is the start of the Vanderpump domination of this block of West Hollywood, which is Melrose Avenue between North San Vicente Boulevard and North Robertson Boulevard. Villa Blanca isn't here, it's a little under 2 miles away in Beverly Hills, but Pump and SUR are on opposite ends of this block, and then 2 more show-associated restaurants will open up on this block in the future. Like SUR, Pump is meant to have a bit of a sexy feel to it. Lisa says that if Villa Blanca is where you take your wife and SUR is where you take your mistress, then Pump is where you take your boyfriend. Or possibly where to go to find one, because this staff is very attractive. I don't know if I love the pink shirts, but I do love how they fit. Last season, Schwartz tried to get a job as a bartender at SUR. This season, he actually does get hired at Pump, but it was by the skin of his teeth. Remember, Schwartz was involved in the physical fight between Sandoval and James at Sheena's birthday. Like I said, I believe him when he said that he was just trying to break it up, but he was still involved. Schwartz asks Jax to not tell Lisa what happened, but he forgot to ask Peter because he is the one who told Lisa that Schwartz was involved. Stassi tells Schwartz that he needs to be super remorseful when he goes to talk to Lisa. So he goes to Pump and tries to apologize. He tries to explain that he was just trying to break up the fight, but Lisa's upset that this happened at Mixology, which is owned by her friend Robert Earl. If that bar sounds familiar, that's because it's the same place that Peter had his birthday party in season 1. Lisa doesn't fire Schwartz, but it seems like she's only keeping him because she really needs people to work the Pump opening. On the night of the opening party, Sheena's brought over from SUR to help, and I can see how people might think that Lisa's decor sense can feel like too much, but I think Pump looks great. Lisa looks great too. If she wanted to, she could single-handedly bring the Herve Leger bandage dress back into style. I also have to mention that Jiggy looks handsome, as always. He is dressed like Elton John, it's so cute. Schwartz, however, does not look great. He is overwhelmed, and it is only day 1. At one point during the party, he says, quote, "I don't know if I'm cut out for this work thing," which he proves in episode 4. He has a panic attack while behind the bar and leaves in the middle of his shift. Now, I've had a panic attack before. It sucks. I was fortunate enough to not have it happen while I was at work, so I don't feel completely right judging Schwartz too harshly, because I don't know how I would react in that situation. However, he already barely has this job, and it's not a good look to walk out mid-shift. When Schwartz goes back to talk to Lisa, she tells him that he let both her and Katie down. We will get more into Katie's reaction to this later. Speaking of jobs, Jax is getting a nose job. He has a deviated septum, which requires surgery, but he decided that while a surgeon's in there, why not get some cosmetic surgery too? At the reunion, Andy Cohen brings up that no one believed that this was medically necessary. Katie actually says this in the course of the season. In reply, Jax immediately asks Andy if he's accusing him of being on drugs. And I'm sure that once the extent of his drug use came to light, people might have thought back to this nose job and wondered if it had to do with cocaine. Jax's new girlfriend, Tiffany, is the person who introduced him to his plastic surgeon. Now, you might be thinking, hold on a second. A bit ago, you said that Jax's new girlfriend was named Carmen. And you're right, I did say that. To celebrate, Sandoval gets Jax a t-shirt with a picture of his old nose on it. I think this is the first of a couple of Jax-related gag t-shirts that someone shows up to an event with. I wonder if after all the years of friendship that Jax and the Toms have under their belts, they have enough of these gag shirts to make a quilt. Even though Schwartz just panicked behind the bar at Pump, Jax trusts him to take care of him post-surgery. It seems like everything goes well, though I really could have lived without the sounds of Jax's nose being hit with what looked like an ice pick. We rejoin Jax in recovery, where he has a frozen glove on his nose as an ice pack, and he's being a total baby about the pain. Jax's first post-surgery visitors are, unfortunately for Schwartz, Lisa and Peter. Schwartz is feeling awkward, understandably, but Jax is more worried about Lisa noticing everything that he's stolen from SUR that's in his apartment. Sheena and Sandoval's visit goes better, especially because Sheena brings donuts. But one of them is jelly-filled, so the group then has to play Is That Jelly or Is That Blood next to Jax's freshly surgeried nose. And honestly, I'm still not sure which one it was. The next few things are only going to get brief mentions because we have a lot of bigger things to talk about. First, Jax goes back to therapy, but we don't see him work through any of his actual issues, so we're moving on. Stassi needs to find new work after leaving SUR, so Lisa asks her to style her for the cover of Frontiers magazine. As a result, Stassi gets to play in Lisa's closet, and I am very jealous. On the day, Stassi says she ends up feeling more like Lisa's personal assistant than her stylist. I think each of them had a different expectation of Stassi's role, and that was never communicated between the two of them. And at the end of the experience, both of them expected the other one to thank them, and that didn't happen. Once Pump is officially open, a number of events start being hosted there. The first is a party bringing together a gay mayor from each state. Sandoval and Jax are brought over from SUR to pass trays. This event is even going to be slammed enough that Schwartz is asked back to work with the guys. Sandoval thinks this whole thing is beneath him, and Jax breaks a whole tray of champagne glasses. Pump also hosts a huge party for West Hollywood Pride. SUR, on the other hand, isn't doing a float or seemingly having a party, they're just open. Pump is again busy enough that Schwartz is asked back to help cover. Meanwhile, SUR is pretty dead. Dead enough for Jax to sneak away to Pump to take shots with Schwartz. The SUR staff is upset that the party at Pump, which is still new at this point, is eating into their tips on what's normally a very lucrative day for them. Sheena comments that her pride tips were supposed to be going towards the dessert bar at her wedding. We'll get to this later, but girl, we all know that waitressing is not how you're paying for this wedding. Speaking of Sheena, she is collaborating with James on a new song, which I think ends up being Shake That. I didn't write it down. It sounds fine, if a bit like it should be done by Jason Derulo. Sheena calls James a genius for creating a generic pop song, and James, who clearly does not suffer from a lack of ego, claims he is a better producer than whoever did her last two songs. We never hear this song again after episode 13 of this season, though I do want to note that I think James and Sheena also collaborated on a Good as Gold remix. Finally, SUR gets to host something, an adoption event for a rescue organization called Lucky Puppy. All I have to say is that Jax ends up with the smallest little puppy, and it's actually really adorable. We end the season with the SUR photo shoot again, which is 1950s themed and very cool looking. Just like last season, these scenes end up being mostly about ongoing drama, so we'll talk about it more later. Now let's talk about those two girlfriends of Jax's that I mentioned, Tiffany and Carmen. These are not girls that he dates one right after the other. He is dating them both at the same time. He met Carmen at SUR, possibly because she's friends with Sheena, and I think he met Tiffany at around the same time, but she lives in Las Vegas. Jax later tells Sandoval that he only started dating Carmen because Tiffany didn't live in LA, which I'm sure Carmen was super happy to hear. Jax says that since Carmen and Tiffany know about each other, things are going fine, saying, quote, "You can get away with a lot when you're honest about things." I think he does know that eventually he's going to have to choose between the two of them, and how should he do that? Schwartz says, quote, "At the end of the day, we both know it comes down to feet." Jax can't quit his bad habits, though, because when he goes to get his Stassi tattoo covered up, he reveals that he got Carmen's name on his other arm. But he also says that his relationship with Tiffany feels more adult, and he tells her outright that he doesn't want to date anyone else. For her part, even though Jax says that the women were both fine with this situation, Tiffany asks if he is talking to Carmen in a way that makes it feel like she is not comfortable with the situation. So, Jax breaks up with Carmen. When she walks into the pizza place, it seems like she knows what's going to happen. Jax tries to soften the blow by telling her she deserves better, and she doesn't disagree. But then Carmen points out that Jax is manipulating the situation and making himself look like the good guy by saying he doesn't want to hurt her. She also becomes the second woman on this show to tell Jax to grow up and get his life together. At this point, a new person starts working at SUR. Her name is Vale, and as soon as Lisa hears that Vale went to Princeton, she wonders why she's coming to work at SUR. Lisa also says Vale is too cute, pretty, and smart to last at SUR. She has an architecture degree and has a reasonably consistent acting career. She was on The Young and the Restless from 2007 to 2010, a show she returns to in 2023-2024, and she has a handful of other TV and independent film credits. Jax is the first person that Vale meets when she comes in for her interview, and when she walks away, Jax immediately says that he's probably going to sleep with her. Lisa tells him to leave Vale alone, but we all know he's not going to listen. When she's asked by the girls, Vale says that Jax seems nice, and that she wishes people would let her form her own opinions on him. Don't worry, Vale, I'm sure your opinions on him will be the same as theirs soon enough. The two of them go out for coffee, after which Vale still doesn't see anything wrong with liking Jax. She just says he seems like a guy who is used to getting what he wants. Meanwhile, he's flirting with her while still having one of the 2 girlfriends he started this season with. Tiffany doesn't like that Jax had coffee with Vale, but of course Jax doesn't see the problem. We don't hear anything else about the 2 of them until episode 8, when Jax tells Sandoval that he and Tiffany broke up. He must have texted Vale, too, because she calls him when he's at Sandoval's house with Sheena, talking about the breakup. Sandoval says that Jax uses breakups to get sympathy from whatever new girl he wants to hook up with, but I'm sure Jax would never do that. Less than 3 days later, Jax, Schwartz, Sandoval, and Peter are taking a boys' trip to San Diego. A boys' trip that they're making in Schwartz's Mini Cooper. A boys' trip that Tiffany set up for them. She works in the hospitality industry in Vegas, so she hooked the boys up with a suite and with VIP at some clubs. Since Tiffany set this trip up, Sandoval really doesn't want Jax to do anything stupid. Jax, however, is feeling single and feeling, quote, ready to make moves. They go to some pool party once they arrive in San Diego and start drinking Belvedere organic vodka straight from the bottle. Yes, I did look up the brand. There are plenty of beautiful women at the pool, as well as at the club that night, so Jax gets to flirting. The next morning, Jax says he doesn't remember anything that happened the previous night. But Sandoval says Jax brought girls back to their room and that he hooked up with one of them. Of course, Jax denies this, claiming that the girl he was alone in the bathroom with was just being sick. But Sandoval won't back down, insisting that he was in the room and he heard exactly what happened. Schwartz, when having to choose which of his 2 best friends to back up, picks Jax. This annoys Sandoval. He hates that he and Schwartz always have to have Jax's back, but Jax will throw them under the bus whenever they mess up in order to make himself look better. Sandoval says that if Tiffany asks him anything about this, for once he's not gonna lie. When the boys get back to LA and talk about the situation again, Jax claims he talked to Tiffany and that everything's fine. But in reality, immediately after this conversation with Schwartz and Sandoval, he calls Tiffany and then tells her what went on. Understandably, Tiffany's pissed. Jax tries to get out of trouble by claiming that the girl was coming on to him and that he didn't do anything. This dies down for a bit until the group heads to Miami. Sheena brings up San Diego on the first night of the trip, and Jax immediately lashes out and says he will, quote, pick everyone apart if they're going to do the same to him. Katie says that he already does that, seeming to back up what Sandoval said about Jax's willingness to throw his friends under the bus. Ultimately, this has a pretty unsatisfying conclusion. Even though no one believes that nothing happened, Jax never admits to anything, and this gets drowned out by bigger drama. Speaking of Miami, Tiffany was originally supposed to go on this trip as Jax's date, but the night before leaving, Jax says that actually, Tiffany isn't going. He says it's because he doesn't want Tiffany near the drama, but other people think it's because Vale is going. Once they get to Miami, Vale asks Jax if he's dating Tiffany or not, and he won't answer. Remember, Vale is one of the people Jax texted after he and Tiffany supposedly broke up. Jax can't seem to make up his mind, because he's texting both Carmen and Tiffany while the group is on a boat, but we also see him and Vale get awful cozy at the strip club. He straight up tells Vale at one point that he is not a good person, but she doesn't believe him. Katie reiterates this, and Vale still doesn't believe it, saying he just seems like a lovable idiot to her. Afterwards, Vale can't say for sure that she didn't hook up with Jax in Miami because she doesn't remember. My money is on yes, I think they did hook up. Jax comes back from Miami and starts talking to Carmen again. I said before that he was texting her while on the trip, and Carmen says that she was replying telling him to text Tiffany, which he was also doing. The two meet up in person, and Jax says he feels bad about how things ended between them. In response to this, Carmen has "what the fuck" just written all over her face. What she says out loud is that she doesn't trust that Jax just won't get back with Tiffany next week. In a talking head, Jax is unsure why Carmen doesn't want to date him again. Honey, she just told you. Just like every other girl on the show, well, except for Vale, she doesn't trust you. Though maybe everyone's comments about Jax actually did get through to Vale, because when she gets back from Miami, she starts flirting with Peter. They go on a date, but Vale doesn't end up being as into it as Peter is, but that doesn't stop them from continuing to flirt at Sheena's wedding, and then they end up making out at the end of season party. Speaking of the wedding, we learn that Jax begged Sheena to put Carmen at his table. Remember, she and Sheena are friends, so it makes sense for her to be at the wedding separate from Jax or anyone else in the cast. But Carmen isn't thrilled that Vale is also at this table. Even though they're not dates, Jax cannot keep his hands off Carmen. All night, he is under the assumption that Carmen is going to spend the night with him. But she doesn't, and it never gets through Jax's head that she never said that she would. Carmen, Tiffany, and Vale all manage to end the season free of Jax. The next girlfriend isn't so lucky. So moving on, I mentioned earlier that at the beginning of the season, Stassi had recently returned to LA. That's because she actually moved to New York City in between seasons to be with her new boyfriend Patrick and to escape the SUR ecosystem. It's possible she might have even stayed there, but then Patrick's radio job moved him out to LA. So now she's back, and she's staying with Schwartz and Katie while she hunts for an apartment. Stassi says she felt like she grew up a lot in New York City, but since coming back to LA, she can feel herself getting sucked back into the drama. And what do the employees at this epicenter of drama think? Sheena says, quote, a weight was lifted when Stassi left SUR, and that everyone was happier. Everyone except Katie, who was still Stassi's friend through the between seasons drama. Jax doesn't understand why Stassi's holding a grudge against him, as if he didn't lie about hooking up with one of her best friends last season. Lisa is not happy either. When Stassi goes to see her at Pump, Lisa says that she was on Stassi's side and is mad that she just disappeared. Okay, so Lisa specifically uses the word disappeared. We know from the season 2 reunion that
Stassi
quit SUR with basically no notice. When Stassi talks about being back near SUR, those feelings sound like more than needing to just get away from some friends that you're in a bad place with. It sounds more like anxiety. Going back to Stassi's conversation with Lisa, Lisa asks what Stassi's doing for money, as if they're not getting paid for being on this show. I wonder if that's the only reason Stassi's coming back around at all. She needs a job, and the easiest job for her to get at this point in time is reality TV. Similarly, when Stassi meets with her dad, he asks why she has to deal with the people at SUR that she doesn't like. And it's because they're making a TV show together. If you don't put people who aren't getting along in the same room at least once per episode, then the show's going to get boring. I have the same response to Sheena not understanding why Stassi still comes around SUR. It's because all of her co-stars are there. As far as Stassi's relationships with people at SUR currently, it seems like she is having the most noticeable friction with Sheena. In one episode, Stassi comes into SUR to talk to Lisa, and when Sheena serves their table, she completely ignores Stassi. Like, completely. Even when Lisa calls her out on it. Here we get iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 3, Stassi saying to Sheena, quote, I'm not really sure what I've done to you, but I'll take a Pinot Grigio. When Stassi asks Sheena directly what her problem with her is, the best that Sheena can come up with is that Stassi was being bitchy and making dumb jokes about her wedding. But that's just Stassi. She is sarcastic. She's catty. Sheena should know this by now. But of course, she's always the victim, so this is the biggest deal ever. When Sheena turns the same question on to Stassi, asking what problem she has with her, Stassi is upset that Sheena is willing to be friends with Jax and Kristen, which feels closer to the right reason, but I still think that's not all of it. You know who else is still friends with Jax? Schwartz. And you know whose couch Stassi was sleeping on at the beginning of the season? Schwartz's. Also, when Stassi accuses Sheena of shit-talking her, Sheena denies this. But she does say that she might have retweeted bad things about her, because I guess that doesn't count. Speaking of reality shows needing to put people who don't like each other in the same room, everyone goes to an OK Magazine party in episode 4. The group ends up at 2 tables. Stassi, Katie, Schwartz, Peter, and Christina Kelly are at one, and Sheena, Shay, Sandoval, and Ariana are at the other. In addition to this, Sheena thinks it's a great idea to invite James and Kristen to their table, conveniently forgetting what happened with James and Sandoval at her birthday. Stassi loses a bet, so she has to go hang out with the other table for a few minutes. Kristen behaves, for once, and Sheena immediately starts trying to make up with Stassi, which is weird. It gets weirder when after Stassi leaves, Sheena decides to go over to the other table and, quote, stir up shit the way she claims Stassi did, which isn't what happened, but go off, queen. Stassi says again that she doesn't understand why Sheena's friends with Kristen, but Sheena hates any sort of negativity that might pop the perfect bubble she lives in, so she doesn't see a problem with being friends with Kristen. For the rest of the season, Stassi keeps hanging around SUR while still insisting that she doesn't want to be friends with the people there, except Katie and Christina Kelly. She takes the opportunity to visit while everyone's in Miami and reminisces with her former boss about all the ways she would get away with drinking at work. These ways include hiding mini bottles of wine in the employee bathroom, putting red wine in a mug to make it look like coffee, and putting a mix of white wine and club soda into a glass with ice to make it look like ice water. Oh, and she'd put lemon in that too, to really sell it. Lisa thinks Stassi should be able to come back to SUR and be okay with everyone. But Stassi is frustrated that Lisa isn't listening to what she's saying, and that she doesn't understand that she's cutting people off who were toxic and have hurt her. And Stassi's right about the toxicity, and I understand being hurt that your best friend hooked up with your ex and then lied about it. But again, her reaction is so extreme that this can't be the whole problem. Speaking of extreme reactions, Stassi kind of flees the end of season party rather than be in the same room with Jax. When the reunion rolls around, it's basically everyone versus Stassi. I really don't want to have to look at my notes for this long enough to shape them into paragraphs, so I'm just going to make a list of some of what is said to and about Stassi. Sheena calls Stassi a hypocrite because she didn't like Sheena for being friends with Kristen, conveniently ignoring that Sheena talked shit on Stassi on Twitter. Kristen does defend Stassi here, pointing out that Sheena was a bitch to her all season. Oh, by the way, Stassi and Kristen are good by the time the reunion comes around. People are giving Stassi shit for keeping parts of her life, aka Patrick, off of the show. It is so funny, and by funny I mean infuriating, seeing Sandoval talking about how the rest of the cast is so honest with their lives when he spends the season lying. I promise, we are getting closer to talking about that. When Schwartz says that he texted Stassi, she says he was blocked after saying something to her that we don't learn. Sheena has to bring this back to her wedding again, saying Stassi never had anything nice to say. Which is true, but girl, there are more important things going on. Also, I just want to say, I cannot stand how smug Sheena looks throughout this whole segment. While all of this is going on, Stassi is trying to apologize and explain herself as best as she can, but no one is having it, especially not Sandoval, which, again, is hilarious considering what's coming. Basically, everyone is allowed to say whatever they want to Stassi, but when she tries to defend herself, no one will let her do that. But in the midst of all this, where the cast does nothing to disprove Stassi's opinion that this is a toxic environment, we learn part of what Stassi's issue actually was this season. One of Stassi's exes was sharing an intimate video of her. Jax says that the guy came into SUR and was showing everyone. The reason that Stassi hates Sheena is that when Sheena found out, she never told him to stop. Sheena claims she did, but then she confirms that she is the one who told Kristen about the video and that she also watched it. Stassi says she heard that Sheena had made a joke that the video should be sold to TMZ, which Sheena denies. So now Stassi's behavior makes more sense. A private video of her is being shown to her coworkers at her former place of work. Not only that, but this former place of work is being filmed for a reality TV show that revolves around the personal lives of the cast. Stassi says she would rather look like a bitch to Sheena and others than to admit that this video existed. And that is exactly what happened, but I do not blame her one bit for doing everything possible to keep this video off the show for as long as possible. Whenever any female celebrity nudes are stolen or leaked, there are always people who will blame the women for taking those photos or videos in the first place, and the exact same thing would have happened to Stassi. Stassi leaves the show at the end of season 3, but don't worry, she'll be back. I can't think of a good transition, so we're just going to start talking about Schwartz and Katie's relationship. Similarly to last season, Katie would like Schwartz to have a steady job. Even though he books a good amount of modeling jobs, consistent money would be helpful so they can get married. So of course, she gets stressed that the fight at Sheena's birthday will hurt his chances of staying at Pump, and she tries to tell Lisa that Schwartz was just breaking it up. After he has his panic attack and walks out of his shift at Pump, Katie expresses frustration at his lack of commitment and embarrassment that she encouraged Lisa to hire him. She is worried that if he can't even commit to a bartending job, he won't be able to commit to marriage and to having a family. Schwartz says that he wants that he wants to get married and start a family, but just not right now. This is the first we hear about Schwartz potentially having a problem with commitment, but it will become a consistent theme in the lead up to their eventual engagement and wedding. He brings this up himself when he goes to adopt Gordo, saying, quote, "I can't even decide on what I want to eat for lunch, let alone decide on a dog." But he and Katie have been talking about getting a dog, and he thinks that getting one will buy him a year less pressure to get engaged. And Katie is genuinely thrilled when he brings Gordo home. But some members of the friend group have clearly decided that this relationship is going to be their target this season, because we have never heard this much negative talk about Schwartz and Katie. First of all, it's weird how much people talk about how they don't have sex, including the two in question. More seriously, Jax gives Schwartz shit for trying to stick up for Katie, and he says that Schwartz tells him all the time that he is not happy in his relationship. Sheena has to jump on the trash Katie and Schwartz train too, proving she is a guy's girl by commenting on the fact that Katie doesn't want to join when Schwartz hangs out with the boys. Honestly, considering what I'm about to start talking about, I don't blame Katie one bit. Also, when talking about how she thinks Schwartz and Katie's relationship is a joke, Sheena comments that people should want to be like her and Shay. Keep this in mind for seasons 4 and 5. Jax has become convinced that because he's happier without Stassi and Sandoval is happier without Kristen, then Schwartz would be happier without Katie, and he should get the chance to experience that. Ariana says that Sandoval has seen Jax try and get girls to make out with Schwartz. Jax even says himself to Kristen that he would love for Schwartz to cheat right in front of Katie. And then, conveniently, Jax says that when he was at a club a few months ago, he saw Katie nuzzling faces with another guy, and later, quote, motorboating his crotch. How does one motorboat a crotch? Sheena also apparently saw this happen. Kristen did not see this, but she believes it. Not only does she believe it, but Kristen is prepared to make Katie's life miserable if she lies about this, because she's tired of people being mad at her for things we will talk about soon. And also because she's a miserable person in general this season. Katie denies this, saying she was just bending over to take her shoes off. Side note, but at the reunion, when Katie says again that she never cheated on Schwartz, Sheena says, quote, "None of us ever said that. Girl, you claim you saw this happen." At a guy's night, Schwartz says he doesn't think this happened and that Jax is just doing this because he doesn't like Katie. But Jax says he will only let this drop if Katie admits to it. He doubles down at brunch later, insisting that he saw it. Unfortunately for him, Katie's also at this brunch and doubles down that it didn't happen. And when Jax starts attacking Katie, saying she wasn't even wanted at this brunch, Schwartz stays silent. Side note, it was a complete coincidence that she was there. She was actually at the brunch place first with Stassi and Christina Kelly, but the other two girls left when they saw the boys roll up. When Katie walks away and Schwartz goes after her, she's upset that, again, her boyfriend won't stick up for her, this time while his friends are accusing her of cheating. Schwartz says that Katie started the fight when she was just defending herself. Which, conveniently, is also what Jax says when Schwartz rejoins him and Sandoval. I swear, these three must have buried a body together. I can't think of any other reason why they would so consistently defend each other. Schwartz says that if this did happen, Katie must have been blackout drunk. And because going after Katie didn't get them anywhere, this same group then turns around and says Schwartz cheated too. When having lunch with Stassi, Kristen says that she heard Schwartz cheated with 2 different people. First, Tiffany apparently told Jax that Schwartz hooked up with one of her friends in Vegas. Then, Scheana says Schwartz made out with a different person. Katie says Schwartz wouldn't do that, and Stassi agrees, making the point that Jax is a liar and that he hates Katie. But Stassi also points out in a talking head that his two best friends are notable cheaters themselves, and that means he could be cheating too. Katie thinks that between Kristen, Jax, and Scheana, someone is lying, and it might be exactly who we'd expect. When Kristen talks to Jax at SUR, he decides to backpedal and says that he didn't see Schwartz cheat in Vegas. Then, when Katie asks him about this on the same night, he says he never told Kristen about the Vegas situation and says again that Schwartz didn't do anything. Later, when Kristen says to Katie that the sources of this rumor are Jax and Scheana, Katie tells her that Jax says it didn't happen. But later again, when he's alone with Schwartz, Jax says he did tell Kristen about Vegas. Just a wild guess, but I don't think compulsive lying is something he worked on in fake therapy. Scheana joins the conversation at this point, but instead of talking about the potential Vegas cheating, she confirms that Schwartz kissed one of her friends 1.5 to 2 years ago. So still while he was with Katie, but back when they were filming like season 1 or so. Why is Scheana just bringing this up now? Because she and Katie aren't friends, so she's fine talking about how her boyfriend cheated. Katie still doesn't think Schwartz did anything. But when she brings this up to him, he denies the Vegas incident, but admits to making out with Sheena's friend after he and Katie had a big fight. So basically he pleads guilty to the lesser charge. But this doesn't go the way he hoped it would, because now that Katie knows that the makeout rumor is true, she thinks the Vegas cheating one could be as well. We don't get an answer on that for the time being. Jax apologizes for how he talked to Katie, but tries to justify this by saying that the girls made him mad. He even says flat out in episode 7 that he doesn't think he did anything wrong. But someone finally brings up what I have been thinking this whole time. Stassi doesn't understand how Schwartz can be friends with Jax when he talks to Katie the way he does. It seems like Katie is sick of this too, and she's tired of Jax disrespecting her. It's interesting that around this time, while Stassi is consistently having Katie's back and telling her that it's not okay that her boyfriend's friends treat her so poorly, people comment on the negative influence that they think Stassi has on Katie. Schwartz brings it up, not recognizing the negative influence Jax actually has on him, and even Ariana says that what Stassi is doing to Katie is the same as what Jax is doing to Schwartz. I'm sorry, what? Jax is openly trying to get his friend to cheat on and or leave his long-term partner who he has talked about marrying. Jax is a liar and a manipulator. Stassi is telling her friend that she doesn't have to put up with being treated poorly by her partner's friend. Yep, totally the same thing. Once again, I am going to get back up on my rooftop and say that Stassi is right about Jax and that she is right that Schwartz should cut him off. But Schwartz thinks that not being friends with Jax doesn't solve anything. Actually, putting Katie above your friends for once in your damn life might solve a number of things, but what do I know? I'm just ranting at a camera in a closet. He also thinks that because Stassi is holding Jax accountable for being an asshole and for trying to break him and Katie up, she's conspiring against him. Ultimately, Katie decides to put her relationship above her personal feelings and let her anger at Jax go in order for things with Schwartz to go smoothly. She says straight out later in the season that she feels like she had to choose Schwartz over Stassi, even if he comes with shitty friends. And even if she knows he would never make the same choice for her. When Lisa asks, Katie says she thinks that if she gave Schwartz an ultimatum, he would choose Jax over her. Spoiler alert, but Schwartz and Katie end up getting divorced, and the fact that he would choose his friends over his partner plays a part in that. We learn in the Unseen Moments episode that Jax does eventually apologize to Katie. However, he immediately turns it around by saying that he's mad because Katie is different now that Stassi is back. Katie, for her part, thinks he's only apologizing because it's right after the San Diego boys trip, and he doesn't want her talking about what he might have done. But now we have to switch back to Vegas and what Schwartz may or may not have done there. At the top of episode 14, Kristen finds texts from Vegas Girl, not to be confused with Miami Girl, in Jax's phone that seem to confirm that she and Schwartz did more than make out. Jax then texts Schwartz to warn him that Kristen has seen these texts. This happens while Schwartz is out with Katie, Sandoval, Sheena, and Shay. Immediately, because he doesn't want Katie hearing this from anyone else, Schwartz pulls her aside and says he wasn't completely honest about Vegas. He admits to making out with a girl there, but insists that things didn't go any further. He even steals Sandoval and Jax's line, saying that he was unsure about his relationship when it happened. And as if Katie isn't already feeling bad enough, Schwartz basically admits that the only reason he's telling her now is because Jax is holding it over his head after his San Diego incident. At least he manages to be suitably remorseful at the reunion, saying he felt gross and disappointed about what happened in Vegas. Unfortunately for Schwartz, he can't even say for sure that he only made out with this girl. His defense is that if anything more happened, the girl didn't say anything, and he doesn't remember. But he insists that he's not a cheater, even though, as Katie says, he's done this twice now. She doesn't trust that all that happened was making out. Schwartz tries to be charming and sweet, and says he'll make it up to Katie, but she says she's heard this before. This conversation, finally, gets Schwartz upset enough to confront Jax, but Jax still thinks that he deserved it because of how Jax gets treated. God, he has just as bad of a victim complex as Sheena does. At the reunion, Schwartz says that if he had told Katie about both makeout incidents at the same time, he doesn't think their relationship would have survived. And it still almost doesn't. But not because of the cheating, but because Katie is tired of Schwartz avoiding commitment. In the midst of the cheating rumors, Katie straight up asks Schwartz if he loves her in the same way that she loves him. Schwartz sees this whole incident as a wake-up call that he should appreciate Katie more. But then, when they attend their first couples therapy session, he says he has been, quote, dragged there. In therapy, Katie says that when she tries to talk to Schwartz about her feelings, it feels like that falls on deaf ears. As usual, Schwartz is saying all the right things about how he was taking Katie for granted and that he's going to change. And for a second, we think he might be serious. At Sheena's wedding, Schwartz pulls Katie aside and kind of makes it look like he might propose. Instead, he gives Katie a ring on a chain, which might be sweet if it wasn't something that she always said she didn't want. Later, Schwartz says he forgot this fact. This really brings Katie down, and Schwartz finally admits that she is right to be concerned about his commitment issues, though his new excuse to delay marriage is that he wants to be more financially secure, because I guess their reality TV paychecks don't count. He ends up going to a one-on-one therapy session to talk about his commitment issues. He says part of him wants to be married, but the other part thinks that being with one person for the rest of his life sounds terrible. In a talking head, he compares Katie's fear of heights to his fear of marriage. On Katie's side of things, Lisa tells her that she should be straightforward with Schwartz about what she wants, and Sheena's proud of Katie for putting pressure on Schwartz to get married, because I guess that's the only way this group knows how to get the men in their lives to commit. At the end of season party, Schwartz tells Katie that he does want to marry her, but that he needs her to give him time. So, she gives him time. She gives him an exact amount of time. Katie feels like she has waited long enough for him to be ready, so she tells him that he has 6 months to propose, or she's leaving. We find out at the reunion that as of the date of the taping, that 6 months is 1 week from being up. Schwartz says he is filing for an extension, but he also says that it will happen sooner rather than later. Katie is skeptical, but the rest of the group believes him. Alright, so all that stuff I said we'd talk about later? Later's now. Something we learned in the season 2 reunion is that Kristen had a new boyfriend, James Kennedy. Originally, James was actually supposed to move in with Sandoval after Kristen moved out of their apartment. Instead, he and Kristen started hooking up, and Sandoval makes sure that we all know that they were doing so using his condoms. When season 3 starts, Kristen and James have been together for 5 months, and it seems like everything is going well. Although it is really hard to hear Kristen say that James is good to her, knowing what happens to Allie in the future. But the audience is clued into some drama between the two immediately. James is getting sick of dealing with the aftermath of Kristen and Sandoval's relationship. And Kristen seems to be having a hard time moving on. Even though they broke up 8 or 9 months ago at this point, she still has things at Sandoval's apartment, and some of her mail is still going there. And in episode 3, she says she's still taking care of a couple of Sandoval's bills. Meanwhile, Sandoval says he is the happiest he's ever been. Even though Jax has finally started feeling some remorse for hooking up with Kristen, he also feels like he did Sandoval a favor because he is so much happier with Ariana. And these two must be meant to be, because when there is only one appointment available at the tanning salon, Ariana lets Sandoval take it. That's true love right there. Kristen's feelings on her ex's new relationship are, quote, I want Tom to be happy, but I don't want him to be happy with her. Remember, she still thinks that more happened between Sandoval and Ariana than just the time they kissed in Vegas. And when I said earlier that Kristen is having a hard time moving on, that is an understatement. She is truly incapable of allowing Sandoval or Ariana to exist in peace. She thinks that Sandoval openly moving on to a new relationship is him acting hateful towards her. She still can't have a respectful conversation with Ariana, and she straight up admits early in episode 1 that she's still in love with Sandoval. Kristen makes 2 incredibly perceptive comments this season, and we get the first one at around this time. She says that Sandoval and Ariana won't end well because they started dishonestly. While Kristen thinks her feelings are totally justified, the rest of the group disagrees. Jax thinks Kristen's obsession with Sandoval makes her look, quote, really sad, and Sandoval doesn't think that Kristen's taking accountability for her role in their breakup. He also feels like she is enjoying making him miserable, saying, quote, Kristen loves long walks on the beach, drinking at work, and torturing the fuck out of Tom. But if he thinks Kristen's been bad up to this point, he's got another thing coming. Because there are rumors going around that Sandoval cheated on Ariana in Miami. Yep, for the second season in a row, we are starting off with Sandoval cheating on his girlfriend with someone in another city. When the season starts, this is just being talked about as if it's a rumor, and of course, Sandoval is denying that anything happened. But I'm going to spoil things for you. This did happen. Sandoval confirms in the season 10 finale that it happened. And then when Ariana went on Watch What Happens Live immediately after that episode aired, she reveals that she chose to defend Sandoval during season 3. So, again, Sandoval did this, and Ariana knew the whole time. But in the real time of season 3, Sandoval insists that this didn't happen, and Ariana seems prepared to trust him on that despite his past. But Miami Girl has the receipts, proof, timelines, and screenshots, so this isn't going to go away anytime soon. Miami Girl is also saying that Sandoval had told her that he and Ariana had broken up 3 weeks before, which is very similar to what he told Vegas Girl last season. Sheena doesn't know what Sandoval has told Ariana, if anything, so she feels obliged to say something as Ariana's best friend. When she shows her messages that have allegedly come from Miami Girl, Ariana has no reaction, which at the time felt like she was just continuing to be dismissive of the rumors. We know better now. I think there's no reaction because there's no new information in those texts. Like I said, she knows what happened. Ariana disputes some of the details in these texts and tells Sheena that Sandoval had told her that himself, Jax, and Schwartz, because of course those two were there, had shown up to a club with girls basically because they didn't want to arrive empty-handed. Sheena reminds Ariana that Sandoval is a good liar, and Ariana agrees. But Ariana also says that she and Sandoval are, quote, disgustingly honest with each other, which is true, so she is going to continue to believe him. Between this conversation and one that she has with Sandoval at her birthday party, Sheena decides to let this go. But she says, quote, a part of me will always feel like he got away with something, which he did. And once season 10 rolls around, it's in a conversation with Sheena that Sandoval finally comes clean about this instance of cheating. However, the rest of the group isn't going to be as easy to pacify as Sheena. When her, Shay, Kristen, and James go out together in episode 1, they talk about how they don't know how Ariana can be okay with the Miami girl thing. Well, she's probably not okay with it, but for some reason she has chosen to stand by her man. James has Sandoval's number, though. He says that Sandoval cheated on Ariana once, and he'll do it again. What is it with everyone being able to predict the future this season? Kristen, surprise, surprise, is thrilled to have something this juicy to sink her teeth into. She texted Miami Girl herself and said that all the details make sense. Since she is convinced that Ariana was hooking up with Sandoval while they were together, she thinks it is totally fair to look so deeply into this. So Detective Kristen is on the case. However, no one wants to help Detective Kristen. At Sheena's birthday, Jax asks Kristen why she's digging into this. She claims it's because she cares, but Jax points out rightly that she doesn't care, about Ariana at least. Jax also says that they've all lied and cheated, but then Kristen yells at him to stop defending Sandoval. Speaking of Sandoval, him trying to tell Kristen to lay off is what led to the fight between him and James at Sheena's birthday party. And no one else is eager to help out Kristen either. After the fight, Sheena decides to take a friendship break from both her and James. Lisa says Kristen is defiant and doesn't own her bullshit. Sandoval calls her violent and vicious. Peter says he lost respect for Kristen when she stopped respecting people around her and calls her a liability and a detriment to SIR at a staff meeting. But when she comes back from suspension, because remember she got suspended for the Sandoval-James fight at Sheena's birthday, when she comes back from that, Kristen says that Peter was out of line for that comment. But we have still got a lot of season to go before Kristen becomes rational again, so she makes a comment to Ariana at Pride about how it's funny that last year Sandoval was cheating on Kristen with her, and this year he's cheating on Ariana. I feel kind of bad for Ariana this season. I know she chose to defend Sandoval, and she probably knew what she was getting into, but I don't think anyone expected it to go as far as it ends up going. Meanwhile, it's episode 7, and James is still sick of hearing about Sandoval. Sandoval also doesn't want to be around James, because he is dating the most destructive force in his life currently. The boys try to talk in the lead up to the Miami trip, because James wants to get on good terms, and Sandoval says he is fine ignoring James, because his problem is with Kristen. But Kristen thinks Sandoval's problem is that she's dating James. What, does she think that he's jealous that she's dating a worse version of him? While Sandoval and Kristen are bickering about this, James has to jump back in because his ego can't stand that Sandoval is indifferent to him. Throughout the season so far, Kristen isn't understanding why people are mad at her. Her opinion is that because she was, in her words, wronged by Sandoval and Ariana, that negates her own wrongdoing. I think she also thinks this still has something to do with how she hooked up with Jax last season, because she comments that other people are doing things that are just as bad. Just for context, that comment was made around the time that she, Jax, and Sheena were accusing Katie of cheating on Schwartz. Also, Kristen doesn't understand how Katie could be friends with Sandoval and not her. Katie's reasoning is that he is Schwartz's best friend, so, like with Jax, she kind of has to be chill with him. She also says that she doesn't hold Sandoval in as high regard as she did Kristen. But Sheena and Kristen choose to ignore this rational answer and think it is all because of the malicious influence Stassi clearly has over Katie. Because God forbid two friends share an opinion on something. Katie says Kristen wants to believe that everyone is as bad as she is. Sandoval takes this thought a step further in his conversation with James. He says that Kristen doesn't care if she looks bad as long as Sandoval comes out looking worse. Of course, Kristen is happy to use Jax allegedly hooking up with someone in San Diego to her advantage. She thinks that Jax will feel backed into a corner and then bring up the fact that he knows about Miami Girl to Sandoval in retribution, because again, he was apparently in Miami with him when this went down. And that does sort of end up happening, but Jax does it in a way where he is trying to refer to the fact that in both cases, nothing happened, but people think that it did. I guess even after everything that has happened so far, no one feels weird about going back to the scene of the crime, because we are headed to Miami for Scheana and Shay's bachelor and bachelorette parties. Kristen and James sort of get uninvited after the fight at Sheena's birthday, but Scheana positions this as not wanting to make Kristen uncomfortable since Ariana and Sandoval are going. But Kristen just jokes that Scheana could uninvite Ariana instead, even though Ariana is a bridesmaid in the wedding. Eventually, Scheana gives in and lets Kristen and James come because it is the easiest solution for her. Schwartz is also invited to Miami, but Katie isn't. However, Lisa convinces Scheana to consider inviting Katie, saying it's weird to invite one half of a couple and not the other. As soon as Scheana realizes that this will both make Lisa happy and upset Stassi, she invites Katie. Katie is just happy to be included and is willing to move on from her issues with Scheana. When Schwartz asks what Stassi might think of her making nice with Scheana, Katie points out that since they are still co-workers at SUR, she needs to interact with Scheana more than Stassi does. Kristen's upset that Katie's going to Miami, and so, of course, is Stassi. Just as a refresher, Stassi is upset with Scheana because of her apparent role in the spreading around of the intimate video of her that her ex had. But at the time of the lead up to Miami, no one knew this is why Stassi didn't like Scheana, including apparently Katie. So Katie is going on a trip with a person that Stassi, at the time, feels she has a valid reason to dislike. She also has to hear that Katie's going not from Katie herself, but from Scheana. But crucially, Katie doesn't have this context. She just thinks Stassi doesn't like Scheana because Scheana wants everyone to get along. Keep this misunderstanding in mind for a little later. Finally, everyone is ready to head to Miami. Sandoval is still worried about Kristen going, but he says, quote, all she has to do is not be a huge bitch on this trip, and everything will be fine. Easier said than done. Same as Stassi's birthday trip last season, the guys and the girls are all staying separately again. The only exception to this is James and Kristen, because no one else wanted to room with them. This at least gives Ariana a break, because it is only night 1, and Kristen is already staring daggers at her and Sandoval across the table. It is going to be a long few days for Ariana. But Scheana doesn't care about how her best friend is feeling uncomfortable. She is more concerned with making the point that Stassi could have come if she wanted to, because Scheana is totally the bigger person, and it's not that she always has to look perfect. She also has to make a bitchy comment about how there hasn't been any fights because Stassi isn't there. Yep, totally the bigger person. The next night, the boys and girls have dinner separately. Things get off to a great start when the boys accidentally forget James when they go out to dinner. James thinks they did it on purpose, and I agree. For the second time, Jax brings up Miami Girl in front of Sandoval, and Sandoval says again that it didn't happen. Schwartz says in a talking head that he doesn't believe it happened. But wait, wasn't he on the trip too? So how does Jax know that this happened, but Schwartz doesn't? I think Schwartz does know, and is just choosing to back Sandoval over Jax in this situation. At the reunion, Andy Cohen points out that Sandoval was saying some suspicious things to Jax during this dinner. Things like, quote, stop ratting us out. If you didn't do anything, how can you be ratted out? Of course, Ariana has to jump in and save Sandoval's ass. She claims that he is talking about a number of things that have happened over the course of their friendship. Yeah, things that include Miami Girl. Back at the dinner, James is live texting Kristen everything that's happening with the guys. But then Kristen, who makes a habit of going through people's phones, leaves her phone unattended at the table. So Vale opens it up and reads those texts from James aloud to the entire table. At the reunion, people questioned if Kristen left her phone on the table on purpose so people would see these texts, but she denies this. In between the drama, some traditional bachelor and bachelorette things happen. The girls carve cucumbers to look like dicks, and the whole group goes skinny dipping at 2 in the morning. And by the whole group, I mean it was just the guys because the girls backed out at the last minute. Sandoval also runs into an old friend named John. Sandoval and Jax used to live in Miami back in 2004, and John was a model scout. Since Jax used to live with him, and since John hooked him up with things, Sandoval says that rumors went around that the two of them were more than friends. And he thinks those rumors might be true, because not long after they started spreading, Jax moved to LA and stopped using his birth name Jason. John is invited to meet up with Sandoval and Jax at a group dinner, and he ends up going to the club with them too. And Jax and John don't do anything to combat those old rumors. First, we learn that not only does John still have some of Jax's nude photos, but one is hanging in his living room. John also won't say anything about his history with Jax, citing bro code, so he apparently buried a body with Jax and Sandoval too. Finally, when they're alone at the club, John tells Jax that he still loves him, but that he is over him. And Jax kind of reciprocates. They totally hooked up. And Schwartz thinks so too. At the reunion, Jax seems to clarify that he slept at a place John owned, not actually at his house. He also says they never hooked up. But Andy Cohen says that Jax seems like the kind of guy who wouldn't, discriminate in his hookups. I am just going to leave that there, but my opinion still stands that John and Jax hooked up. Back with the girls, Sheena thinks this trip is going perfectly. But Ariana says that she doesn't see the dirty looks that Kristen has continued to shoot her. Katie thinks Ariana has been handling everything very well, but she breaks down to Sandoval that Kristen's treatment of her is taking a lot out of her emotionally. So Sandoval pulls Kristen aside and tells her again that he is not with Ariana to make her mad. But Kristen is too far gone at this point, and she says again that she despises Ariana and that Sandoval is being hateful. Here we get iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 4, Sandoval fully sobbing at Kristen outside of Rec Room. He tells her he cares about her and that he just wants her to be happy. He says that while they deserve to find happiness with other people, he still values the good moments in their relationship. But unfortunately, while Sandoval considers this conversation to be closure, Kristen takes it as motivation. She sees that Sandoval is sad that things ended between them the way they did, and decides that that's him having an emotional stake in their relationship, and he still wants to be with her. Girl, what? Kristen seems to think that because they both realize they fucked up in their relationship, they can get back together, completely ignoring the fact that her behavior has probably killed any affection Sandoval might have had for her. So she becomes more determined than ever to break up him and Ariana. When everyone gets back to LA, Ariana says that Sandoval told her about his conversation with Kristen, and she hopes that now things will calm down. Actually, the exact opposite of that is going to happen. Also, just as a side note, it is awful to watch how vocal Sandoval is about telling Ariana he loves her, knowing what's coming in the later seasons. We are going to take a small intermission in the Kristen Sandoval Miami girl drama and talk about how Stassi is not talking to Katie. This first comes out when the group arrives in Miami, and by day 3, Katie says she still hasn't heard from Stassi, and she is getting frustrated. Stassi, for her part, feels like Katie abandoned her and is aligning with the group that includes people that hurt her. But because she wants to keep the intimate video of her off of the show, we don't get into all the details of why those people hurt her. And like I said before, since Katie appears to be missing this crucial piece of context, she comes back from Miami and thinks the issue is that she is having to change her mind about people such as Jax in order for her relationship with Schwartz to continue. But now Stassi is locked into her stance and, similar with Kristen, is incapable of listening to anyone else's side. And she says it's ironic that in order for Katie to save her relationship, she has to hang out with people who tried to destroy it. Which I agree with, but it's the choice that Katie has made. All Stassi wants is for Katie to apologize for the fact that she had to hear about Miami from Scheana, but Katie doesn't think it's a big deal. If Stassi had just filled her in on what she was really feeling, even off camera, this could have been resolved. But instead, the two haven't resolved things by the end of the season, and that's where we leave them. And now it is episode 13, and James still wants Kristen to get over Sandoval, and he'd like her to stop texting him too while she's at it. At this point, he is even willing to have another civil conversation with Sandoval. During Scheana and Shea's rehearsal dinner, the two talk, and Sandoval warns him that Kristen could someday treat James the same way she's currently treating him. James, in turn, acknowledges that Kristen's behavior is not normal. But when James tells Kristen about this conversation later, she dismisses everything that Sandoval has said. Besides, she has got bigger things to think about. In episode 12, Kristen tells a friend that she got a text from Miami Girl. Miami Girl says she is going to be in LA and wants to confront Sandoval. I have some doubts that this came about totally organically. This seems like exactly the kind of thing that a reality TV producer would want to orchestrate. I would also believe that Kristen put this together, which she denies doing a little later, by the way. But if that's the case and this was set up by somebody, it doesn't really matter who, the group was literally just in Miami. If Miami Girl is a local, they could have just made it easier and asked her to meet up with them one night. Kristen is giddy thinking about Sandoval getting publicly humiliated, but she knows it will be important to have some support. She heard about this from Jax initially before the rumors came out on social media, so she would like to have him there to back up himself and Miami Girl. Miami Girl, whose real name is Anne-Marie, actually shows up in LA at the beginning of episode 13. And Anne-Marie quickly proves that even though she's telling the truth, she can't be completely trusted because she says that she thinks that Sandoval is still in love with Kristen. How much do you think Kristen paid her to say that on camera? Their plan is to go to SUR that night. Kristen isn't working, but Sandoval and Ariana will be. Kristen also asks Jax to be there with them. When Sandoval sees Anne-Marie, he has no visible reaction, but he does walk out from behind the bar as soon as he gets the chance. He has decided that his angle is going to be that Anne-Marie is a stalker, which she and Kristen promptly give credence to when they follow him out of SUR. On his way out, Sandoval calls Ariana and gets her to leave too. Kristen takes this as them being embarrassed. Katie says later that, while she doesn't believe that Sandoval and Anne-Marie hooked up, she does think it's suspicious that he ran away when she showed up. Ariana's side is that she and Sandoval walked out because it was either that or cause a huge scene at SUR. But remember, the Miami Girl rumors are true, and Ariana already knows. I think Sandoval was genuinely caught off guard by Anne-Marie arriving, but I think another reason for him and Ariana leaving was to give them space and time off camera to make sure their stories were going to align before they potentially had to face her again. Back at SUR, after Kristen and Anne-Marie have chased Sandoval and Ariana out, Scheana comes to confront them. Obviously, Scheana quickly makes this all about herself and says that her wedding's in a week and she doesn't need to be dealing with this. Then she sticks up for her best friend Ariana. Kristen doesn't understand why Scheana might have a problem with all of this, saying, quote, "Tom fucked up, not me." Ma'am, you are actively fucking up at this very moment. Then for some reason, Sheena's mad that Kristen didn't tell her this was going to happen, but why would she? Kristen's right. If she had told Scheana about this, then the confrontation wouldn't have happened. Now one of the managers, Diana, joins the fight. Kristen immediately starts swearing at her and tells her to walk away. Diana is kicking her and Anne-Marie out, as she absolutely should, but Kristen says she doesn't own the restaurant and tells her to suck a dick. You know, how you speak to your managers? Just a quick reminder, Kristen is not on the clock at SUR during this. Scheana, Sandoval, and Ariana all are. Another quick reminder, Kristen asked Jax to be here, but Jax never shows up. Later that night, Lisa calls Sandoval and tells him to come back to SUR. She confirms to him that Kristen is gone, which Diana and Peter back up. he and Ariana do come back to work shortly after. Anne-Marie comes back too, and she seems to be alone. Throughout their upcoming conversation, she insists that they had sex, and Sandoval sticks to his story and never breaks once. When Ariana joins in, she sticks to the script too. Anne-Marie says Jax will back her up, but like I said, he never ended up coming to SUR that night. Eventually, she gets kicked out by SUR security, and we never see her again. After this shit show is over and the whole gang has gone home, Diana tells Lisa and Ken her part of what happened. Sheena is the first to be brought in to give her side of the situation, since she was arguing with Kristen when Diana got involved. Sheena apologizes for yelling at the restaurant, but she also tells Lisa about Kristen bringing Anne-Marie into SUR to confront Sandoval. This is where we get the first ever instance of a cast member breaking the fourth wall. When Sheena talks about Ariana leaving SUR along with Sandoval, she refers to it as her, quote, storming off of set. The next person Lisa talks to is Sandoval. He repeats his story that Anne-Marie is a stalker and says he left to keep himself and Ariana safe. Even though Lisa points out that it's weird that this girl would fly across the country if nothing happened, Sandoval sticks to his story. Ariana is up next, and she says she and Sandoval meant to immediately come back, but didn't because Anne-Marie didn't leave. She also repeats the story that nothing happened between Anne-Marie and Sandoval. Both Sandoval and Ariana say that Kristen instigated this, and Kristen is the problem. Ken says Lisa can't fire Kristen until she gets her side of the story. But while Ariana hopes that Kristen will finally get fired from this, she isn't optimistic. James also doesn't think she'll get fired. Kristen doesn't think so either. In her mind, she did nothing wrong because she wasn't working when the confrontation happened. But in the meeting she ends up having with Lisa and the owners and managers, Natalie points out that everyone knows Kristen works at SUR. Kristen is fully delusional at this point, thinking that the confrontation went as well as it possibly could have. Lisa calls her out for orchestrating it, which Kristen denies, and Lisa does, in fact, fire her. One of my favorite shots in the entire show is the kitchen staff reacting with joy to this news, and the rest of the cast is just as happy. Kristen thinks she got fired because Lisa doesn't like her, not because she was disrespectful to management. And I'm sure Lisa doesn't like her, but it's probably because of things like how she's disrespectful to management. Kristen also doesn't like how Lisa was, quote, attacking her character in the meeting. In my notes, all I said in response to this was LOL, LOL, LOL. At least by the time the reunion rolls around, Kristen says she should have just made it easier on everyone and quit. Kristen is clearly not upset at all about being fired, because when she has drinks with James, Jax, and Carmen, she looks thrilled to be able to retell the story. But Jax finally asks her what the audience might have been thinking this whole time. What does Kristen get out of all of this? Think about it. She says she wants to break up Sandoval and Ariana so that she can get back together with him. She then spends all summer making his life hell, being cruel to the new girlfriend that he seems to care a lot about, and by digging into his most recent cheating incident with glee. Did she really think that Sandoval would want her back after all that? Kristen says that what she gets out of this is not being called a liar anymore. But I don't think anyone's calling her a liar. They just think she's insane and that she needs to let Sandoval go. Later, Jax tells the group that he had drinks with Kristen and that she yelled at him about how he didn't come to SUR to help support the Miami Girl confrontation. Jax also denies throwing Sandoval under the bus about Miami Girl at the bachelor party. Back to Kristen's delusions, she thinks Scheana has no reason to be mad at her after this incident. Sheena's take is that Kristen always has to find an event of Sheena's to make it all about herself. Because, don't forget, this all happened a week before her wedding. So now she has to decide whether or not Kristen is still invited. She tells Kristen that she is worried about how drunk Kristen might react to seeing Sandoval and Ariana together. But ultimately, Scheana trusts her to behave. Finally, it is time to actually talk about Sheena's wedding. I am not gonna lie, I have been excited to talk about this since I decided I was going to do this video. You see, weddings might be one of the only things that I can talk about with some degree of expertise. Not only have I planned and executed my own, but I also work in the wedding industry and am kind of a wedding nerd in general. Also, I know I probably could have talked about the wedding earlier, but I kind of wanted to keep it in its spot in the larger timeline, and there is some drama at the end that ties into what we've been talking about. Let's start with the smaller planning details that we learned throughout the season. First of all, the guest count is 300, and those 300 people received invitations that look more appropriate for a Sweet 16. Next, let's chat finances. According to the Pasadena Star-News, the average Los Angeles wedding in 2014 cost $31,000, which is about what Sheena's initial wedding budget was. But that budget ended up being tripled. So the new budget is $90,000, aka the kind of budget that skews the average in the first place. Sheena says at one point that flowers alone cost almost $20,000. So how is she paying for this? She said a few times throughout the season that she is doing her wedding on a waitress budget. She also mentions in her book that Shay's family helped pay for some of it. But the question is less how is she paying for this, and more how could she afford to triple her budget? Sheena does eventually mention a payout from a lawsuit. At first I thought this was the lawsuit she was involved in against Hooters, her former employer, but she mentioned getting hurt a couple of years ago, so maybe not. I think the majority of this wedding was paid for by her Vanderpump Rules paychecks. While I was writing these scripts, I found mentions online of the fact that the cast got major pay increases going into season 3. The only source I could find for this originally was Reddit, so I took it with a grain of salt. However, in her book, Sheena talks about how during the first couple of seasons of the show, she was making more money from working at her real-life job than from being on TV. So I am going to take that as confirmation that season 3 is indeed when the cast started getting paid a good amount more than they originally were. And I think that pay increase is what allowed Sheena to spend $90,000 on her wedding. She also takes advantage of some good old-fashioned wedding budget hacks. The wedding is on a Sunday instead of the more typical Saturday because doing so cut the price of the venue in half. I think she also said she was able to use her employee discount when she had her rehearsal dinner at SIR. She also convinced Lisa to gift her 300 bottles of Vanderpump Sangria plus some Vanderpump vodka. Now for the big day. Kristen gets recruited to stop by Sheena's apartment on her way to the wedding to pick up a wedding present for Shay. In the process, Sheena completely dismisses Ariana, telling her that she is not comfortable with Kristen being around. When Kristen arrives, boudoir photo album in hand, she tries to linger so that she can get her hair and makeup professionally done alongside the wedding party. And it works. Meanwhile, while Shay's getting ready, he says he feels like he's getting dressed for his funeral, exactly how every bride hopes her groom will feel. Sandoval has taken it upon himself to be Shay's stylist for the wedding, and I like the touch of white in his outfit to tie him and Sheena together, but the fabric of the jacket looks kind of cheap. Sandoval has also taken it upon himself to be Shay's personal pharmacist for the day, because we learn in Sheena's book that he gave Shay ecstasy the day of their wedding. As it's told in the book, Sheena and Shay were at Sandoval's place not long after the wedding, and Sandoval offers them pills, telling them that they're ecstasy. Shay is surprised because he says Sandoval gave him a similar-looking pill the day of the wedding, and he took it because he thought it was Adderall? Maybe that explains the funeral comment. Now for the most important part of any wedding media ever, the dress. I mentioned before that I work in the wedding industry. Specifically, I sell wedding dresses. Unfortunately, my profession has made it a lot harder to snark on dresses. My feeling is that while my expertise is helpful as a guide, my opinion doesn't matter much. My job is to support whatever the bride wants. And I think Sheena got exactly what she wanted. Her aunt apparently made the dress, and I love that sentimental touch. I'm not a seamstress, but to my eyes, it looks beautifully made and fitted, and Sheena seemed very comfortable and happy in it. Also, shout out to Sheena's aunt for the construction of that top. Pearls are heavy, but I think anytime we saw Sheena adjust the top, it was pretty minor. It also might have just been a reflex. As women, we're used to strapless dresses not staying up, so even after putting on a strapless wedding dress, which is built to be a lot more secure, we are still in the habit of adjusting. The top also had removable straps that Sheena put on for the reception, which is a great idea and something that I recommend to my brides in real life all the time. That all being said, this is my least favorite dress we see on the entire show. I completely support Sheena wanting to incorporate an aspect of her personal style into her wedding dress through the crop top, but I don't really understand the mix of the pearls on top and the lace on the bottom. It kind of looks like two separate dresses that were cut in half and smushed together. I wish that the pearl top had been paired with an A-line skirt, maybe in Mikado, then underneath for the reception, having a mini skirt that's the same pearls as the top. I also really am not a fan of the styling on this. I wish her veil was a softer tulle or maybe an English net, and I don't really understand why she's wearing what looks like a French hood. Though, upon closer look and pausing the episode a few times, I think this piece might be vintage. When I googled 1990s wedding headpiece styles, I found a lot with a similar shape and similar details. So if I'm right, and maybe it's another sentimental touch from a family wedding, then I take back all my mean thoughts. The bridesmaids' dresses are fine, by the way. The first thing I clocked when the guests were arriving was that Peter was wearing jeans. Next was that Katie's here. Originally, only Schwartz was invited to the wedding, but I think that changed after Miami. Kristen correctly predicted that Ken and Jiggy would be in matching outfits. And speaking of Kristen, why is her personal trainer here? Backstage, Sheena immediately gets upset when things aren't going perfectly. According to Lisa, the ceremony might have started by as much as 20 minutes late, and when it does finally start, something goes wrong with the processional music right when Sheena is supposed to walk down the aisle. The song is being sung live by former Sir Server Tina, but it seems like she was cued too early because Sheena was way too far back from where she was entering. Sheena is pissed. She claims she planned this meticulously, which I'm sure she did, but it seems like it might not have been rehearsed as meticulously. Because no one could get Tina's attention while she was singing, she sings the entire song and is then told to start again so that Sheena can enter the way she wants to. This is the first of a few music and timeline snafus that happen over the course of the wedding. Sheena and her day of coordinator, who I believe is named Danielle, are discussing the timing of the reception entrance moments before it happens. And choreography seems to be involved. And then the wrong song for the entrance plays. Because this one thing goes wrong, the whole reception is clearly ruined. Though it was funny when Jax thought Sheena and Shay would come out too good as gold. Later in the night, it seems like nothing has happened that was supposed to. The cake wasn't cut, the dollar dance wasn't done, the bouquet toss wasn't done. The coordinator says she has been trying to get the DJ's attention so that these things can happen, but it's not working. Sheena didn't even eat dinner. She claims she was chill through planning her wedding, which I'm not sure I believe, but it also seems like no one is on the same page as far as the timeline goes. The guests don't know anything's wrong, though, and it seems like everyone's having a good time. Katie dances in a fountain, and Jax is trying hard to get laid. When that appears to be unsuccessful, he walks into the after-party carrying a clear garbage bag full of tortilla chips. James seems to be having a very good time, considering he immediately started the evening with 2 glasses of wine from the open bar. This wedding is our first real look at drunk James. Kristen says alcohol magnifies all of his worst personality traits, which is something we will see over the rest of the series. She eventually gets mad at James and leaves the wedding with her trainer, Trevor. James follows her out, yelling at her about how she doesn't treat him with respect. Kristen breaks up with him in the parking lot, but that doesn't end the fight. What disturbs me a little is how Kristen is yelling at James to get away from her while they're fighting. Kristen also says later that she felt threatened in this situation. Again, thinking ahead to what he was arrested for at the beginning of the year, it makes me nervous for how their other fights may have gone down. Things certainly go down this time. Kristen punches James in the face. This does break things up, and Kristen leaves with Trevor. James goes back into the wedding and tells Sandoval that Kristen punched him. He later gives Sheena the tea at the after party, which makes Sheena upset the next day. After James tells Lisa about what happened at the wedding, she agrees that James had a reason to be upset with Kristen, which, did he? But she also says he shouldn't have gotten drunk and belligerent. When he and Kristen go to lunch later, he does at least take responsibility for his role in the fight, but Kristen can't take responsibility for talking about Sandoval all the time, and she doesn't think that is a good reason for them to break up. She says James has known from the beginning what he was getting into with her, but I would argue that he didn't, because who expects someone to act like Kristen has towards their ex? The two of them seem to get back together after this conversation. But Kristen's still on her Miami girl shit and still trying to get Jax to talk about Sandoval. When she has breakfast with Stassi, she says Sandoval is sick of her harping on him about Miami Girl. But Kristen doesn't know how to get Jax to say that he knows that the Miami Girl rumors are true in front of the group. But Stassi does, because she's the Jax whisperer, and she got him to tell the truth in front of a group last season. Stassi says Jax won't say anything in front of Sandoval or Ariana, but he might say it in front of Sheena. Kristen sees the value in this, because if Sheena believes this happened, Ariana might too. And since Jax loves gossip, Stassi thinks he'll talk if Kristen pushes him hard enough. However, because for all her faults she's still a bit more rational than Kristen, Stassi advises Kristen to let this go. She is losing her friends, she's losing her relationship, she already lost her job. Continuing on this path is just going to make her life even harder. But Kristen can't let this go because she has to prove that she's right. She does, at least, say that if Sandoval denies it one more time, she'll let the rumors rest. The confrontation dinner ends up consisting of Kristen, Jax, Sheena, Shay, and Kristen's friend Rachel. Kristen leads with the fact that she is still sick of being called a liar, which is getting old, but Stassi ends up being right, and Jax tells the table that Sandoval did cheat in Miami. Kristen, however, is wrong. Sheena still doesn't believe it. She thinks that since Ariana doesn't believe it, and Ariana and Sandoval have moved on, no one else should be concerned. Kristen tells Sheena that she should have her back and not theirs, i.e. Sandoval and Ariana. But why? Her friendships with Sandoval and Ariana have seemingly been solid for years, because remember, they all used to work at Villa Blanca together. Whereas Kristen says she considers her a bad friend because she's not supporting her. Yeah, I would totally want to support someone in this craziness. Sheena spills all of the details of this conversation to Sandoval at the SUR photo shoot. Unsurprisingly, Sandoval gets pissed at Jax for lying. Sheena talks to Ariana too, but Ariana maintains that Jax isn't believable. Ariana says one last time that she doesn't believe anything happened, and Sheena promises not to bring it up again. Next, Sandoval goes to Jax to ask what he said at the dinner. Jax has changed his story again, and is now saying that they didn't talk about it, and he didn't talk to Kristen. Jax turns this around onto Sandoval, saying that he's the one who keeps ensuring that the Miami Girls stuff is talked about. As soon as Ariana joins in and brings up what Sheena told her, Jax walks away, saying that Sandoval and Ariana should be talking to each other about this and not to him. Oh, they did talk about this. They talked about how they were going to ensure that Sandoval came out of this looking clean. Guess who just happens to overhear Jax deny what he said at the dinner? James, who, of course, tells Kristen. He has to know that this is going to lead to a big blow-up, but he makes Kristen promise that no matter what happens at the end of season party, the Sandoval drama will be over after that. Lisa says she doesn't want Kristen to stir up trouble, but that was always going to be asking for too much. Kristen says that if Sandoval wasn't a cheater, there wouldn't be any trouble to stir up. Honey, this is Vanderpump Rules. There's always trouble to stir up. Sandoval, Jax, and Schwartz eventually end up in the back alley talking about Miami Girl. Of course, Kristen has to join in. Sandoval finally asks her directly if Jax told her about anything happening in Miami, and she says yes. Jax immediately denies it and says that he was just repeating what he was told. Wait, told by who? By Miami Girl? This is the first time he is mentioned hearing this secondhand. But I guess it doesn't matter who that mystery person might have been. I'm sure he is just lying again. Jax tells Kristen that it doesn't matter if she's right. It's not going to make anyone like her. But Kristen is beyond caring how bad she looks in this, as long as Sandoval looks worse. This fight gets turned around onto Kristen and how she is trying to destroy Sandoval's life. But after Kristen claims she's happy with James, Sandoval tells her that if she's so happy, she should move on from dwelling on him and Ariana. Kristen must finally be sick of people hating her because she gives up and leaves. But she gets the last word, and it is a hell of a last word. I am going to quote it here in full. "You win, Ariana. You win wondering where the fuck Tom is every night when you text him. You win not ever being sure if he's telling you the truth. And you win sharing a bed with the best liar that I've ever known." Holy shit, she nailed it. She gave Ariana all the warning she needed to, and we are going to come back to this quote at the end of season 10. Meanwhile, Sandoval celebrates getting away with the Miami Girl lie by asking Ariana to move in with him. However, there is still a little bit more to say about this whole thing at the reunion. After Kristen says she is over being mad at Sandoval and Ariana possibly cheating, Jax asks, quote, "Well then, why did Miami Girl come here?" Kristen says she was in a different emotional place at that point, and that it's not a normal circumstance to have to work with your ex and his new girlfriend. Your reaction also wasn't normal, but we'll move on. Kristen also says again that she did not personally bring Miami Girl to LA, but she did reach out to her first at the beginning of the incident before filming started for the season. When Sandoval says she cheated as well, she admits it, and then points out that he won't do the same with Miami Girl. Sandoval still claims that none of the intimate details that Miami Girl gave made sense. Ariana also still insists that nothing happened, and Jax changes his story again and says he wasn't in the room and has no idea if it happened or not. And that is where things are left for 9 years. Okay, so the cocktail for season 4 is the English Rose Garden. This is made with gin, grapefruit juice, lemon juice, grenadine, and thyme. I am substituting, as I think I've done before, the gin with ginger beer. It's pink grapefruit soda. It is actually lemon juice. It is actually grenadine. But I was out of thyme, the seasoning, not the unit of measurement. So that's the only thing that's missing. Before we get into season 4, I thought I would share with you how many notes I took for this first video, for no particular reason. For season 1, I took 12 pages of notes. That makes sense. It's the shortest season of the show. Season 2 has 20 pages of notes. Again, this makes sense. The season is almost double the amount of episodes, so having almost double the amount of pages tracks. We get to season 3, and the page count goes up again to 28. A lot of things happen in that season. I spend a lot of time talking about things like Miami Girl and Schwartz and Katie's relationship and Sheena's wedding. So based on that, my assumption going forward was that I would have between 20 and 30 or so pages of notes for every season, maybe more when I get to seasons 10 and 11 and I'm talking about Scandival. For season 4, I took 50 pages of notes. That is 50, 5-0. So if you have not yet paused the video to eat or stretch or do anything else you need to do, now might be a good time because we are going to be here for a little bit. Anyways, on to our cast. Sheena's back to getting top billing this season. She's married now. She got married to Shay last season. She has Live, Laugh, Love decals above her bed, which does not surprise me. And in episode 5, she says she is not a feminist. Jax has a new girlfriend this season who he is dating long distance. Her name is Brittany. He says if he only had 5 days to live, he would commit murder. And he also says he couldn't date someone with ugly feet. The feet thing comes up a couple times this season. It's a little weird. So James was not only promoted to main cast, he jumps all the way up to 3rd billing. He is still a DJ at Pump and a busboy at Sir. He likes being bit. We also learned he's a Nepo baby. His dad managed Wham! I couldn't find any documentation of this, but I also didn't look any farther than their Wikipedia page. And George Michael is actually his godfather. From his casting tape, we learned that he got an internship with Interscope Records directly out of high school. Now, I am not saying that this is solely because he's a Nepo baby. However, the possible connection is that George Michael was signed to DreamWorks Records at one point, and then the parent company of DreamWorks Records was Interscope. We don't really get into it much, but he is also having a hard time dealing with his parents' divorce. Sandoval is somehow still dating Ariana after what he did to her last season. He has lived in the same apartment for 10 years. We don't learn this for another season or maybe 2, but it is a rent-controlled apartment, so yeah, I wouldn't move out either. As a child, he took first place in a talent competition that consisted of him competing against a bunch of girls. His first fashion show was a men's lingerie show during Miami Fashion Week. And he drinks straight from the Brita pitcher like an animal. Ariana's still dating Sandoval, again, surprisingly, and she takes sketch comedy very seriously. Kristen finally gets to show off a side hustle. She has a t-shirt line that she started. She says that therapy has helped her to stop acting like, quote, a psycho. And she says good things happen to her when she puts a crystal in her bra. Schwartz is still modeling. He's still dating Katie, though they do get engaged this season. We learn he looks good in mascara, which kind of doesn't surprise me. I feel like actually most men look pretty good in mascara, and I think that's the extent of what we learn extra about Schwartz this season. Katie, like I said, her and Schwartz get engaged this season. She also gets to show off a side hustle. She has a beauty blog called Pucker and Pout, and she owns a sweet T-Rex shirt that we get to see on the cast trip to Hawaii. Now, while James was promoted this season, Stassi was demoted to recurring cast. She's not even part of the opening credits, because remember, the plan originally was she wasn't going to be in this season at all. She is still dating Patrick, though it seems to be kind of an on-again, off-again relationship. And then we have 2 new faces joining us this season. The first is Lala Kent. She is 24 years old. Surprise, surprise, she is an actor/model. She actually lives in Stassi's old apartment. I guess that's sort of a common thing with Sir employees, which I understand. The same thing happened to me in college, where like a bunch of people in my program, we just all sort of rotated between the same few houses. She has been single for 3 years, and maybe because of that, she said she would lick the Pope's ear. And, like, not the new one either. I think it was Francis still, at the time. She also recently started reading The Fountainhead, which, good for her. The only use I've ever found for Ayn Rand is as a doorstop. Our second new cast member is Brittany Cartwright. She starts as just a guest star, but she does eventually become recurring and then main cast. She is 26 years old. She lives in Kentucky. And like I said earlier, she and Jax are dating long distance. With the addition of Lala and Brittany, we now have what I consider to be the full core cast assembled. This group is going to be relatively unchanged through the end of season 8. And as always, the dogs are way more important than the people on this show. Joining the group this year, we just have the one. We have Lala's dog, Lily. Let's start with this season's general comments. Shockingly, so many pages of notes also means there's a few more of these than normal. We are 17 minutes into episode 1, and Jax is already naked. This is interesting. In the first episode, Lisa says that Sandoval has only worked like 6 shifts over the last few months, and she says that he can't just keep picking up shifts whenever he likes. I think that other than Sheena's wedding, this is the next big sign that the cast is starting to make very good money from the show. Katie says Lisa is the most intimidating person in the world next to Beyonce, which I would buy. Gordo gets prime rib for his birthday, as he absolutely should. The zebra print menus are also gone. Thank God. They were so ugly. The Sir bartenders get mad at one point that they have to learn how to make the famous drinks from Pump, including the Pumptini. Oh, apparently swans can get depressed. I learned this over the course of watching the season. I don't like that James and I have the same taste in going out clothes, which is basically skinny jeans, boots, and all black. Like black t-shirt, wearing black from head to toe. Peter cuts off his ponytail this season in an effort to look more professional. James, Faith, who's a new staff member, and Lala all go check on Lisa's son Max after he has oral surgery. And by check on, I mean the girls end up topless in their boss's swimming pool. Also, James gossips with Lisa about Max's love life while he is at the dentist for a follow-up after said oral surgery. Sandoval thinks Jax's eyebrows look too manicured, whatever that means. Jax, Schwartz, and Sandoval all take clothing donations over to Villa Rosa at one point, and they find the nudes that Lisa keeps in her closet. In episode 17, James says he's working on a Pump CD, which I guess is inspired by the music he plays when he's DJing there. This is the segment where he calls himself the White Kanye West for the first time on camera. When Schwartz goes to Villa Rosa at one point, he accidentally lets one of the miniature horses, Diamonds, into the house. Like, he opened the door to, go and pet him, and Diamonds just waltzed into the house. Rosé then followed, and Schwartz has to do, a mini chase around the house to try and get them out. At the reunion, Andy Cohen says to James, quote, "Last time I saw you, our network censor nearly threw himself out the window." That time was when James was on Watch What Happens Live. Oh, James is suspended from Pump again, which is funny because the season ends with him getting fired, so he wormed his way into getting rehired just to fuck up again. Lisa also denies the rumors that James only applied to work at SUR so he could be on the show. I absolutely believe those rumors. One more thing on James, he also gets pissy at the end of the reunion because no one asked him about the Pump CD. Finally, in the unseen moments, we learn that Villa Rosa is actually zoned for horses and livestock, so I'm surprised Lisa doesn't have a Highland cow by now. Sandoval brings suitcases of clothes to photo shoots because apparently he knows better than a professional stylist. The boys all go to what must be, the most macho nail salon of all time, because there's, dark gray walls and big leather upholstered furniture. It actually looks really cool, but, very aggressively masculine. Jax gets another name tattooed on him this season, but it's actually not Brittany's. His new one says Tom, Tom, and I, for himself, Tom Schwartz, and Tom Sandoval. However, we did also learn that he covered up his Carmen name tattoo with Tiffany's favorite flower. Last thing for this section, we see the SUR staff doing CPR training, and Sheena is asked to participate in a demonstration and lay on the floor, but she says she can't do that because she had just gotten Botox, and I guess you can't lay flat for 24 hours or something? I don't know. Speaking of Sheena, we're actually not starting with her birthday party this season. We're starting with Jax's nose job part 2. I can't believe this is getting its own section. And actually, this is round 3 of nose jobs for Jax. He developed a callus on his nose that he wanted taken care of, so his surgeon took skin from behind his ear to move to his nose. More importantly, we get to meet Jax's mom this season. She is visiting LA and meeting all of his friends for the first time. Also, this is the most we will ever hear him called Jason throughout the show, because his mom is one of the only people who doesn't call him Jax. When Jax's mom arrives, he offers her wine that he stole from Villa Blanca. How is he stealing wine from places he doesn't even work at? At least the fact that all of his silverware is from SUR makes sense. In their subsequent conversation, Mom says that Jax needs to take a break from dating, and Jax agrees. But joke's on Mom, he's already dating Brittany, and she will be moving in with him within the next few months. As part of her visit, Jax takes his mom to have lunch at Villa Blanca with Sheena, Sheena's mom, and Lisa. Lisa seems particularly eager to meet the woman who raised Jax, and she says later that his only good qualities must have come from his mother. Lisa asks her if Jax was as bad as a child as he is as an adult, and Mom says yes. Jax says he would create fake report cards, and once he stole a necklace from his sister to give to a girl for her birthday. Sheena says that this is something he still does. Jax once took a pair of sunglasses from Carmen's apartment and gave them to Katie for her birthday. Carmen found out about this when she saw the sunglasses on Instagram. We also get a story from Mom about, quote, his first experience hitting on an older woman. At 12 years old, Jax was hitting on his bus driver, and he even kissed her at one point. So basically, the 30-something Jax that we know is the same person he has been for his entire life. It turns out that Jax's mom has the same birthday as both Sheena and Sheena's mom, so she is invited to Sheena's birthday party. This party has a Decades theme, James is DJing, and Sheena's looking forward to it because, since she's married now, this is going to be her last opportunity to be the center of attention for a while. Well, at least she was honest about it. And since it's a costume party, most of the group delivers. Sheena's doing Madonna's look from the Like a Virgin music video. My personal favorite is Peter, who's dressed as a member of a hair metal band. My personal least favorite is Schwartz and Sandoval, who, according to Katie, look like rapey undercover cops. Though that look is still better than later, when Sandoval strips down to just underwear, a leather jacket, and roller skates. Kristen shows up, even though she is not invited, and she's not even dressed up. She is involved in some party-related drama, but I'm going to talk about that later. Jax's mom isn't the only parent we get to meet this season. We also meet Sandoval's mom, though we spend less time with her. She's a firefighter, and Sandoval says that he gets his toughness from her. Lisa might be closer to the mark when, after hearing how badass his mom is, she asks Sandoval why he's such a baby. Speaking of Sandoval, he and Schwartz are starting to think about life after Sir, and for some reason, they think they're qualified to work for Lisa Vanderpump's Sangria brand. Schwartz claims his background is in wine and spirits, aka he was a bartender, and he says he has been wanting to get out of modeling and back into that. Sandoval has deluded himself into thinking that because he can sell a cocktail, he can be a rep for a liquor brand. The boys have a meeting at Villa Rosa with Lisa and with Pandora and her husband Jason, who run the brand. Sandoval talks about how he could go back to his hometown of St. Louis and sell it to bars there, but he and Schwartz have had no idea up until now just how far out of their depth they are, because Pandora says they need to think more globally, bringing up that they are in talks to put Vanderpump Sangria into stores in Australia. She tells the boys to go away and put together an actual plan of what they could offer the brand. So, of course, they don't do that. A week later, Schwartz and Sandoval are meeting with Pandora and Jason again, and Sandoval actually thinks that because they're Schwartz and Sandoval, they don't need to come in with a presentation, even though that's what they were explicitly asked for. At least he's right that they should pitch themselves as brand ambassadors because they definitely lack the experience to be sales reps. However, he also thinks that they don't need to be clear about their intentions because they're not committing to much. What does that even mean? Aren't they asking Pandora and Jason for jobs? At the reunion, Sandoval actually says he wanted Lisa and Pandora to find him a job because, quote, "You know me, you know where I'd fit." I think we all know where this is going. Schwartz opens the meeting with how they think the best position for them would be as brand ambassadors, but then he can't really elaborate on what he means by that. Sandoval immediately thinks Schwartz is fucked up and that he should have gone first, but he does worse once he actually starts talking. At least Schwartz can get a complete sentence out. Sandoval's floundering and stuttering and not finishing any thoughts. At one point, he actually says they want to work pro bono, aka for free. The real adults in the room are incredulous. Jason points out that they were more excited a week ago, and Pandora says they've gone from wanting to change careers to wanting to be shot girls. And after this whole conversation, the two of them still don't know exactly what Schwartz and Sandoval see themselves doing. Sandoval leaves thinking he rescued this meeting. That is confidence that only a mediocre white man could muster. There is one more meeting later in the season, but by that point, Schwartz says he is getting cold feet, surprise, surprise, and he wants out. He claims this is because he wants to focus more on acting and modeling. Lisa's mad, understandably, but she hits the nail on the head when she says she thinks he's being a wimp and that he can't follow through with anything. But she has clearly forgotten all about this by the time the end of Season 5 rolls around. Next, it is the time of year for West Hollywood Pride once again. Sir is back to doing a party this year, but no float. Pump is doing a party as well, which James is DJing. He shows up to work with some scratches that he got from having quite a fun time the night before. Lisa shows us she was social distancing before. It was cool when she mentioned she wears big hats to Pride because they create a natural barrier. Katie is jealous that Schwartz doesn't have to work, and then Jax gets drunk behind the bar and breaks glass into the ice well. There is another, completely different special event at SUR in the episode immediately after Pride. Lisa meets a woman named Ariel who volunteers with Covenant House. Covenant House is a nonprofit organization that helps provide shelter and support to young people experiencing homelessness. When Ariel asked some of the teenagers there what they wanted, they said they had never been to a restaurant before, and Lisa immediately volunteers to host a group of them at SUR. There ends up being 16 teenagers from Covenant House attending this dinner, and the entire staff is working. And if it wasn't for James, this would have been a very pleasant evening and one of the more heartwarming moments of the entire series. But, of course, James has to start yelling at Jax in the kitchen, and Lisa has to go break them up. This isn't enough to calm James down at first, but then Lisa threatens to fire him, and that works. The next party is Ariana's 30th birthday party. She is throwing herself a kid's birthday party on steroids, and it sounds awesome. Most of the gang is invited, with a couple of exceptions. James isn't invited, which is almost certainly for the best. Lala isn't either, and she's a little hurt because she thought that she and Ariana were cool with each other. She's also not happy that another new employee, Faith, is invited, but not her. Peter's birthday must be close to Ariana's because he is also planning some festivities. But instead of a party, he has organized a trip to Vegas for himself, Sandoval, Schwartz, and Jax. Ariana's pissed, because not only would Sandoval be leaving for this trip the day after her birthday, but she's not invited at all. When Ariana tells Katie and Sheena, Katie is also not happy to be excluded. She says that Schwartz ruined boys' trips for himself last year when he admitted to making out with a girl on a previous Vegas trip. Basically, no one trusts these four to be in Vegas by themselves and not do anything they shouldn't. Even Lisa knows this is probably a bad idea. Jax and Peter are also in fairly new relationships at that point, and Lisa thinks they're dumb for testing the strength of those relationships. Brittany does say she's fine with Jax going to Vegas, but she also doesn't know him well enough yet to understand that that is a terrible idea. The established relationships probably shouldn't be tested either. Katie reminds Schwartz that they agreed on no boys' trips, but he tries to get around it by saying it's not a boys' trip, even though only boys are going. It's a birthday trip for Peter. Ariana doesn't want to guilt Sandoval into not going, but she also wants him to understand that it's important to her that he's there for her birthday. Eventually, she tells him straight out that he's not going. But Sandoval's like, LOL, of course I am. His plan is to put a ton of effort into Ariana's birthday so she isn't mad when he leaves for Vegas the next day. Boy, he sure is a catch, isn't he? Ariana's birthday arrives, and this party looks awesome. There's carnival games, and a bounce house, and face painting, and sumo wrestling, and so much alcohol. Jax jumps into a pool fully clothed, and a good time seems to be had by all. But Katie and Ariana still don't want their boyfriends to go to Vegas the next day. Schwartz eventually just informs Katie that he's going. She's upset, but she doesn't tell him no because she doesn't want to be, quote, the tyrant girlfriend. I don't think expressing your discomfort with your boyfriend going back to a place where he has cheated on you before makes you a tyrant, but that's just me. Sandoval is also still trying to convince Ariana to let him go, especially because he has heard that Peter's taking them to a dig yard where they can play with real bulldozers. But Ariana is still not okay with this, and she ends up talking to Katie about it. Her father passed away 2 years ago. It seems like birthdays in particular are still tough for her, so she wants Sandoval around for support. Katie encourages her to talk to Sandoval about her feelings, and I completely support this. Grief is weird and complicated, and your partner should always be a safe person to talk to about things like that. Unfortunately for Ariana, she is dating Tom Sandoval. She shares her feelings with him, and he says he is always going to be there for her. But then he says Peter's taking them to play with big trucks and that he's still going to go to Vegas. Ariana gives up and tells him he can go, but she is obviously upset that he's not listening to her. In the car the next day, Sandoval claims he's on the fence about going because he doesn't want to lose Ariana's trust, but I think he's just saying that to look good. When they arrive at the dig site, the boys all have to take breathalyzer tests before they can drive big truck, and amazingly, they all pass. This does genuinely look like fun, and it must be because Jax even says that they don't need women when they have construction equipment. But eventually, they all move on to more traditional Vegas activities. At one point, Sandoval just pulls a huge bottle of clear liquor out of his bag. They also all start dropping trow and putting their asses in each other's faces. I'm not showing you that. You're welcome. This trip seems to be going better than expected because Peter says, quote, "We've hit a point where if I don't cheat, it is meaningful. Because I could." And that's coming from the person who might be the most well-behaved in this group. Schwartz even says in a talking head that he kind of would have liked the girls to come, but the girls have decided to have their own fun back in LA with a slumber party. All of the girls are there, even Lala. Of course, this wouldn't be your stereotypical all-girl slumber party without some smooches. Ariana and Katie kiss, and Scheana takes pictures to send to their boyfriends to make them jealous. Ariana is happy to exploit the fact that she can kiss girls while the boys are in Vegas, but they can't, and I love that for her. And even though Lala's new, and not everyone is her biggest fan, she kisses every girl at the party. Quote, "I have always been a girl's girl, but I am a girl's girl after tonight." Of course, because two women kissing is only ever for the enjoyment of men, the boys are into this when they receive the video that Scheana takes. In return, Sandoval takes his own video of him kissing all the boys and sends that to the girls. They are less into it. After getting back from the club, stumbling into their suite with their McDonald's, Jax says they have passed all the tests and now they just have to make it to bed. This is when we learn that this is the first time Jax has been to Vegas and he hasn't had sex with someone. Schwartz drunkenly FaceTimes the girls and says he misses Katie. Then they decide to test their limits just a little bit more and leave the room to keep partying. The next morning, we rejoin Peter and Jax in the hotel. Apparently, Schwartz and Sandoval were out on the strip alone and haven't come back yet. Soon after this, Sandoval stumbles in holding a beer, and Schwartz is with him too. And they did indeed do something stupid. Because Schwartz was grateful to Katie for letting him go to Vegas, he wanted to show his commitment to her. And he chooses to do that by getting Bubba, which is their pet name for each other, tattooed on his ass. Sandoval got an ass tattoo as well. His is of a flaming letter A for Ariana. I really hope the camera crew all got raises after this, because they were at the tattoo parlor with Schwartz and Sandoval at 4:30 in the morning. Within a few hours of getting the tattoo, Sandoval is already worried Ariana won't like it. According to Jax, quote, "Ariana hates everything. She's gonna fucking hate that. I hate that, and I'm all about tattoos." Okay, I'm gonna pause my teleprompter because a really stupid idea just came to me. If this video gets, this won't happen, which is why I feel safe saying it on camera. If this video gets a million views, fuck it. If this video gets a million views, I will get the flaming letter A tattoo. Why not? I can put it on the back of my arm. I never have to look at it. So yeah, if this video gets a million views, I will get the flaming A tattoo. The boys then have to get back in their car and not only drive back to LA, but they all have to go straight to SUR for work. They roll in, looking rough and barely on time, and Schwartz and Sandoval immediately show Lisa their ass tattoos. And maybe Sandoval could be more optimistic about Ariana's reaction if the tattoo looked, well, good. Instead, everyone agrees it looks like bacon. Schwartz sticks around to visit Katie, and he shows her his tattoo. She's a little shocked at first, but she's laughing about it, and she does say later that she likes it. But Sandoval called it this morning. Ariana hates his tattoo. She actually tells him, quote, "Why did you ruin your ass like that?" We see Sandoval give her some of the money that I think he won gambling earlier, and she gives it back, saying that he is going to need it to get the tattoo removed. And we do see him at least start that process, though when Schwartz goes with him to the appointment, he does encourage him to keep it. The process is going to take 6 months and cost $1,000. However, at the reunion, Sandoval says he has only done the one removal session. But getting a tattoo is only the first of 3 ridiculous things that Sandoval shows the public this season. The second is when he is part of a show put on by Ariana's friend Lindsay. It seems like a series, and the premise is that people go on stage and read from their old diaries and journals in order to make themselves and the audience laugh. Ariana reads from a diary she had when she started college. She leads with an entry that says, quote, "Just in case this ends up being a movie someday, I don't want to sound stupid," then shows us that apparently her 18-year-old self thought all the girls at her college were lesbians. Since Sandoval's never had a diary, he is reading from some of his many notebooks of song lyrics, and it's as good as you would expect from someone like him trying to write American Idiot levels of political commentary. But even though Sheena says she didn't think Sandoval could be funny, he ends up getting more laughs than Ariana. This season, we also get to see Katie showing off her fashion and beauty blog called Pucker and Pout. It's been around for a bit, and Katie is throwing a party to introduce it to brand reps and advertisers. Of course, it wouldn't be an event shown on Vanderpump Rules without some guest list drama. Kristen is invited, but Stassi isn't. Remember, Katie and Stassi aren't friends after Katie decided to make nice with Sheena last season, and Stassi chose to not be totally truthful about why she didn't like Sheena. Speaking of Sheena, she has to give her 2 cents where it isn't needed and say that Stassi will crash either this party or Katie and Schwartz's eventual engagement party. Up until the day of, people are convinced that she is going to show up. Spoiler alert, Stassi does not attend the Pucker and Pout party. Lala is also not invited. When she asks Katie why, at first Katie says it's because she is trying to avoid drama, which makes sense since Kristen will be there, and she and Lala aren't exactly friends at this point. But then Katie changes her story and says it's due to capacity. Honestly, she should have just told Lala the same thing she ends up telling James and Faith. They're not invited because this isn't an open invite party. It's a professional event for Katie, so it makes perfect sense that she's not going to let just any of her castmates come. Last but never, ever least, Lisa's invited. Katie's buying appetizers from Sir for the party, and she makes Lisa promise that she can use her staff discount. The party is held at Frederick Fakai's former salon in Beverly Hills, and if that name sounds familiar, that's because he is the hairstylist who oversaw at least one cycle 7, of makeovers on America's Next Top Model. Sandoval and Schwartz are bartending, or at least Sandoval's bartending when he's not hitting up the eyebrow bar. Ariana must have been keeping herself busy at the braid bar. I am not joking, these are actual things that were at this party. And while everyone was busy worrying about if Stassi was going to crash the party, no one seemed to make sure that James wouldn't. He decides to show up with Max so he can talk to Kristen, which we will talk about later. Sheena claims that James knows how important this is to Katie, but I'm sure he doesn't, and even if he did, he would not care. Now for the third ridiculous thing that Sandoval shows the public this season, his new music project, which is a duo called Charles McMansion. And we are going to go off on a tangent for a minute, because this is so ridiculous and unexpected that I just had to include it. His partner in this duo is a man named Isaac Cappy. At first glance, he seems like just another LA actor/musician, but he was in better movies than Sandoval. Just for comparison, while Sandoval has masterpieces like The Pit and the Pendulum on his IMDb, Isaac was in a little movie called Thor. He plays the pet shop clerk. If you find Isaac Cappy's Wikipedia page, before you get to his filmography, but after his collab with Sandoval is mentioned, you will learn that he appeared on Alex Jones's show InfoWars in 2018. There, he spouted off about a QAnon conspiracy that, in part, claimed that various Hollywood actors were participating in CSA. If you don't know what that means, good, I'm not going to be the one to tell you. This same year, he was involved in a police investigation after allegedly threatening Paris Jackson and Seth Green, and Jackson claims that Cappy choked her. Nothing ever came of this investigation. Cappy died in 2019 after he 13 Reasons Why'd himself. Being careful with my language because it's YouTube. However, conspiracy theorists at the time believe that they believe his death was caused by someone because of his political beliefs. Anyway, back to Vanderpump Rules. The only song that Charles McMansion has is called TIP, which stands for Touch in Public. The first time I heard a snippet of it on the show, I immediately thought it sounded like a reaction to Uptown Funk. They have a similar bass-heavy groove and fun, kind of bouncy vibe. And it's possible I wasn't super off base about this. Uptown Funk was released as a single on November 10th, 2014, and this would have been filmed the following summer. However, as of the writing of this, TIP has about 0.014% of the plays on Spotify that Uptown Funk does. Jax is sick of hearing about this project, and he doesn't think Sandoval will follow through, since he apparently rarely does with things like this. But for the sake of Sandoval's bank account, I hope this works out at least a little, because he is self-funding both the song and a music video. At the top of episode 19, the tab for the video is at $9,000. Sandoval also says he has been told to have $2,000 in cash on him on the day of the shoot, just in case. When the day of the shoot arrives, he asks someone to double count the cash on hand, saying it should be $2,100. But actually, it is $3,000. Now I want to know how often his register was off it, sir. Sandoval says this video has to set the precedent for the rest of the band, which, can you consider a precedent set if a band never does anything else after something? Schwartz is a PA at the shoot, there's a bass guitar covered in dildos, and that's about it. After it is performed live at the engagement party, and after Lisa asks if it's a joke, Jax admits that it's a fun song. He also says at the reunion that he thinks Sandoval is the most talented one of the group. So either Sandoval kept his best projects off of the show, or Jax has questionable standards in more ways than one. Later, an actual successful artist, jewelry designer, and friend of the show, Kyle Chan, hosts a party at Pump celebrating the legalization of marriage equality nationwide. James is DJing, supposedly only on one drink. Schwartz wears a shirt he stole from Ken's closet, and this is the first appearance of Kristen's new boyfriend, Carter. Later, the group goes over to Sheena and Shay's apartment for a little bit of an after-party. Schwartz and Sandoval go off to have their own conversation about how frustrated Schwartz is with various things going on. Now, Schwartz had said earlier in the episode that Jax had been acting strange over the past couple days, and this is on full display here. When Jax joins in on this conversation, he immediately starts jumping down Schwartz's throat and calls him weak for how he's handling certain things. Sandoval mentions his band in passing as a point of comparison for something, and Jax tells him to shut up about the band. Iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 5 is Jax saying to Sandoval, quote, "Stop acting like you're the number one guy in this group, man. I'm the number one guy in this group." When Sandoval points out that Schwartz has had a rough day, Jax turns it around and acts like he is worried about Brittany going into surgery. Don't worry, it's cosmetic surgery, we'll get there. Jax says Sandoval needs to stop holding Schwartz's hand and that people don't want to hear it when he tells the truth. This wonderfully functional group is then who Peter asks to help him babysit. We meet his new girlfriend Sarah earlier in the season, and when she tells his friends that she has a 4-year-old son named Liam, Schwartz says that she is the first real adult they've ever met. So this is the quartet that Sarah is trusting Liam with. They do shots before the kid arrives, as babysitters do. Then Sarah lays out her rules, which include no candy, no roughhousing, and only organic and gluten-free food for snacks. Obviously, these rules go out the window as soon as Sarah leaves, and Peter pulls toy swords and Nerf guns out of his closet. They build a couch for it, and Schwartz has to be the princess when they play pretend. My favorite part is when the adults say that Liam's mom told them that he can't have any candy, and Liam says she was just joking. It goes better than expected, but I still am not sure that those guys should be trusted with a child. That's the last of the smaller events, so now we'll start working up to the bigger stuff. First, let's talk about where Schwartz and Katie are at. At the beginning of the season, it has been 9 months since Katie told Schwartz he had 6 months to propose, or she'd leave. Instead, to prove he is capable of commitment, Schwartz gets a perm for Sheena's birthday party. The perm looks good, but that is very much not what Katie had in mind, and she still doesn't feel like he is taking her seriously. She says she loves him, but that she can't stand him 90% of the time. She doesn't feel like he prioritizes their relationship, and everyone still jokes about how they don't have sex. But I'm sure marriage will fix all those problems. But Schwartz says he is finally at the point where he wants to propose to Katie. He is happy he's been getting good modeling gigs recently because he has been saving up for her ring. Sandoval and Sheena go with him to Kyle Chan's studio to help him pick it out, and Sheena comes prepared with an exact description of what Katie wants. Rose gold, pave white diamond band, oval cut chocolate diamond for the main stone. And other than the diamond shape, that's exactly what she gets. But the 3-carat pear-shaped stone that Schwartz picks out is gorgeous. Like, he did a great job. When Schwartz says that he was originally planning on spending between $4,000 and $5,000 for Katie's ring, everyone in the room laughs at him. Kyle Chan tells him to double his budget, which Sheena supports, saying that her own engagement ring was double that. Eventually, the total for the ring comes to around $7,000, but Sheena spills the beans that Schwartz was in a Modelo commercial that was airing around this time, so he should have the residuals to pay for it. But there is one very important person whose approval he still needs before moving forward, and that's Lisa. He goes to Villa Rosa to show her Katie's ring, saying that he has let her down multiple times, and he finally feels like he's doing something right. Schwartz is keeping the plans for the actual proposal a secret, even from Sandoval, but Sandoval does let it slip that one of the original ideas involved proposing at SUR. However, Sandoval is involved a little bit because the given reason for bringing the group together is that it is his birthday dinner. All night, Schwartz is throwing Katie off the scent by making jokes about not getting married, and they're working. At the reunion, he says he wanted her to, quote, abandon all hope that they would ever get married. Quick note to people who might want to propose to someone, don't do this. Somehow Katie doesn't seem to be noticing how nervous Schwartz is. She does notice the couple at the next table who seem to be getting engaged. Schwartz really did wear her down because she says in a talking head later that she's trying not to feel sad about it. But actually, that was all a setup. Schwartz interrupts that proposal, takes the ring box, and turns around and proposes to Katie. And then a guitarist and a violinist show up. Katie is very surprised and happy, and it would be more sweet if I didn't already know they get divorced. The next morning, Schwartz apparently woke up naked on the couch with taquitos burning in the oven. A couple episodes later, they get to celebrate their engagement on Jax and Sandoval's birthday trip to Hawaii. It has been 7 days since they got engaged, and they haven't consummated it yet. But that ends up being a pretty minor issue. After returning from a hike, Schwartz pretty quickly tells Katie about Lala and Faith being topless, which Katie isn't happy about. She is even less happy that he is, once again, taking Sandoval's side in a disagreement. Part of the issue is that Sandoval was called cocky, which Schwartz disagrees with, but Katie thinks Sandoval is cocky, and Schwartz continuing to say he isn't makes her feel like he is trying to, quote, put her in her place. When Schwartz says he is trying to see both sides, even though he has clearly taken a side, Katie says he doesn't support her. They never end up banging in Hawaii. But even though they're engaged, Schwartz's commitment issues haven't just magically gone away. In episode 16, Sandoval says Katie will be pissed when she hears that Schwartz is bailing on the sangria, and that's exactly what happens at Kyle Chan's marriage equality party. Katie doesn't want him to pass up opportunities, and she says that if they're going to start a family someday, she needs to know he's committed. They keep talking about careers, and Katie starts to talk about how she transitioned out of acting and modeling. But then Schwartz says it's different because she never really did it in the first place. He really knows the exact right things to say to piss Katie off, because she immediately snaps that it was something she started working towards when she was 7, whereas he didn't start till he was in his 20s. Katie finishes this by telling him she wants him to give up the dream and get a real job, but she does feel bad later about how she laid into him. And now for the return of everyone's favorite character, Tequila Katie. After taking their engagement photos at the beach, they drink a lot at dinner. Katie's upset about something that happened with Ariana earlier in the day. Say it with me, folks. We'll get to that. And Katie says that Schwartz started blaming her for it. At the reunion, Katie confirms that him not understanding where she was coming from is what sent her over the edge. That night, she rage texts him for hours. Some of the texts include, quote, I can't believe I almost married you, you're a piece of shit, and I don't give a fuck about this ring, you might as well pawn it and start a new life. Katie said she wanted to be mean because she was hurt, and boy, did she succeed. Later, Schwartz tells Jax and Peter that he was just trying to see Ariana's side, and that Katie spun things to fit her narrative. Which kind of just sounds like a convenient shifting of blame to me, but I could also see that being an aspect of Katie's alcohol-induced anger. And Schwartz knows that this came from alcohol, but it still hurts. While Katie's in Palm Springs, Schwartz talks to Lisa about their fight. He says he was just trying to be the voice of reason, but we have seen multiple times at this point that that's never how Katie takes it. She always sees it as him not having her back. And Schwartz basically confirms this because he says that that's a fight they have all the time. Lisa tells him what I've written into this script several times now, that Katie might feel frustrated because she feels Schwartz doesn't defend her, even if he knows she's wrong. She says sometimes it's better to be wrong and happy than right and sleeping on the couch. Take a wild guess if Schwartz takes this advice. Katie and Schwartz do talk when she gets home from Palm Springs. She does take accountability for the text saying that she feels let down that she let herself get to that Tequila Katie place. But she also says for the millionth time that she feels like Schwartz was insensitive and didn't have her back. And for the millionth time, when Katie says she felt like he was defending Sandoval and Ariana, Schwartz's first instinct is to say he wasn't doing that. But I'm not going to totally shit on Schwartz here, because he does bring up the good point that he thinks there might be a nugget of truth to what Katie says when they fight. And considering that this core issue of him not taking her side is part of what leads to their eventual divorce, I think he's right. They do resolve things and move on, but if you think the last 2 seasons were rough at points for them, just wait until next season and the lead up to their wedding. We are going to take a quick intermission before getting into some of the heavier stuff and talk about Kristen doing some serial dating in the back half of the season. Now that she is free of James Kennedy, though James hasn't quite gotten that through his head yet, she has decided she wants to be a makeout slut. To help her on this mission, she recruits Jax to be her wingman because he, quote, has a lot of experience being single and a little slutty. Jax is on board with this, saying that Kristen's hot, and that the only thing that could ruin things for her is her mouth. We follow the two of them out to a bar one night, and Kristen tells us her must-haves. She is tired of dating broke musicians, so any guy must have a real job, and she also wants a guy that's taller than her. She's about 5'9", I think she said, so that will rule out a number of people. But fairly quickly, at least according to the editing, she finds a guy who isn't an actor or a model and immediately makes out with him. Later, Kristen brings Stassi along on a kind of date that she has with a guy named Kevin. Kevin is friends with Jax, and based on that fact alone, Stassi did the right thing by choosing to internet stalk him a little bit before the date. While they are waiting for him to show up, she tells Kristen that she thinks Kevin might have a live-in girlfriend. Once the potential cheater arrives, Kristen goes to the bar so Stassi can conduct her interrogation alone. Kevin claims that that relationship is on and off, and Kristen backs this story up when she gets back to the table. She says she is fine with this, as long as the relationship is currently off. Stassi thinks Kevin is lying, and based on her track record, I'd believe her on this. But she's grown and changed, and instead of getting him drunk at brunch to get the truth out of him, she decides to keep her mouth shut. The date must go well, because when Katie and Sheena come over later, Kevin's suitcase is in Kristen's apartment. Kristen says that he has decided to stay in LA for a little bit longer, and by that I mean he wants to stay on the TV show a little bit longer. Apparently, Kevin has also already told her that he loves her, and she isn't sure how to get him to slow down. But remember that relationship that Kevin said was on and off? Well, it turns out it might be on. Jax says this when he and Brittany go on a double date with them, and Sandoval also says that Kristen definitely knew that he had a girlfriend. But that has never stopped her before, because she also apparently had a boyfriend when she and Sandoval started hooking up. Once Kevin arrives at the aforementioned double date and is confronted about this, he says he doesn't currently have a girlfriend, but that he was working on getting back together with an ex when he started seeing Kristen. He apologizes, but Kristen's done with him after this. The next new guy we meet is Alex, who is a yacht captain and already a friend of Kristen's. If this guy looks familiar, it's because he appeared on the first season of Below Deck. Kristen clearly comes into this date feeling optimistic because she says she's brought an overnight bag in anticipation of getting drunk and sleeping on Alex's couch. Ultimately, they hook up a few times and then go back to being friends. Last but not least, Kristen brings one last new guy to Kyle Chan's marriage equality party. This is Carter, and this is the guy who sticks around for a while. I believe we see him through the end of season 8, so for the entire next video. Some of the group goes out to a bar that does turtle racing, and Kristen brings Carter. This is when Katie reveals that she and Carter had a one-night stand years ago before she met Schwartz. Remember season 1 when Kristen completely freaked out when she met someone who Sandoval had hooked up with before getting with her? Well, this is some proof that Kristen is in fact maturing and changing, because the fact that Katie hooked up with Carter is not a big deal at all. At the reunion, we learned that Kristen asked Katie if she was okay with her dating Carter, but that's it. Okay, fun is over for a little bit. Scheana and Shay got married last season, and Scheana starts the season bragging about how amazing married life is. And I kind of wonder if her original plan for this season was to make her being the only married one the center of her storyline. She has multiple large canvases of their wedding photos hanging in their apartment, and in multiple rooms, too. We also follow Scheana to the DMV to change her name, even though it has been almost a year since the wedding. But according to the editing, Scheana changed her name with the DMV before going to Social Security to do it. Which, coming from someone who has changed their name after getting married, isn't how that works, and I'm pretty sure that's the same in every state. You have to go to Social Security first because you need that updated Social Security card with your new name for literally everything else. But things take a turn in episode 3 when Scheana says that Shay hasn't been home in a few days and isn't responding to her texts. He clearly isn't happy, but Scheana isn't sure why. Sandoval is surprised by this because he thought that Shay and Scheana had the perfect relationship. And Scheana says this is what everyone thinks, even telling her mom at one point that people have told her that very thing a week before. Yeah, they think that because you bend over backward to put that image out there. I'm really going to try to not be too mean to Scheana in this section, but it bugs me so much how she keeps bringing up how she thought her relationship was perfect, and that that's how others perceive it. Because it sort of feels at points like the fact that it has proven to not be perfect is the problem when the problems are way bigger than that. Scheana says she doesn't like to burden her friends with her problems. Ariana says something similar, noting that Scheana can make a big deal about little things, but she'll rarely talk about having big problems. But her friends have still noticed things, and they tell those things to the audience. I think Ariana is the first to say that Shay has been drinking a lot. Scheana eventually confirms this, telling Lisa that she noticed around Christmas that his drinking had increased and that he was mixing pills with alcohol. Apparently, he was taking 5 pills a day. Also, Scheana mentioned not knowing why Shay could be unhappy, but other people have some ideas. Sandoval says Shay hasn't had steady money coming in. We don't really know anything about what he does for work, and Scheana paying for things has been making him feel insecure. He actually asks Lisa if Shay could get a job at Pump, but Lisa recognizes how bad of an idea this would be. Jax weighs in later, saying that he thinks Shay is using pills and alcohol to run away from something. Possibly his marriage. Regarding this, he actually says to Lisa, quote, "I have milk that has a longer shelf life than that marriage." After over a week, Shay tells Scheana that he'll be coming back to their apartment, and she has Katie, Schwartz, Sandoval, and Ariana all come over to help her with some sort of intervention. She thinks that giving Shay a buffer will make him more comfortable and able to speak. When Sandoval asks Shay if he feels like he was addicted to pills, Shay nods. We learn that Shay's been on pills the entire time the SUR crew has known him, so at least as long as the show has been on the air. The most pills he has ever taken in a day is 10, and instead of paying bills some months, he would buy pills. Sheena says she feels like she's been cheated on because her husband had a whole other life that she didn't know about. But as they're talking at this quote-unquote intervention, we get a glimpse into some of the deeper issues in their relationship. When Sheena says she has been miserable and lonely over the past week, Shay says he has been miserable and lonely for 2 years. He says he is intimidated when he has conversations with her and that she cuts him off and takes over conversations. When he says he went home to be around the people that he feels the most comfortable with, Sheena says that should be her. And she's right. But Shay says she's hard to work through things with because he doesn't feel like he can be honest all the time and because she's intimidating. However, Shay also says that he doesn't regret marrying Sheena and that seeing her cry makes him feel bad. So the two resolve to work through this. But that work does not appear to include professional help. Even though a couple of scenes ago, Shay says he felt like he was addicted to pills, and we know he was mixing them with alcohol, Sheena says she doesn't think she can be with someone who is completely sober. So her plan is to focus on lifestyle changes, like improving their diets and working out more. She is also going to drug test Shay until she feels like she can trust him again. I know I promised not to be too mean in this section, but I just need to point out the hypocrisy in Sheena telling her mom about how Shay needs to cut back on his drinking, while the two of them finish an entire bottle of wine and Sandoval brings over the things to make cocktails. At least Lisa is speaking realistically about the situation. When Sheena goes to talk to her, Lisa points out that it's going to take more than just a conversation and some egg whites to get Shay through his addiction. And she is worried that Sheena is sweeping this under the rug. But Sheena doesn't think he needs rehab because he wasn't consistently taking 10 to 15 pills a day. And I think Lisa was right to be worried about Sheena's reaction to this, because when she goes to get her nails done with Ariana and Katie, Sheena just wants to forget that this last week with Shay ever happened. She says she told Shay that if he ever takes another pill again, she is filing for divorce, as if that solves everything. Both Ariana and Katie think Sheena is ignoring the deeper problems. And I agree. I'm trying to be careful with what I say because I have no real-life experience with addiction. But I feel like Sheena was completely unprepared to work through this. As I have said, Sheena can't stand when anything shatters the illusion of her having a perfect life. I think that in addition to genuine ignorance about addiction, maybe she thought that seeking professional help would be perceived as failure, which it never, ever is. But again, addiction isn't the only issue here. When Shay's at the gym with Sandoval and Schwartz, he says it's still hard to be open with Sheena. He feels like his problem has given her more ammo to be controlling in their relationship, and that it's something that she can hold over his head. Shay, with all the love and hindsight in the world, I think you should have taken this issue back to where your family is and worked through it with professionals there, because this is absolutely not how your partner should be making you feel in any situation. But Sheena still says she just wants to be married to someone who can have just a couple of drinks and not drink to get drunk all the time. And that is the track she is going to stick with. But she doesn't even do this very well because she thinks Shay will be fine around all the drinking happening at Pride. Even Jax knows that this probably isn't the best idea. When the group goes to Hawaii in the middle of the season, Sheena gets mad at Shay for being drunk on the second night of the trip. She's upset that he can't just stop drinking when he feels buzzed, completely missing what addiction means. She does apologize for being, quote, a bitch the next morning, but says she doesn't feel like he was listening to her. Shay comes back and says that he doesn't feel like she was listening to him either. Back in LA, Sheena and Shay celebrate their first wedding anniversary at a fancy dinner where Sheena wants her recovering from addiction husband to join her in sampling the restaurant's entire cocktail menu. She thinks this should be fine, because he's not an alcoholic. And while it is true that Shay did say he felt like he was addicted to pills specifically, we've also heard Sheena herself say that he would consume pills and alcohol together. Sheena says again that she doesn't think Shay needs to cut alcohol out entirely. He just needs to drink enough to not be, quote, a bore. And while Shay says it's annoying to have Sheena count his drinks, he puts up with it because she is, quote, hot and awesome. But while Sheena and Shay appear to be working through his addiction, albeit poorly, the deeper issues that have come up time and again this season don't seem to be being worked on at all. Sheena says Shay is good at letting things go and not speaking up if something's bothering him, but Sandoval says that that's because Shay is intimidated by her. In episode 17, after Jax has talked to Sheena to learn a little bit more about their issues, that conversation apparently just reaffirmed his belief that Shay's drinking is rooted in unhappiness, and he thinks that it's unhappiness with Sheena. Sheena and Shay have one last conversation this season after Shay apparently drank too much again. She says she doesn't like acting like his mom, so she usually lets it go when it happens. But Shay says she never lets it go, and we have seen that to be the case. When he tells her it bothers him when she mothers him in public, Sheena says she does it because she doesn't like having a drunk husband who can't take care of her. So seemingly not because she's concerned, but because she doesn't like it when her husband appears less than picture perfect. Sheena says she wants to fix Shay, and Shay tells her that she can't fix everyone, and that's where we leave them for the season. Shay makes his first ever reunion appearance this year. He talks openly about how his pill problem started from a sports injury that he got before he started dating Sheena. Sheena didn't realize that he was taking pills every day. She thought it was just something he did recreationally. She thought this would pass quickly and that no one would need to know. Sheena also talks about how she was attacked on social media for how she handled Shay's addiction. She pleads ignorance, which, like I said a little earlier, I believe, but I stand by what I said earlier and still feel like her refusal to consider professional help, at least from what we saw on the show, comes from a fear of not looking perfect. From here, we go back to more typical Vanderpump Rules drama. I'm not sure how to handle that tone shift, so I guess we're just gonna dive into the next section. Which is that Stassi's back. Again. So just to refresh your memory, at the end of last season, Stassi had no friends left in the cast, and the original plan was that she wouldn't be coming back for season 4. But in episode 11, Lisa tells the group at SUR that Stassi is back. She actually comes back for real in episode 13. And surprisingly, the first person we see her with is Kristen. Kristen thought that her friendship with Stassi was over after she hooked up with Jax. But then she slowly started reaching out, and Stassi was receptive to it. Because, and get used to me harping on this because it will become a theme for the next 2 sections, they are capable of growing and changing. And Kristen demonstrates this when she talks about how Stassi is approaching rock bottom and how it is kind of her own fault. But while the old Kristen, I feel like, would have said this in a bitchy way, the current Kristen says it as more of an observation. And there is a few reasons for Stassi being at rock bottom. The first is that things aren't going well with Patrick. Stassi realized that she invested so much into her relationship for the past 2 years that she's compromised a lot of her friendships as a result. She also owns up to the fact that she handled things poorly last year. However, she does think she is not the only one at fault. Possibly more importantly, she decides to acknowledge the solo sex tape as part of the actual show for the first time. Remember, this is the context that the audience was missing last season in regards to why Stassi was mad at Sheena. Stassi said it was spread around by a guy that she dated after breaking up with Jax. And Kristen says that she knows Sheena showed people as well. However, Stassi then says that Katie knew how hurt she was by Sheena in this situation. Not gonna lie, I completely forgot about that note when I was writing the season 3 script, because I definitely wrote that with the assumption that Katie had no idea about the real reason that Stassi was mad at Sheena. As a result of this whole situation, Stassi recognizes how great she is at cutting people out of her life, and she regrets doing that with Katie. But there's more. On the day she moved to New York City in between seasons 2 and 3, Stassi found out that her ex was trying to sell the sex tape. The ex told Lisa that he wanted $900 for it, which Stassi refused to give him. But then Lisa took it upon herself to pay him off and told Stassi about it afterwards. And while Stassi is grateful that Lisa did that, she is upset about how it went down. We get into that a little bit more at the reunion. Stassi says her issue with Lisa paying her ex off was that the tape wasn't handed over at the same time. There was also apparently nothing signed to prevent him from releasing the tape anyways. When Lisa fires off at Stassi about why she didn't write some sort of contract, Stassi says it's because this was all resolved behind her back. Anyway, Kristen offers to let Stassi stay with her while she figures things out with Patrick, and Stassi accepts. And it turns out that Kristen is an easy roommate, because she's never home. Apparently, when she does come home, it is at 6 a.m., and she just starts cleaning. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, Sheena calls Stassi a pathetic loser with no friends. And Katie isn't eager to be friends with her again. She does acknowledge that Stassi sent her a very nice text after she got engaged, but she is not interested in having anything to do with her. Sheena and Katie both think that Stassi is using Kristen to worm her way back into the group, because they can accept that Kristen has changed, but they can't believe the same of Stassi yet. Sheena decides to speak for the group and say that Stassi isn't welcome. After Hawaii, Kristen tells Katie that Stassi misses her, but Katie has moved on and says Stassi doesn't deserve her friendship. And Schwartz actually likes her better since the two of them have stopped being friends. Stassi texts Katie again in episode 14 and asks to talk, but Katie ignores it. But Stassi is successful at getting a meeting with Lisa. She is terrified, and Lisa is not thrilled to see her. The grilling starts immediately. Lisa's upset that Stassi called her an old woman in the press, and that she called the staff a bunch of drug addicts. She is also upset that she paid off the ex with the sex tape, and that Stassi was dismissive of that. Stassi is very apologetic about how disrespectful she's been in the past, and even brings money to pay Lisa back. But Lisa feels the apology is hollow, and calls her gesture of bringing the money an insult. This feels a little harsh. Lisa is completely within her rights to be angry, don't get me wrong. But Stassi also makes a point of saying how hard it is for her to swallow her pride and apologize. She accuses Lisa of hating her at one point, but Lisa comes back with this line, which is iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 6, quote, "You're not important enough to hate, sit down." Lisa thinks Stassi is only sitting here talking to her because she wants something, and because she knows it's her only way back into the group. And this is finally what makes Stassi break down. She tearfully says that everyone has forgiven everyone else, and she hopes that she can get to the point where they can do the same with her. This seems to soften Lisa a bit, but she does still point out that her friends were very hurt, and it's possible that they won't forgive her. Overall, I guess this conversation could have gone worse, but when Lisa tells Katie about her conversation with Stassi, Katie just thinks Stassi's having a pity party and says she doesn't feel sorry for her. Christina Kelly makes a good point that since Katie isn't open to reconciliation at this point, talking to her loved ones might be a good place to start. Kristen suggests reaching out to Schwartz, which Stassi has already been thinking about. What's holding her back is that it might feel too much like going behind Katie's back. Schwartz also thinks Stassi is just coming back around because she needs something, because we need to ice out the women who are trying to improve and not the boys who never will. Stassi ends up texting Schwartz during Katie's pucker and pout party, asking to meet up and talk. Sandoval encourages him to tell Stassi to piss off, but Schwartz isn't ruling out the fact that she might be being sincere. But of course, Sandoval joins the chorus of people thinking she's only coming back because she wants something. He says he can't remember one nice thing that Stassi has ever done for him, but I'm sure he has never done anything for her either. Schwartz does tell Katie that he's going to talk to Stassi, because he is curious about what she has to say. Katie isn't thrilled, but she doesn't tell him that he can't go. She thinks Stassi is only doing this because her life, quote, blew up in flames. Katie's not the first person to say something like this, and I honestly don't understand their point. Hitting a low point in your life can give you clarity, including clarity on how you might have treated people poorly. Stassi crashed and burned, she realized she treated her friends like shit, and she is trying to make that right. I don't see what's wrong with that. When Stassi and Schwartz meet up, it is awkward at first, since they haven't seen each other in a year. And even though Lisa questioned if Schwartz had enough backbone for this, he actually starts off strong. He says that Stassi was a pain in the ass, but that it was endearing enough for a while. And when she starts to get defensive and Schwartz tells her to stop, She actually does, instead acknowledging that this trait of hers is a problem. And now it's Schwartz's turn to make Stassi cry, this time with the news that Katie is indifferent to her. Stassi tells him that when she cut off Katie, she didn't know what else to do. She doesn't know why everyone else gets forgiven for things, and Schwartz says that she disappeared for a year and told them all to fuck off, which I guess is worse than Jax constantly throwing his friends' faults back in their faces and trying to break up Schwartz's relationship. When Schwartz asks Stassi what she wants, she says she just wants to be Katie's friend again. She admits that she didn't value the history of their relationship, and that's something she has been thinking about a lot. Schwartz is impressed that Stassi is being humble, and he invites her to his and Katie's engagement party. Stassi hopes that she'll be able to talk to Katie in the 3 weeks before the party, but Schwartz tells her that's not going to happen. He ends the conversation by saying that he is trying to believe that Stassi is being sincere. No one else believes that, though. Ariana says she thinks Stassi, quote, targeted Schwartz because she knows he's weak, and Jax basically thinks that Stassi's apologies are bullshit. Stassi's got one more apology to make before getting to her final boss of Katie, and that happens at a housewarming party that Lala throws. I mentioned in the beginning that Lala lives in Stassi's old apartment, but not just that, she is sleeping in her old bedroom. When Sandoval, Ariana, and Sheena arrive, they ignore Stassi. But once some icebreaker shots have been served, Stassi starts having a polite conversation with Shay, which Sandoval has to butt in on. He has decided that the fact that Stassi is staying with Kristen, quote, kills anything she stood for. Her being good with Kristen shows that her issues with Sheena and Katie were bullshit, and that her apology has less value because it is coming at a low point in her life. To quote John Hammond in Jurassic Park, I really hate that man. But he doesn't matter right now, or ever, because tonight's main event is Stassi and Sheena having a civilized conversation. Stassi brings Sheena a peace offering shot, and Sheena expresses surprise that Stassi is staying with Kristen, considering that she was the issue that Stassi had with her and Katie last season, conveniently forgetting the sex tape. But Stassi says she's wrong, and that her issue with Katie had to do with Sheena herself. And now that Sheena remembers the sex tape, she says she didn't like Stassi when the tape was going around. Correctly, Stassi says that doesn't matter, and that she crossed a line. We get a little more new information here. Sheena reveals that the ex had asked Sheena for contacts, presumably in order to release the tape, and that she wouldn't give them to him. This seems to be the first time that Stassi is hearing this information. She says that if Sheena had just admitted at the time to the small part she played in the situation, none of this would have happened. Stassi says again that she realizes how much she's lost out on and how much she has burned people that she loved, and that she was wrong. Sheena is just happy to hear Stassi admit that she's wrong, and things seem to be okay with them. But when Sheena tells Lisa about this conversation, because of course she tells Lisa about this conversation, and says that she thinks Stassi's being genuine, Lisa isn't ready to believe that. She thinks Sheena just wants to live in her happy little world and doesn't want to hold people accountable. Which is true, but she really only does that to people she's friends with, and she's not actually friends with Stassi. Meanwhile, Schwartz has told Katie that he invited Stassi to their engagement party, and she's not happy. He says he did it because he felt bad for being harsh, but he is also the first in the group to say that Stassi's changed. But Katie isn't having it. It's funny to watch her say all of this about Stassi when she's sitting across from Jax, who she forgave fairly easily for trying to break up her relationship the previous summer. Katie doesn't understand how Stassi was able to turn things around with both Schwartz and Sheena. And Jax doesn't either, considering the week before they had all agreed that Stassi wasn't welcome back. But Jax doesn't want her coming back for selfish reasons. He thinks she will convince everyone to not be friends with him anymore. But the next time Katie talks about this, she seems to be softening. In episode 17, she mentions that Stassi's still texting her, but instead of just shutting down any chance of reconciliation, she just says she's not there yet. While this is happening, Kristen and her friend Rachel are planning a trip to Palm Springs. Sheena, Katie, and Stassi are all invited. At first, Katie tells Kristen that if Stassi's going, she probably won't, and, what a shock, Sheena isn't happy that Stassi's going either. But, at the top of episode 18, Katie and Sheena tell Lisa that they got their shifts covered so that they can go. Katie wants to catch Stassi off guard, so she doesn't have time to plan anything that she wants to say to her. Kristen thinks that getting the two of them alone in a room together outside of LA will be good for them, and all Stassi wants is for Katie to listen to her. If at the end of this she wants nothing to do with her, Stassi will let it go. Lisa, as usual, gives Katie the best advice in this situation. She tells her to hold her ground and to keep her heart open. When Stassi, Kristen, and Rachel arrive in Palm Springs, they don't think that Katie and Sheena are coming. The two of them don't arrive until that night. And when Stassi sees that Katie's arrived and that she wants to talk to her, she starts crying. When the two of them go into the other room, Sheena tells Kristen and Rachel that they did book a hotel in case this conversation doesn't go well. Katie starts by saying that she didn't understand what she could have done to make Stassi act the way she did. Stassi finally explicitly says that it was because she thought that Sheena was a bigger part of the sex tape incident than she actually was, and that she was hurt that Katie would befriend her. She says she regrets cutting Katie out and that she misses her. But Katie is still hurt that Stassi tossed her aside because she didn't fit into her narrative. She feels like she doesn't need to apologize because she didn't do anything wrong. And when Stassi straight up says she was wrong, Katie says too little too late, and that she would be a fool to put herself through that again. Stassi looks crushed. In the episode, there is a cutaway to a different scene here, and when we come back, things seem to have taken a positive turn. Stassi says that she hates that she missed out on so much in Katie's life, and she also hates that she knows that Katie was one of the best friends she ever had. And Katie reveals that she thought of Stassi the night she got engaged, and how she didn't think that Stassi wouldn't be there for that. Stassi apologizes, and Katie accepts her apology, even saying she is welcome at her engagement party. She thinks that Stassi is being sincere. But Katie also says that even though this conversation went well, it will take other conversations to get them back to where they used to be. Stassi is okay to take things slow. She is just happy to have this chance. The two of them have another private conversation before leaving Palm Springs. Stassi tells Katie that she's grateful to her for giving her a chance. She also tells Katie that when she and Kristen started talking again, it took them a long time to get to the place they're in now. Stassi knows that that is probably going to be the case with Katie too, and she is very conscious of not overstepping boundaries. Katie agrees. She says she is still being cautious and that the two of them need to get to know each other again. Kristen is thrilled that the success of this trip means that the old trio is back together. Sheena is less than thrilled. As soon as Katie and Stassi come back into the kitchen and it's clear that their first conversation went well, Sheena starts to act standoffish. She remembers how excluded she felt by that trio before and wonders where she'll be with Katie if Katie goes back to being friends with Stassi. She admits as much to Katie later, saying she has always been on the outside of that group, and seeing them back together is extra hurtful because her friendship with Ariana is on the rocks at this point. Katie reassures her that Stassi being back in her life doesn't change their friendship. But, surprise, Stassi has one more important conversation this season, and it's with Jax. She is nervous to see him at the engagement party, and Jax kind of says the same thing, even admitting that he doesn't want her to hate him. When she walks in, Jax says, "Damn, she looks good." And for some weird reason, Lisa still thinks that these two are perfect together. The two of them sit down and talk at the after party at SUR and actually reminisce a little bit. Jax says that Stassi was his last healthy relationship. I'm assuming he means before Brittany. Surprisingly, he also tells Stassi that he'll always be there for her. Stassi points out that she and Jax kind of started this group together and admits that you can't discount their history. Things take a slightly negative turn when Stassi reminds Jax of all the times that he cheated on her, but he replies back that she wasn't always great to him either. He actually starts to get a little fired up and says that Stassi's only crawling back because she was at a low point in her life, but he reins himself in, saying that he is not here to upset her and that he wants the two of them to at least be cordial with each other, and they shake on that. At the end of the season finale, Stassi tells Katie that she wants to be around for more than just her engagement party. Katie says she can't be the same friend that she was to her before, and Stassi says that she knows it is going to take time to fully earn Katie's trust back. At the reunion, Jax and Katie both give Schwartz credit for how he handled his conversation with Stassi. And that is the extent of the positivity related to Stassi, because Sandoval thinks that she went into this conversation with enough calculation to know how to get what she wanted out of Schwartz. And shockingly, he has more bullshit to fire off. When Stassi says that it took her having a rock-bottom moment to realize how much anger and hatred she was holding on to, aka a nice moment of introspection that Sandoval could never manage, he has to jump in and claim that she has an agenda. Then Stassi says what I said back in season 1, that Sandoval hates her. When Katie points out that none of them were sure why Stassi was coming back, Lisa thinks it was just because of the show. Sandoval and James decide to jump in and agree, and I agree too, but not for a malicious reason. Just like last season, Stassi needed a job, and coming back to the show was the easiest one for her to get. Oh, and Lisa's decided to go back to not liking Stassi. She seems to think that Stassi has the attitude that just her apology is good enough, even though Stassi has said and shown throughout the season that she doesn't feel that way. Lisa also thinks Stassi's apology was disingenuous, but Stassi says her apologies are real, but that doesn't mean her feelings go away. She is trying her best to be respectful in her interactions with Lisa, but Lisa isn't giving her the same back. Hey everybody, we're going to take a brief, unplanned intermission because in real time it has been a couple of days since I last filmed, and I did something really silly while I was away. So basically, Tom Sandoval did a very small, basically tour where he was hosting Vanderpump Rules themed trivia nights, and one was in my city, so of course I had to go. The trivia was secondary, right? The trivia was not important. I just had to see what this event was going to be. I also feel like I need to say I didn't go to this event with the intention of trying to meet Sandoval. I say in the intro that my opinions of the cast are formed just from watching the TV show. And the opinion that I have formed of Sandoval from the TV show is almost entirely negative. And considering all the shit that I have talked and will continue to talk over the course of this series, it just didn't feel appropriate to try and meet him. However, so when the scores were being tallied, there was downtime that Sandoval had to fill. So what it kind of became at points was an unmoderated, unstructured Q&A. And he did actually call on me and answer my question, because I was there. Why not try and ask something? What I asked was if he still had the Vegas tattoo, because from what I remember, now I could be wrong, but from what I remember, it's never mentioned again after the season 4 reunion. And I am here to report, in case we didn't already know this, I'm genuinely not sure. I'm sorry. He no longer has it. He no longer has the tattoo. Now, he didn't say when exactly he got it removed, but he did confirm that he did eventually finish the laser tattoo removal process. So yeah, the bacon A is no more. And honestly, the Q&A wasn't even the most absurd part of the night. My husband, who was kind enough to go with me, even though he's never seen a complete episode of the show, he, I think, put it best when he said that it was a circus of drunk wine moms, and Sandoval was the ringleader. He brought his trumpet, which in the videos, we have not seen Sandoval play the trumpet yet. That's in future seasons. But yeah, he brought it. So all of the little clips that you guys are seeing as transitions between seasons were filmed by either myself or my husband at this event. Oh, he also performed, again, I think we won't talk about this until like season 10, but he performed his hit parody of Stacy's mom, which is Schwartz's mom, and a bunch of people from the audience just got up on stage and danced with him. He also And this was probably my favorite part. He was like, I think people in the front were like shouting at him to like FaceTime people. I don't know. I was sitting more in the back. So he tried to FaceTime a couple of cast members. No one picked up initially, but eventually Jax did call him back. So he had Jax on FaceTime for like a few minutes. Jax said he was getting ready to have people over for Hanukkah dinner. So yeah, I guess Jax was celebrating at least part of Hanukkah this year. Overall, it was honestly more absurd than I expected it to be, but it was a lot of fun. We were at a table with really good people who were there for similar reasons as us, to just sort of observe the absurdity of it all. So honestly, if he does any other of these and they're coming to your city and you're a big fan of the show, I kind of think it's worth it to go. Like I said, it was actually a really fun night. Okay, intermission's over. We're going to jump back into season 4. We've got like an hour and a half or 2 hours left, I think. So just bear with me for a little bit longer. I promise we're almost done. Funnily enough, I'm going to jump in to talking even more about Sandoval, like, for a while. At the beginning of the season, we come back to Sandoval and Ariana in a seemingly good place. They're doing domestic things, like buying a new couch to replace the one that Kristen and Jax banged on. Sandoval says he could see himself marrying Ariana, but Ariana doesn't want to get married or have kids. But obviously she'll decide she wants those things anyways because she's a woman. So Sandoval just sees this disagreement as, quote, a battle of wills, as if it is only on her to change her mind. But there are some other negative things kind of bubbling under the surface of their relationship. In episode 7, Ariana kind of says that Sandoval doesn't talk things over with her in their relationship, and after her birthday, she tells Lisa that she still doesn't like being emotionally vulnerable with him. Although honestly, after seeing him blow up multiple times, and especially seeing how he acts at reunions, I wouldn't want to be vulnerable around this man either. But while Ariana won't talk much about any issues she has with Sandoval, she will talk about her issues with Scheana. See, Scheana is still friends with Kristen, who Ariana lovingly refers to at one point as a, quote, fucking piece of shit, disgusting, kangaroo pouch, chain-smoking piece of shit whore. Geez, tell us how you really feel, Ariana. Scheana says that because Kristen hasn't given her a reason to not like her, she won't stop being friends. But Ariana thinks that how Kristen treated two of Scheana's best friends, aka herself and Sandoval, should be enough. And she goes further, saying that Scheana's only requirement for friends is that they like her and they haven't fucked her over recently. Scheana basically confirms this later, saying that since Kristen's never done anything like she did to Sandoval, or Ariana, as Ariana points out, to her, then she's fine being friends. Basically, she doesn't give a shit about her existing friends' feelings, she just wants to collect more friends. But Scheana also genuinely feels like Kristen has been more pleasant to be around over the last few months. But Ariana is still pissed about everything that happened last season and says Scheana will see a lot less of her if Kristen is going to be around. At Scheana's birthday,
James and Kristen
end up getting into an altercation and things spiral further afterwards. We will get into that in the next section. But this does at least give us a chance to see that Scheana isn't just letting Kristen's behavior slide. Kristen won't apologize for what happened, just using the excuse that she was, quote, really upset. And Scheana calls out how she has no self-awareness and doesn't realize when she's the problem, which lately has been often. Unfortunately, Scheana can only bring up examples of how this is making her own life difficult, like at previous birthdays, her engagement party, and her wedding. Kristen still thinks none of that is her fault. And while I'll give it to her that she is not the only guilty party, she does have a knack for blowing things up and then making them worse. She somehow manages to turn this around onto Scheana, saying she just wants this to be her fault because she doesn't want to admit that this is really about Sandoval and Ariana. However, Kristen has matured at least a bit since last season because she decides she wants to have a conversation with Ariana and apologize. She doesn't expect them to be friends, but she does want to mend fences. Katie isn't sure this is going to be received well, but thinks it can't hurt anything. She's also impressed that Kristen is trying to right her wrongs. Kristen ends up visiting Ariana at her bar at Sir and does give what I take to be a genuine apology. She says she's not sorry for being mad, but she is sorry for how she acted as a result of her feelings. Ariana doesn't care. She says this apology doesn't excuse all of the times Kristen said she wanted her to get hit by a truck. Which, yeah, fair, but she doesn't have to act so bitchy and interject with passive-aggressive comments while Kristen appears to be genuinely sorry. Ariana is feeling very similarly to how Sandoval and others were feeling about Stassi trying to improve relationships. Even though Kristen acknowledges that her reputation is shot to hell because of her previous actions and she doesn't expect friendship, Ariana thinks Kristen is just doing this to soothe her conscience. She goes further in a talking head, calling Kristen full of shit and calculated, and she questions how anyone can believe anything that comes out of her mouth. I don't know. How do you believe anything that comes out of your boyfriend's mouth, Ariana? Ariana doesn't trust Kristen and wants her to stay away from her. And when she tells Sandoval about the apology, Ariana says she doesn't think Kristen is taking any responsibility. Girl, what? She literally apologized for her actions last year. How is that not taking responsibility? Things are quiet until the group trip to Hawaii starts being planned. While Jax, Scheana, and Katie are all fine with Kristen going, Katie knows that this will be a tough sell to certain people. And Schwartz is hesitant too, calling Kristen, quote, a liability. But the real worry is how Sandoval and Ariana will react. And the answer is that they overreact. When Schwartz brings up that there has been an argument made for Kristen going, the two of them immediately freak out. Sandoval reiterates that Kristen is a liability, but Katie makes a good point when she asks if James isn't a liability, because Sandoval is fine with James going. Schwartz says that some people think enough time has passed, but Ariana says that no one gets to decide that except for her. Well, her and Sandoval. He thinks it is common knowledge that Kristen is crazy and that he shouldn't be questioned for not wanting her there. But when Katie points out that he's starting to sound like Stassi did last summer, which he does, he freaks out even more. Speaking of Stassi, this is the second time this season that Sandoval categorically refuses to even consider that one of the women in the cast is capable of change. I have a small theory about this. Maybe he thinks that if Stassi and Kristen really do change, people will start to expect that of him too, and he has no interest in doing that. Or maybe I'm thinking too much into this and he's just a dick. At drinks with Kristen and Scheana, Jax tells them about the argument and about how Katie had Kristen's back. And Jax joins the group of people who want Kristen to go to Hawaii. Scheana says in a talking head that him saying that was a bad idea. She thinks Kristen will show up regardless of whether she's invited or not, because that's just what she does, and Jax should have explicitly told her that she shouldn't come. When they're talking about Ariana and Sandoval's reaction to people thinking that Kristen should come on the birthday trip, Scheana says that Ariana has a bad attitude in general, and that her attitude is making Sandoval's worse. This might be what Kristen was referring to earlier when she said the real problem is Sandoval and Ariana. Katie agrees with Scheana, saying again that she thinks Sandoval and Ariana are doing something similar to what Stassi did last season, which is cutting themselves off from the wider group because of their hatred for one person. On the opposite side, Ariana says that for such a grudge-bearing group, she doesn't know why they made an exception for Kristen. But it's because everyone else takes her apologies for the genuine ones that they seem to be. Kristen decides not to go to Hawaii. But just because she's choosing not to go on this cast trip doesn't mean she wants to miss out on future ones. During Jax's birthday lunch, while Sandoval and Ariana wear their best stink faces anytime Kristen speaks or is mentioned, Kristen and Sandoval have a private conversation. She says she doesn't know what it's going to take for him to be more chill with her hanging out with their mutual friends, pointing out that she is still going to be around and she doesn't want things to always be tense. But Sandoval maintains that it wouldn't be, quote, appropriate for her to go to Hawaii, even though only he and Ariana have a problem with her going. And since he's always the wronged party, he seems to think that people wanting Kristen to go was an attack on him. He even starts shouting about this at the reunion. Also at the reunion, Sandoval claims his feelings weren't considered when people were campaigning for Kristen to go to Hawaii. I will say, he is completely reasonable for feeling uncomfortable around Kristen and having a problem with how aggressive she was in the past. But there is a respectful, constructive way to say that maybe leaves the way open for things to improve in the future. That's also the issue I have with how Ariana handled Kristen's apology. Or they could just keep hating her and making the people around them miserable with it. Ariana still thinks that Kristen's just apologizing so she can go to Hawaii, conveniently ignoring the fact that Kristen has been trying to improve her relationships since before this trip was even thought of. She even says, when asked where Sandoval and Kristen went at Jax's lunch, that Kristen is on her, quote, apology tour. And now Scheana gets sucked back into this. She reminds us that Ariana has said multiple times that if Katie and her are going to be friends with Kristen, then Ariana won't be their friend. And Ariana basically confirms that, saying Scheana's making her look like an asshole for how she's treating Kristen, and that she and Katie aren't her real friends. The three of them also have a private conversation at Jax's birthday lunch. Scheana and Katie want to talk to Ariana about how negative she's been acting recently. Katie basically says what Kristen just said to Sandoval, that Kristen is still going to be part of their lives, and she wants Sandoval and Ariana to be in her life too. She reiterates that this reminds her of how Stassi acted last season, and that she feels backed into a corner. But Ariana says she and Sandoval are feeling the same way. Katie says she doesn't want people questioning her integrity or her character because she's willing to forgive, but that she will question those things in people who are not willing to forgive. And speaking of being negative, Ariana says in a talking head that the reason she was never friends with Kristen is because of her integrity and her character. She also calls Scheana and Katie, quote, assholes who look a lot like people who used to be my best friends. Scheana gets her own talking head too. Quote, Ariana thinks she's this cool, laid-back chick, and that Kristen is the one holding on to grudges. But in reality, it's the other way around. At the airport, Katie says to Scheana that she hopes, now that Kristen isn't coming, that Sandoval and Ariana can relax and have a good time. But that quickly becomes too much to ask for. We learn that Ariana's mom reached out to Scheana to see if Ariana was okay and if everything was going well with her and Sandoval. Scheana tells Ariana's mom that she thinks Ariana has changed since being with Sandoval, and she says Sandoval will always look out for himself first, which is true. She also says that Sandoval is, quote, very good at convincing Ariana of what he wants, and she goes along with it. I have another theory, this time regarding the apparent change in Ariana, but I think this one might be on a little more solid ground. Within the first year of her relationship, Ariana's new boyfriend cheated on her, and while the choice to stay with him and help him lie to everyone was her own, she had to know that she wasn't getting anything out of it, and now she has to face the fact that Sandoval's history of cheating is, in fact, something she has to worry about after saying she wasn't worried at the Season 2 reunion. Yeah, I think that would make me a little negative too. Ariana says that reaching out to Scheana isn't something her mom would do. But then her mom sends her the screenshots of the conversation, and it's exactly what Scheana says it was. Ariana thinks Scheana should have talked to her directly and not to her mom, and says she doesn't know how she's supposed to have a good time in Hawaii now after seeing these texts. Sandoval's pissed because he has done so much for Scheana and Shay. Dude, you made them breakfast like one time. After dinner on the first night, Sandoval and Ariana confront Scheana about the texts. Scheana points out that Ariana's mom is the one who texted her first, but that's ignored. However, she stands her ground and says that she does think Ariana has changed since being with Sandoval. Ariana dismisses this, wanting to instead talk about what Scheana said about Sandoval, which apparently included calling him cocky. Boy, Scheana really nailed it with these texts. Again, Scheana stands by what she said. She says that Sandoval and Ariana have the attitude that they are better than everyone else. She also tells Sandoval to his face that he is cocky, and he looks genuinely pissed. In a talking head, Ariana says that Scheana can't admit that what she did was wrong. But Scheana doesn't feel like what she did was wrong. She expressed her opinion, and she's standing by it. Schwartz learns about this conversation while on a hike with Sandoval and Ariana the next day, though Ariana skews his opinion by making it sound like Scheana just texted these things to her mom out of the blue, which is not true. Schwartz does comment that he knows that Katie and Scheana think that Ariana has been extra cynical recently, but Ariana just replies, quote, "Welcome to who I am." This is what leads to Schwartz and Katie's fight about him taking Sandoval's side. Meanwhile, at the beach, Scheana tells Katie that she doesn't consider Ariana to be her best friend anymore. And that must hurt because remember, these two were friends before the show started, back when they worked at Villa Blanca together. Part of the problem is that Scheana says Sandoval and Ariana put themselves on a pedestal. On the other hand, she and Katie still make time for each other, even though they're both in relationships. Scheana apologizes to Ariana later to make the rest of the trip easier, but Ariana thinks it's a backhanded apology. What she really wants is for Scheana to apologize to Sandoval for what she said about him, but Scheana repeats that she stands by what she said. A day and a half later, Sandoval is still seething. He actually thinks that what Scheana did is as bad as what Kristen did last year, saying in a talking head that they both, quote, lied and schemed behind my back to try and break up my relationship. No, that's just what Kristen did. All Scheana did was give her opinion when someone asked for it. On the last night, Sandoval pulls Scheana aside and tells her that she should have just told Ariana's mom that everything was fine. So, the liar wanted her to lie. And then he turns things around, weaponizing what's going on in Scheana's relationship and Shay's issues with her, and says that he thinks she can be manipulative. Ariana even says later that she thinks the deeper problem between her and Scheana is that Sheena's jealous of Ariana and Sandoval's relationship? My relationship would have to be pretty fucking terrible to ever be jealous of Sandoval and anyone. No matter how things may be, there is no way that Scheana is at that point. Sheena's just tired of apologizing at this point. In a talking head, she acknowledges how stubborn Sandoval is and says that she is just going to have to take the blame for everything. However, she does say, again, that she doesn't think she has to apologize for something she doesn't regret. After talking to Scheana when everyone gets home, Kristen thinks it's funny that the two people who didn't want her to go on the trip because she'd be drama were the two that caused drama. Things don't get better when everyone's back in LA. When Scheana, Katie, and Ariana go lingerie shopping together, Scheana says in an aside that Ariana's complaining about everything. However, she still misses her and wants to salvage their relationship. But Ariana doesn't seem willing to put in the same effort. After Kyle Chan's party, Scheana is talking about how she heard that Ariana and Sandoval were upset, to which Ariana immediately tells her to, quote, take it down, referring to her tone of voice, when Scheana was totally calm and speaking completely normally. And then Ariana continues to talk over Scheana as she tries to explain what she heard. And then at the beach, Katie says again how she's noticing Ariana's negative attitude and how she's indifferent to hanging out. But Ariana replies that she has only been pretending to have fun with Katie and Scheana for, quote, a long time. And while she and Scheana are friendly, they won't be best friends again. So when I'm talking about the beach, I mean a group beach day that was planned for when Schwartz and Katie were there taking their engagement pictures. As a side note, Schwartz isn't looking forward to this because he always told himself he wasn't going to do cheesy engagement pictures, but I think Katie's idea to do a Sandlot one is really cute. Scheana is sitting with Ariana and a few other people, and she starts talking about a sketch comedy show that Kristen did with a friend recently. We are treated to a clip of it, and I love that Kristen and I were clearly shopping at Forever 21 at the same time, because I had that black dress that she was wearing. I wore it to my winter ball senior year of high school. But Ariana, instead of tactfully changing the subject, has to bring the mood down and ask if Kristen's been taking classes or if she just decided to start being funny. Because, like I said, all the way back at the beginning, Ariana, quote, takes sketch comedy very seriously. And so it offends her when people think they can just do it. To quote her, Kristen is a joke, but she doesn't make jokes. This is why no one likes you right now, Ariana. Jax brings up that Kristen's friend Rachel is a comedian, but Ariana dismisses this too, saying she's funny in conversation, but that her jokes aren't good. When Kristen and Rachel arrive, Jax immediately tells her what Ariana said, and Kristen confronts her. Ariana says she has been working on doing comedy for 10 years, but Kristen says YouTube doesn't count. Just a note about this, because it's never talked about on the show, what they're referring to is Ariana's previous appearances in college humor sketches. According to IMDb, she appeared in 10 of them between 2009 and 2015. Kristen and Ariana keep snapping at each other, and since Sandoval hasn't lied in a bit, he decides to say that Ariana didn't say the things that Kristen says she heard, even though he was sitting right next to her and could hear everything she was saying just fine. As soon as Kristen says that Jax is the one who told her, Sandoval says, "Oh, well, if Jax said it, it must be true." And then when Kristen says Sheena said it too, Ariana dismisses that by saying Sheena's been talking shit on her recently. Same as with Sheena in Hawaii, Sandoval then has to turn things around and make Kristen the target in the fight. He asks Kristen what her, quote, survival rate is with friends these days. When she points out that she is fine with everyone except for them, Sandoval says that that's just because she's been kissing people's asses. If he paid attention to what was happening around him, he would know that that's not the case. But that will never happen because, say it with me, Sandoval can't accept that women he hates can change. When Kristen says, once again, that she has been trying to take responsibility for what she did last summer, Sandoval calls her psycho. Wrong again, buddy, that was last year's Kristen. In the following episode, when they are talking about the beach day, Kristen says that Ariana said Sheena isn't her best friend. And Ariana says something similar to Lisa, saying she doesn't want to be in a complicated friendship with Sheena or Katie. Ariana claims Sheena's not being herself right now, which is true, but that's because instead of flip-flopping in order to keep her friends happy regardless of what else is going on, Sheena's actually standing her ground and standing by her feelings. When Lisa suggests that maybe Ariana hasn't been giving her friendships enough attention, Ariana calls her friends babies. Jax agrees with Sheena and Katie that Sandoval and Ariana are separating themselves from the rest of the group. Even Schwartz manages to not be up Sandoval's ass for a second, but only for a second. He says that even though Sandoval and Ariana don't do themselves any favors, he thinks they're being ostracized for no reason. By the time Schwartz and Katie's engagement party rolls around, Sandoval has decided that the shit between them and Sheena needs to end. You know, because the storylines need to be wrapped up now that the season is over. At SUR after the party, Sheena pulls Ariana aside and asks her straight up if she still wants to be friends. Ariana says it depends, because she thinks Sheena's been talking shit about her and Sandoval. She says Sheena has a need to be popular and friends with everyone, true, and that she's been dismissing Ariana's opinion. False. Once again, that was something that happened last season. Sheena starts crying and saying how uncomfortable she is around the trio of Katie, Kristen, and Stassi. And now that Sheena can be counted on to be on her side, Ariana accepts her apology. But that doesn't mean all the feelings go away. At the reunion, Sheena says again that she has noticed a change in Ariana's personality this past year. And when Andy Cohen asks Ariana if Sheena is her best friend, she dodges the question by saying that she cares about Sheena a lot and that she is one of Ariana's best friends. Katie agrees with Sheena, though, saying it seemed like Ariana was a Debbie Downer all season. But Ariana says that it's because every time she showed up anywhere, her sarcastic comments would be twisted and held against her. Now, in case you couldn't tell after spending a number of hours with me at this point, I am a bit of a sarcastic asshole myself. But there's a time and a place for that. And there's a line between being a sarcastic asshole and being, as Katie and Sheena have been saying, miserable and bitchy. Of course, Sheena's texts to Ariana's mom come up again, and Sheena says again that Ariana's mom started the conversation because she was concerned. And also again, Sandoval starts shouting because his opinion has to be the only one that can ever be heard. And also again, Sheena stands by what she said. She spells it out for them one last time. She is sorry for what she said, but she's not sorry for feeling the way she felt. But that's not good enough for Sandoval and Ariana. What also isn't good enough was Kristen's apology, which Ariana, and James, in case you cared, thinks was bullshit. Ariana claims she has been in group settings for years where she's been cordial to Kristen, and she's only being more than cordial at the reunion to make her friends happy. But Kristen says they actually just ignore each other. Lisa takes Ariana's side and thinks Kristen didn't really apologize for hurting Ariana, but she clearly sees what she wants to see when it comes to certain people. Sandoval's temper really gets a workout during this reunion because as soon as it is even brought up a little bit that Kristen thought he and Ariana had something going on, he throws it in her face that she hooked up with Jax. Then he claims to be at peace with Kristen. That statement earned a total of 5 LOLs in my notes. Sandoval complains that any comment that he and Ariana say is used against them. Katie says that's not true, and that people are just responding to the mean things being said. But then Ariana turns it around and says their meanness is in reaction to what everyone else says. Katie then has the wild idea that maybe they just shouldn't say mean and hurtful things if they don't want those things brought up, to which Sandoval is immediately like, yeah, but you guys thinking Kristen should come to Hawaii was mean and hurtful to me, and no one cared, so... Lisa's right, he is a baby. From one man baby to 2 more, it is time to talk about the drama tying together Jax, James, Brittany, Lala, and Kristen. Get comfy, we've still got like 17 pages of this script left. I mentioned it briefly at the beginning, but Jax has another new girlfriend named Brittany. She lives in Kentucky, and they're dating long distance. Jax tries to downplay this from the beginning, saying in episode 1 that they're only talking. But his mom sees right through this, asking later in that same episode when she'll be moving in. Later, Jax tells Schwartz and Sandoval the same thing he told his mom, that Brittany isn't moving in. Cut to a black and white flashback where he talks about Brittany living with him when she officially moves to LA. Brittany comes to visit early in the season, and Jax brings her to SUR to try and get her a job. And while she's beautiful and very cute and southern sweet, which is why Jax likes her, she's definitely not dressed for a job interview. I think Jax must have caught her off guard with this because she also doesn't have her resume with her. She still doesn't have it the second time she has a conversation with Lisa. Lisa's less than impressed with her previous work experience at Hooters, and she doesn't hire her. Maybe it's just because things are still new, but Jax seems to really like Brittany. He says it's nice dating someone who doesn't know anything about SUR or his past. Brittany knew who Lisa was from Real Housewives, but she had never watched Vanderpump Rules, and she also did not Google Jax before starting to date him, which was probably a mistake. He is also a big fan of some of her physical attributes, and not just the ones you're thinking of. Apparently, Jax got drunk and says he likes Brittany to have sweaty feet when they have sex. In the Unseen Moments episode, we learned that he once made her walk around the block in Converse with no socks on to get her feet stinky. Jax knows that him saying he's serious about Brittany doesn't carry any weight with anyone. Schwartz says that everyone tries to be excited whenever Jax brings a new girl around, but they know not to get their hopes up, which is also why Lisa doesn't want to hire Brittany. She isn't confident that she'll still be in the picture in a couple weeks. Lisa continues to give the best quotes, saying about Jax, quote, "He's had 3 noses in a year. Jax doesn't understand the word commitment." And Sandoval thinks that Jax will never be able to have an adult relationship because he loves to stir up conflict. But you know what couple has lasted longer than anyone thought? James and Kristen. Well, I don't know if lasted is the right word. Barely holding on might be more accurate. Kristen says her relationship with James hasn't been good for a while. Clearly, because we learned that she came into Pump while he was DJing recently, and a glass of wine ended up being thrown. James says Kristen has been drinking a lot, I guess pointing to that as a cause of the incident, but doesn't he also drink a lot? Kristen says later that James gets angry when he drinks, and James turns this around and says he gets angry at her when he drinks, which isn't any better. Lisa doesn't care about how James is also an instigator. She just doesn't want Kristen around when he's DJing. And James is fine with this, saying he would rather lose her than lose his career. While Kristen may be a lot calmer this season, old habits die hard. James and Jax have a conversation which consists of James telling Jax that his ex Carmen is dating a friend of Jax's. James knows this because Kristen is still friends with Carmen. When James leaves the conversation, it seems like Jax immediately texts Carmen, and I'm assuming that Kristen learns about this through her. Kristen immediately calls James to confront him about this conversation for some reason, and it doesn't go well. Then James goes back in to confront Jax about this and asks why he immediately had to text Carmen about what they were talking about. Then Kristen decides to come to Sir to fight it out in person. Just a note, Kristen says at one point that therapy has taught her not to be, quote, a psycho, and that she, quote, doesn't always have to react. Don't give up your appointments yet, Kristen. James apologizes the next day for calling Kristen names during their fight, but she isn't sure that her relationship with James is healthy. Yeah, you think? Things aren't better when they get to Sheena's birthday party. I said earlier that James is DJing this party, and Lisa comes up to Kristen at the party to tell her to leave James alone while he's working, presumably thinking back to the confrontation at Pump. But James lies and tells Kristen that he's only had one drink when we saw him tell Lisa that he's had two. He gets pissed that Kristen already thinks he's drunk and decides that this is the perfect reason to get absolutely shit-faced. He then blames his drinking on her, saying she makes him feel unwanted and insecure. But don't feel too sorry for him, because later that same night, he starts flirting with Sheena's friend, Jenna. The two of them end up sharing an Uber home from the party that Shay called for them. James's original story is that they both went back to their respective homes, and that was it. But then Detective Kristen finds an Uber receipt in James's email for an Uber that went from his place to Jenna's early in the morning. So what really happened is that Jenna stayed with James for a few hours after the party, then went home. Schwartz jokes that it's good that Kristen dates people who cheat on her because otherwise her hacking skills would just go to waste. James laughs when Kristen confronts him with the Uber receipt, claiming that he and Jenna were just hanging out. Kristen says they're done, but then 2 scenes later, James is back to apologize. He says that he didn't have sex with Jenna, but does admit to making out and trying to undress her. Kristen chooses to forgive James and take him back because she believes he is telling the truth. But in a talking head during this scene, he says that he and Jenna did hook up. He says he feels bad about lying, but the sex was really good, so he's not that sorry. And at the reunion, James rubs it in Kristen's face that she still slept with him even after he told her about Jenna. I agree with Sheena that this relationship is worse than Kristen's relationship with Sandoval. James says he's insecure because he doesn't trust Kristen, but she points out that him blaming his insecurities on her is a classic cheater move, and she was with Sandoval for almost 6 years, so she probably knows everything there is to know about cheater moves. Lisa says she likes to bring new staff in order to remind the current staff that they're replaceable. And since Jax is settling into a new relationship, and James is barely interested in his existing one, now's the perfect time for another beautiful woman to get hired at Sir. When Lisa asks Lala how the staff has been treating her, she says that no one has punched her in the face or called her a bitch yet. Don't worry, that will come. However, even though she's still technically training, Lala asks for a few days off for a modeling job she has in Italy. Katie immediately doubts this story, because why would anyone in Italy hire a model from California when they have plenty of their own? Then we get a glimpse of the girls looking at Lala's Instagram profile picture, which is full rear nudity. From this, Katie and Sheena think that she's actually being taken to Italy as the arm candy of a rich guy. Sheena says that the crowd Lala runs with constantly goes on sponsored vacations paid for by rich older men. Lala kind of confirms this at the reunion. She says she's lost count of how many times rich guys have taken her on vacation, but she maintains she's never slept with any of them. When Katie and Sheena confront Lala about this, Lala is eventually honest and says Italy is just vacation. Then, Sheena asks what she had to do to get this free vacation, but Lala denies doing anything. Sheena says that not being honest from the start won't win her friends at SUR. Later, when Lisa says that Katie and Sheena are trying to push Lala out of SUR, Sheena says she's not being mean, which she's not. She's being mean and passive-aggressive. When Lala gets back, she does admit to Lisa that she was going to Italy to be arm candy, not to model. But instead of going on that trip, she had a breakdown about how people at SUR are treating her, and instead she went home to spend time with her mom. As a result of this, Lisa tells Katie and Sheena to lay off. But you know who also should have been told to leave Lala alone? The boys at SUR, whom Lisa says have been very welcoming. And even though Jack says he'd like to settle down, he can't help his wandering eye and flirts with Lala while Brittany is interviewing with Lisa. But unlike Brittany, Lala's heard that Jax gets around, but she says, quote, getting jaxed sounds like fun, and since the girls have iced her out, she sees no other choice but to be friends with the boys. And she is right when she says at the reunion that she and Jax both like to flirt when new people come around. She also says she went into this thinking Jax was single because that's the impression that Jax gave her. For Jax's part, he has no interest in dating her. He just wants to sleep with her, and the best way to do that is to downplay his relationship with Brittany. When Lala asks about his girlfriend, Jax says to slow down with the use of that word. He clarifies that he and Brittany are dating, but that he wouldn't call her his girlfriend. The editors then include another flashback, this time of Jax saying to Brittany that he would like them to be exclusive. Back in real time, Jax tells Lala that he won't consider him and Brittany official until she moves to LA. Jax says that when Brittany's in LA, she's the one that he wants to be with. It's when she goes back to Kentucky that things get a little fuzzy. So, why not keep his options open? Meanwhile, James and Kristen are still a mess. When he's out with the guys, James says that the two of them have broken up 8 times in the last month. They are going to start therapy, which begins on a high note when Kristen gets mad at James for getting drunk with the guys the night before their first session. And then once they get to therapy, they immediately fight about how much the other one drinks. They get into deeper things as well. Kristen thinks that James uses alcohol as an excuse to act like an asshole, and he doesn't take responsibility for his actions. While James thinks Kristen feels the need to parent him, and he calls her delusional. This is when the therapist points out what the audience should have already noticed, that the language James uses about Kristen, and, as we'll see, other women, isn't respectful. But James is as good at taking responsibility as Sandoval is, so he blames Kristen for not being respectful. Kristen isn't sure that their relationship can be saved, but that isn't going to stop her from doing everything she can think of to try, including trying to sage the evil out of James and supplementing traditional talk therapy with crystal therapy. She thinks that 10 crystal therapy sessions are equal to 1 therapy session, so I think I might have to stop believing in her ability to change. Hey y'all, Editing Sarah here with a quick edit. I need to correct what Kristen said right there. She believes that 1 crystal therapy session is equal to 10 real therapy sessions. Not the other way around like I just said. The punchline of that line still stands. Anyways, back to the video. James is thinking less about crystals and more about Lala. The two of them are friends that flirt a lot by episode 3. Lala tells him that the girls think she's going to hook up with their boyfriends, but James tells her he doesn't cheat, which is a lie. He basically says in a talking head that he is going to cheat on Kristen with her. And this epitome of British charm says, quote, when I say Lala's slutty, what I really mean is please come sit on my face. Lala says James is nothing like the guys she normally dates. Amazingly, judging by her future partner, he is actually slightly better. Maybe. Like big maybe. Maybe with like a capital M. The two of them go out for drinks and they end up making out. Apparently, James had broken up with Kristen for the 9th time that month before this happened. And by that, I mean James says they're broken up in a talking head, but admits they haven't actually broken up yet, whatever that means. Sheena thinks that because Lala made out with James within 24 hours of him and Kristen breaking up, she's a homewrecker. But she's already predisposed to not like Lala. Lala hasn't met Kristen at this point, but says it doesn't matter how long ago she and James might have broken up, just that he was single when they made out. And Sheena can't resist sticking her nose in this some more, confronting Lala about it during a night out. Lala says James was broken up with Kristen at the time, and James doesn't disagree. Lala is not in a particular rush to meet Kristen. Kristen happens to come to SUR the night that James and Lala are talking about how they made out, and Lala's a little worried about meeting her, especially after Sandoval doesn't help her nerves and says that Kristen gives him anxiety. However, Lala does also ask James to be respectful towards Kristen, to which James says Lala's no fun. When the two do eventually meet, it actually goes better than expected. Lala takes Kristen aside to clear up what happened surrounding her makeout with James. She says, again, that James had told her that his relationship was over. Kristen tells her that her problem is actually that James was calling Lala a slut and a whore around her, not the makeout itself. Lala is open with Kristen that James was texting her before they broke up, but she thinks that he was calling her names to Kristen to cover his ass. Kristen is very respectful in this conversation, and Lala returns that respect. When James butts in, presumably to stir up shit like Kristen used to, the two women are on the same page and just walk away. To deflect blame from the discovery of his own cheating, James accuses Kristen of hooking up with someone when she was in Detroit for a modeling job. Kristen says that she was just out with friends and her phone died, but they break up again during this conversation. For once, James admits that they might be equally at fault. Kristen might not have been ready for a new relationship so soon after breaking up with Sandoval, and he couldn't let her past go. And that's the end of James being reasonable. When Kristen says she has been working on herself, which is something that we have seen over other parts of this season, James refuses to give her credit for this, saying that she is the same person she was a year ago. But I think the fact that Kristen seems genuinely worried that James is on a self-destructive path proves him wrong. She also says that she thinks James wants to be like Jax, but that he's too much of a douche. Going back a bit, when Lala confronts James about the name-calling, James denies it and calls her more names, this time a basic bitch. He does end up apologizing, also noting how he doesn't understand how Lala can just move on with things and not hold grudges. Lala makes it clear that she doesn't want to date James. She is fine just fooling around. However, she doesn't want to know if he hooks up with other people. So remember how I said James showed up to Pride with scratches down his back that he got from a hookup? That hookup was not Lala. It's Ken who discovers that they're from another hostess, Lauren, who just so happens to be working with Lala today. When Lala sees these scratches, she does end up being upset that James hooked up with someone and feels like he is purposefully trying to embarrass her. But he just throws it in her face, reminding her that they're not together. Lauren advises her to let it go and encourages her to go flirt with Jax, but doesn't say anything else. Later on, when James sees that Lala is talking to Kristen, he has to go over and rub it in again that he had sex with someone else. Eventually, he reveals that that someone else was Lauren, and Lala flips out a bit. Lauren's seeing another SUR bartender named Anthony, so Lala decides to go and tell him what she's just learned. Lauren keeps trying to run away from the cameras, but it doesn't really matter because they all still have their mics on. After Pride, Lala ends up leaving with Jax. After what just happened with James, she feels like Jax is more honest with her. Both Jax and Lala say multiple times that they did not hook up after Pride. James feels like he is competing with Jax for Lala's affection, but Jax doesn't think of him as competition at all, saying that he can't handle Lala. Though when he's out with Kristen, he does make it very clear that he hates James. And James doesn't like that Jax and Kristen are hanging out. At least it seems like James and Kristen might actually be done for real this time. When they're out boxing, Jax tells her not to get back with James again, and Kristen says she won't. On the other side of things, James says he has never been hurt as badly as he was with Kristen. So when he goes to get his things from her apartment, he takes this hurt out on her by telling her how much he is thinking about Lala and how happy he is that they're not together. And then he spits on her door. Later, when Jax confronts him about this, James thinks his actions are everyone else's fault because people are winding him up. He also still thinks that Kristen cheated on him. By the time we get to episode 9, Lala and James are cool again and making out way too much. James asks her to stop flirting with Jax because it makes him mad, but Lala basically tells him to fuck off and that she'll flirt with whoever she wants. And at first, it seems like he is okay just using Lala to piss off Jax. At one point, while Lala's having a conversation with Jax, he just butts in and starts making out with her. However, James also says that he thinks Lala owes him sex because of how much she's teased him. I'm going to read you all exactly what I wrote in my notes in response to that statement. Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. Going back to Jax and Brittany, we do see one nice moment where he tells her that he is afraid of messing things up. Then he ruins it by saying she should move in with him, which is exactly what's going to happen after the boys get back from their Vegas trip. Jax finally acknowledges to the camera, quote, "I feel like she's my girlfriend. I really don't see any other way out of this one." He continues this thought later, quote, "Whether I want it or not anymore, it's too late." But even the knowledge that his girlfriend is in the process of driving her entire life from Kentucky to Los Angeles won't stop Jax from flirting with Lala. He invites her out to have drinks with himself, Sheena, and Kristen, and James interrupts this invitation with some making out and revealing the fact that Brittany is coming to town soon. But Lala still goes out with them, and Jax spends the night doing some hardcore flirting. He even goes as far as whispering in Lala's ear, quote, "Can we fuck and not tell anybody?" Again, Brittany is currently driving to LA to move in with Jax. And obviously Jax doesn't tell her about the flirting, just that they had drinks together. Lala doesn't learn until Brittany has actually arrived that she's moving in. It's not just another visit. And she does feel bad that she was flirting with Jax the night before. James is also upset by the flirting, but he's happy that Jax has been taken out of the picture now that Brittany's arrived. New Sir Server Faith, as well as the entire audience I would presume, doesn't understand what Lala finds attractive about James. Lala says she likes hanging out and making out with James, but she doesn't really have any desire to have sex with him. And then we learn that she has, quote, "a drawer full of Magnum condoms that James wouldn't be able to use." When Jax learns about this comment from Sheena, he looks like Christmas has come early. Of course, now there has to be more drama regarding who is and isn't going to Hawaii. Not only was Sandoval one of only 2 people who didn't want Kristen going, he also appears to be the only person who would be okay with James coming on the trip. Jax is not okay with this. He is very okay with Lala going. Even though he does tell Brittany that he is not the one who invited Lala, the producers show us a clip where we learn that he absolutely was the person who invited her. James thinks Lala got invited to Hawaii so Jax can hook up with both her and Brittany. But Lala tells Sheena and Faith that she is going to try and avoid him, even though she's not sure how to stop flirting with him. And that's fine with James, because his plan is for Max to hook up with Faith in Hawaii so that he can hook up with Lala. Oh yeah, James is under the impression that he's going on this trip. When Lisa sees him looking at the schedule, she straight up calls him delusional for thinking he's going. And Max has to tell James that since Sandoval doesn't want Kristen to go, then Jax is within his rights to say that he doesn't want James going. James tries to convince Jax to change his mind, to no avail, but he says he has to go on this trip because he has to keep Lala busy so Jax won't flirt with her and get in trouble with Brittany. Isn't he just so selfless? Jax does eventually let James come, but makes it clear that James is on thin ice. He thinks that since he is asking Sandoval and Ariana to forgive and forget with Kristen, he should be willing to do the same with James. Though Kristen says at the reunion that she thinks Jax just gave in to make Sandoval happy. When she learns that he's going, Lisa tells James not to do anything, quote, permanently stupid. She should have told Jax that. There is one last potential change to the Hawaii guest list. Max ends up having emergency oral surgery and is unsure if he is going to be able to go. James isn't happy about this, but not because he is so concerned with his friend's health. He needs Max to occupy Faith so that he can hang out with Lala on the trip. But, luckily for James, Max does end up going. So finally, we get to Hawaii. This is the first trip where all of the couples are staying together instead of being split up by gender. There is still the worry, though, that James won't be able to behave. And people might have been right to worry because James apparently asked Lala to join the Mile High Club with him on the flight there. It is night 1 in Hawaii, and Jax is already fed up with James. He says at dinner that there are certain people he wished were here, aka Kristen, and that there are certain people who shouldn't be here, aka James. So James immediately has to attack Jax for this and for saying he's obnoxious. And even though Jax does tell James after dinner that he just wants them to be civil on this trip, James thinks he is just jealous that James has a lot going on in his life. What? You're both primarily making your living from being on a reality TV show. Sure, James also has his DJing, but he's performing at his boss's restaurants. It's not like he's headlining EDC. At some point during the night, Schwartz sets up a tripod on his balcony so he can take his own version of a naked Justin Bieber photo, and then the next day, some of the group is up bright and early to hike to a waterfall. This is where we learn that all of the boys packed leopard print Speedos, and then Peter also packed a pink one. When they get to the waterfall and are swimming around, Faith and Lala take their tops off because they're adults, surrounded by other adults, and they can do what they want. But the other adults make this a big deal, particularly with Lala, because boobs have become an inherently sexual thing. I wonder if it's also because Lala has been more open than the other women on the show tend to be regarding their own relationship with sex and sexuality. That does not make their reactions to her right or okay, but I do think it could maybe be a reason. Lala is rightfully pissed that she is the only one getting heat for being topless. Meanwhile, Sheena smuggled tequila onto the beach using fake tampons and fake sunscreen bottles, all the while saying she hopes Shay can master moderation on this trip. Back on the hike, Brittany knows about how much flirting is going on between Lala and Jax, and she's not happy about it. But we know that Brittany doesn't have all the information, and she doesn't know Jax well enough to question what he tells her. Her opinion is that Lala has no respect for herself or other women. But she says that without knowing that her boyfriend said more than once that their relationship wasn't that serious. Jax has a clear conscience about this, saying that it was fine for him to flirt when Brittany wasn't in LA. On the hike, Brittany talks to Lala about what she's hearing about the flirting with Jax. Lala says that she agrees that she crossed some lines, and she apologizes for that. But she also says that she had heard that Jax and Brittany weren't together, and that she heard this from Jax. Obviously, Jax denies this, but Lala finishes things by telling Brittany that she does respect their relationship, and that she is surprised that Brittany isn't freaking out at her. This is what it takes for Lala to finally realize that Jax is a liar. Jax, on the other hand, feels like he dodged a bullet because this conversation went well. And things are going to get worse for Lala before they get, well, not better, slightly less worse. Because now Katie confronts Lala about how she was topless at the waterfall. Remember, Schwartz immediately told Katie that this happened. She thinks it was inappropriate for Lala to do that in front of her fiancé. Lala doesn't see the big deal, and I agree. It's just a human body. It's not Lala's fault that you don't trust your fiancé. The next day, the girls are still giving Lala shit, this time for how small her bikini is. Then Sheena claims to care that Lala was upset the night before. She says she was in the same position when she started at SUR, trying to forge common ground, but Lala's annoyed because she's getting shit when she feels like she has been genuine the whole time this group has known her. And other than the first lie about why she was going to Italy, I completely agree with her. One of the reasons Lala is one of my favorite people on this show is because of her openness, even when she knows it isn't going to be received well. At dinner that night, the group orders 3 of a drink that includes 8 or 9 shots of Patron Silver, 4.5 shots of Patron Citronge, and blended watermelon inside of a watermelon. And that's not the amount of shots like across the 3 in total. Like, each one is that many shots. Also at this dinner, Brittany says that she trusts Jax even though people tell her she shouldn't. She also says Jax hasn't done anything to her yet. Down the table, Lala is incredulous. She's decided that she is going to tell Brittany about Jax's part in the flirting. After dinner, Lala pulls Brittany aside and tells her about what Jax said the night they went out with Sheena and Kristen. Remember, this is when Jax asked if they could fuck and just not tell anyone. And our wonderful editors have the clips of this to remind us. Unfortunately, Brittany hasn't seen these clips yet. And again, she still trusts Jax. So Brittany's confused because Jax told her that he didn't do anything. Brittany goes right to Jax and tells him what Lala just said. Obviously, Jax denies this, saying Lala was drunk and that she's just trying to protect herself. And when Lala is brought into this conversation by Brittany, she keeps telling the truth, and Jax keeps denying it. Since the flirting was filmed for the show, we know that Brittany will eventually watch it. I can't imagine how she felt when she saw those scenes and realized that what Lala said was true. Back in real time, Jax says Brittany doesn't need to know all the details. And when Sheena joins the conversation, since she was with them on this night out, she chooses to cover for Jax because she likes Brittany and doesn't want to ruin their relationship. All she says is that she didn't see the flirting, but she did see Jax, quote, squirming in his seat. After Lala leaves the conversation, Jax tells Brittany that if he wanted to have sex with Lala, he would have. Which isn't the reassuring comment that he thinks it is. Neither is him saying he, quote, used to be a liar and a cheater. Remember this when we get to season 6. Lala is pissed, as she should be, but James is thrilled by this turn of events. After her frustrating conversation with Jax and Brittany, James takes advantage of Lala's vulnerability and tries to get in bed with her. When she tells him to get out of her bed, he yells at her that he is tired of her, quote, playing games. I only put 3 all caps red flags in my notes this time, but it deserves more. We later learn in a talking head that James and Lala did try and have sex before Hawaii, but James couldn't perform. Of course, he apparently claimed that Lala couldn't inspire him to want to perform. She does tell him at the end of the Hawaii trip that she feels bad because she did see something between the two of them at one point, but their attempt at hooking up changed that. James doesn't see why they can't just try again, but Lala just wants to be friends. He doesn't think that that can happen because of his unrequited feelings. On the final full day in Hawaii, the night after the Jax-Brittany-Lala confrontation, Jax isn't happy that Brittany is hanging out with Lala as if nothing happened. However, he does also say that she's every guy's dream because she's letting the flirting stuff go, and that for any of his other girlfriends, this would have ended the trip. Yeah, because your other girlfriends saw through your bullshit quicker. At the club that night, Brittany squashes things with Lala and says she wants to start over. Lala agrees, but she also thinks that Brittany is being oblivious. Thankfully, this trip has turned Lala off to Jax completely. Speaking of Jax, he gets arrested for shoplifting a $350 pair of sunglasses on the last morning in Hawaii. He is charged with a Class C felony, and he can be held in jail for up to 48 hours. We learn a little more of this story at the reunion. Jax and Brittany went on a booze cruise on the last day, then went to a bar afterwards. He walked away at one point, and that's when he stole the sunglasses. He then gave them to Brittany, who posted a picture of her wearing them on Instagram. This ordeal is also how Brittany learned that Jax had a prior criminal record. The rest of the group is on the beach figuring out what they're going to do. Bail is set at $11,000, which Schwartz posts. Jax is released in jail in time to fly home, but I think he must have missed the group's original flight by at least a few hours, because when they get back to LA, he has to get his bags from Sandoval and Ariana. My guess is that they took responsibility for them in case he didn't get released in time, and then Brittany chose to stay back to fly home with him. Jax meets Brittany at the airport. His excuse to her is that he was drunk. He cries about this in a talking head, claiming this isn't the person that he is, but actually, it's exactly the person he is. His mom filled us in at the beginning of the season. And his mom isn't the only one with prior knowledge of his stealing habit. Stassi says her dad told her that one time when she brought Jax to New Orleans for Christmas, he stole his dad's girlfriend's agent provocateur stockings. And those things aren't cheap. They're like $70 a pair. Jax also stole a wallet and gave it to Stassi early in their relationship, and she still has it. This whole incident, though, just makes Brittany think he is a good person that makes bad choices. Best case scenario, Jax's charge gets reduced to a misdemeanor. Worst case, he has to do jail time in Hawaii. When they get home, Jax has to go talk to Lisa, and she's not happy. She is killing it with the insights this season, because she points out that Jax thinks he can just take things that aren't his, including his friends' girlfriends. However, she doesn't fire him. She says at the reunion that it felt too much like kicking him when he was down. Instead, even though she isn't sure how she justifies keeping him, Jax gets suspended for 2 weeks while she considers further action. After 2 weeks, and after him telling Lisa that it was a mistake and it won't happen again, he still doesn't get fired. So basically, Jax and James get a million chances that they don't deserve, but Lisa is going to keep thinking Stassi's genuine apology is fake. Wonderful. Even James points out that Jax gets away with everything, but then again, so does he. On a positive note, at least Jax pays Schwartz back the $11,000 that he spent on bail. Jumping back to James and Kristen for a minute, their breakup isn't going well. And by that, I mean James drunk texts her in episode 15. He says he's been having a lot of one-night stands, those poor, poor girls, and claims that he misses being in a relationship. One text, sent at 4:07 a.m., says, quote, "How do you not still love me?" with a kissy face emoji. However, he is also still infatuated with Lala, and the two of them do a shoot together modeling underwear. At the shoot, James asks her to define their relationship as if she didn't just do that in Hawaii. She repeats that they're friends that make out, but who don't sleep together. She also says it's fine for either of them to sleep with someone else. But boundaries mean nothing to him. He says Lala spent their entire relationship making rules, and that he's going to continue pushing those rules and hoping that she gives in at some point. James also drunk texts her in episode 15. But this is in reaction to Lala's ex coming to visit, so instead of thirsty texts, he calls her a whore, conveniently ignoring that she just said that they're both allowed to hook up with other people. Sheena nails it when she says that James thinks he can do and say whatever he wants and that he doesn't understand respect. Lala does confront James about these texts. Unfortunately, we learn this happens a lot. You know what else happens a lot? James being incapable of taking responsibility. When Lala says it's not okay for him to speak to her the way he does, he comes back and says it's not okay for Lala to hook up with someone else. He is mad that she hooks up with a guy one night and then gets with him the next day. Lala just emphasizes her boundaries once again. Back with Brittany and Jax, Brittany is settling into life in LA. She ends up getting a job at Hooters, which I mentioned earlier is a company she's worked for before. Of course, Jax has to show off his Hooters VIP card, which he claims gives him 50% off. I couldn't find anything to back up that claim. He goes to visit her with Schwartz and Sandoval, and as soon as Brittany walks away from their table, he comments on how he didn't remember the Hooters girls being this attractive last time he was here. Unfortunately, we have to go back to talking about James now. He wants to talk to Kristen, but she's blocked him on everything. So he thinks it would be a good idea for him and Max to crash Katie's pucker and pout party. Once he arrives, he interrupts Kristen and Alex to ask her to come talk. Going into this, Kristen knows that James is looking for a reaction from her, and she is determined not to give him one. James asks her why she's being so standoffish, and she tells him that she wants nothing to do with him. She says she's happy, but James also says that that's what people who are unhappy say. He also claims once he's fired up that Kristen's picking at him to get a reaction, but she's just being calm. She just wants him to move on and leave her alone. Oh, also, Brittany's getting a boob job, and Jax is paying for it. The same doctor that did his nose is doing this, and at a discount, too. Jax thinks of this as a thank you gift to Brittany for putting up with him. After Kyle Chan's party, they start talking about how they want her new boobs to look. Brittany is wanting to go to a full C or a small D, and Jax mentions Sarah's boobs as an inspiration, Sarah as in Peter's girlfriend. When someone points out that Sarah's are bigger than what Brittany's thinking of, Jax says that since he is paying for them, he gets a say in what they look like. As for the person whose decision this actually is, she's gone quiet. It's obvious when you watch this scene that she's uncomfortable. When they meet with Dr. Lake at his office, Jax immediately starts playing with the implants. Then, when the doctor asks Brittany what size she wants her boobs to be, she says again that she would like a full C. Jax then shows Dr. Lake a picture of Sarah, which he says are some that they like the look of. Dr. Lake says those are a D. When Jax asks Brittany if that's what she wants, she goes quiet. At the reunion, Jax claims he and Brittany had agreed the whole time about the inspiration for her boobs, and Brittany says she got what she wanted. But the editing of this scene made it look, to me, like Jax might have talked her into going bigger. Though they do both seem happy after the surgery is done. When Schwartz asks Jax if he has named the new boobs yet, Brittany says that he is waiting until he sees them. Next, there is a tiny bit more beach day drama that I didn't mention, but it's pretty minor. James ends up bringing another girl, Laurel, and Lala thinks this was just because he was hoping to make both her and Kristen jealous. Kristen thinks something similar. He denies this later, saying he just wanted to be prepared in case either one of them brought someone. Lala says that even when she and James were messing around, she felt like he wasn't over Kristen. And she might be right. James tells Lisa in episode 17 that he misses Kristen, which makes Lisa roll her eyes. She reminds him that she is a toxic influence on him and that he needs to just cut her out. Meanwhile, in Palm Springs, Kristen says that James has been texting her again, and Stassi tells her to just block him, which is good advice. Lala tells James to be a man, take Kristen to dinner, and tell her how he feels. James's mom, however, also thinks that Kristen is a negative influence, but when she points out that she's never seen Kristen without a drink in her hand, James tells her that she's one to talk. This comparison to Kristen pisses off his mom, but James says again later that he thinks the two of them are the same. But another incident at Pump proves that these two shouldn't get back together. We first learned about this from Peter, who tells Lala that James and Richardson, who's the head waiter at Pump, had an altercation. Kristen went into the restaurant and James was professing his love to her. Peter says that Kristen was a catalyst for this, and Lala agrees that their relationship is toxic. James's point of view is that Kristen was actively trying to wind him up. But we learned from Sheena later that James had shown up to Pump drunk that day. James and Kristen start fighting, and when Richardson comes in to break it up, James tells him to mind his own business. Peter expands on this, saying that James told Richardson that he is better than him, which sounds exactly like something James would say. James, obviously, has to have a meeting with Lisa and Richardson about this. Lisa predicts that James will come in being contrite and remorseful, and she's correct, because that's how he has learned that he can get out of trouble. Lisa says James has been texting her since the incident, begging her to go easy on him, but she does also say that she is happy that he's embarrassed. When Lisa repeats that James showed up drunk, James tries to make the excuse that Kristen showed up. Lisa and Richardson then switch to talking in French. Richardson says James told him he was nothing. Lisa says that maybe he forgot this because he was drunk. Switching back to English, Richardson says James told him that he is beneath him and James is above him because he is James Kennedy. James fakes a moment of introspection here and claims he had a revelation about his drinking the night of the incident, but that's not enough to save him. Lisa doesn't think James should be at Pump, and he begs her to just suspend him for 2 weeks, and then he'll go back to bussing tables. However, when Lisa starts talking, he makes the mistake of snapping at her that he would like to finish what he's saying. Lisa tells him to grow the fuck up and fires him for the second time. James plays the pity card now, asking what he's supposed to do with his time. The answer to that is bussing tables at Sir, because he does still have that job. After James leaves, Lisa says she has given him more chances than he deserves, which is 100% true, but she's going to keep giving him more. Remember, he is dealing with a separate suspension from Pump by the time of the reunion, so he did get rehired at some point. When James tells his mom that he got fired and that Kristen was there, his mom thinks that Kristen is the cause. James says this isn't true, but he can't ever do anything wrong, so his mom continues to insist that his firing is Kristen's fault. James isn't the only one who's not doing so well. While they're at the doctor's office for Brittany's boob job, Jax goes through the list of things that are currently stressing him out, one of which is dealing with his relationship. When he talks to Peter on the beach, Jax says he is unhappy with where he is in life. He then references how he's doing, quote, the token Jax move, where he moves too fast in relationships. Part of the issue might be that he and Brittany are on very different pages regarding where they see their relationship going. Brittany wants to get married someday, but Jax does not. He doesn't understand why you need a piece of paper to prove that you love someone. He even asks who Brittany knows that's happily married, but she immediately rattles off a number of couples. Funnily enough, she includes Sheena and Shay on her list, to which Jax points out that they almost got divorced 6 months in. Brittany says that since she knows Jax's reputation, she wants to know that he is committed to their relationship and that she didn't uproot her entire life for nothing, which is incredibly fair. But she doesn't know Jax as well as she thinks she does. Schwartz does, though, joking that how dare Brittany bring up the possibility of marriage when Jax has quickly moved her out to LA, taken her to Hawaii, and bought her boobs. But Jax is more serious, for once, saying that the mistake he made in Hawaii made him realize that moving so quickly with Brittany was also a mistake. Jax and Sandoval also aren't in a great place at this point. After Kyle Chan's party, Jax recognizes that he is falling into old toxic habits, including lashing out at his friends. When he goes to help Sandoval move the couch that he banged Kristen on, Ariana confronts him about how he told Sheena that Sandoval was mad that no one wanted to talk about his band. Sandoval and Jax immediately start going after each other. Jax confirms that that's what he heard, and Sandoval brings out the old chestnut that he has done so much for Jax and all his friends, and that everyone talks about him like he's a, quote, backstabbing, selfish piece of shit. Then, at the beach, Sandoval tells Sheena that he thinks Jax is exploiting being nervous about Brittany's boob job to get attention. Meanwhile, Jax is elsewhere on the beach, actually managing a little bit of introspection. He tells Peter that he doesn't feel accepted if he's not being talked about, and that the only people in LA that he feels he can talk to are Peter, Schwartz, and Sandoval. Sandoval says Jax blows things out of proportion and exaggerates things and tries to make him look bad. Oh, you mean like what happened with Miami Girl? Which ended up being true? I think the liar just doesn't like having the gossip as a friend sometimes. Speaking of liars, James is lying to himself and thinks he and Kristen should still be together. Kristen agrees to meet him for dinner in episode 19. They meet at a wine bar, even though James claims he is trying to be sober. Kristen says again that she has moved on and she's happy, but she is willing to be friendly with James. But when Kristen mentions the things he has said to her in the past, James uses the excuse that he loves hard and hates hard. No, you're just an abusive piece of shit. James doesn't understand how Kristen doesn't miss him, and she does admit that it's hard seeing him with Lala. She then asks if he slept with Sheena's friend Jenna at the beginning of the season. James lied when it happened, but he tells the truth now. However, he does undercut this honesty by saying that he thought he had already told Kristen that. Understandably, this upsets Kristen. But when she tries to step away, James follows her outside and asks her for a hug. He is trying to manipulate her by saying that he misses her, but Kristen isn't willing to jump back into anything. The next day, Stassi asks Kristen if all she and James did after their meetup was make out in his car, and Kristen says yes, that was it. But James tells Lala that they had sex on top of Kristen's car, and Kristen confirms this in a talking head. At the reunion, Kristen says she had just met Carter when this happened, but James and Sandoval said that isn't true. I believe Kristen. The guys can go fuck themselves. Kristen does also say that she told Carter about this happening. James is still torn between Kristen and Lala, so he's decided he's just going to go for, quote, whatever door opens the widest. Kristen, on the other hand, is being far too nice. She wants James to turn his life around, and she is open to helping him with that. She says he could go far if he just stops being his own worst enemy. But we all know the men on this show can't change. Lala agrees with her, thinking James should focus on getting his job back at Pump, not on the person that she thinks caused him to get fired from that job in the first place. But she also doesn't like that she felt jealous when she learned that he hooked up with Kristen. At the end of the season, Jax ends up having to go back to Hawaii for a court date. He is nervous, but Lisa says the only thing that Jax does better than getting himself into trouble is getting himself out of it. And that's what ends up happening. He was in court for 20 minutes, his felony gets reduced to a misdemeanor, and he gets put on probation. If he behaves, this incident will disappear from his record. When Jax gets home to LA after court, he immediately vents all kinds of frustrations to Brittany. He is tired, he hates their apartment, things are too messy, but more importantly, Jax says he can't, quote, escape Brittany. He said something similar before going back to Hawaii. When people asked him if he was worried he'd go to jail, he said he felt like he was already in jail in his apartment. Brittany says that he asked for this when he asked her to move out to LA. Finally, last but not least, we've arrived at Katie and Schwartz's engagement party. Katie convinces Lisa to let them host it at Villa Rosa, promising that it will be a small party, but Lisa tells her that she doesn't want Stassi or Kristen there. She reiterates this to Schwartz later. So obviously Kristen and Stassi go. Stassi does have a bit of hesitation and is genuinely worried about being kicked out, saying, quote, the only thing I have holding me back right now is that I have self-respect and dignity. Thank God for Kristen, who is unburdened by these anchors. They show up fashionably late, hoping that will help, and while Lisa does tell them not to fuck up the party, she lets them stay. Kristen even gives an impromptu speech after Lisa says a few words. It's sweet, but it starts to go on a little long. Lala clearly felt the same because she shouts from the back, "Can we wrap this up?" Honestly, it was a miracle Lala got invited anyways, and Katie tells her that if she's going to be rude, she can leave. This party is where Stassi and Brittany meet for the first time. Stassi says she has heard nothing but nice things about her and that Jax has the best taste in girlfriends. She gives Brittany the advice to get all of Jax's passwords, to which Brittany replies she already has them. Later, Stassi tells Jax that she really likes Brittany and she doesn't want him to fuck things up. And this must have meant something to Jax because he seems more optimistic about his relationship after this. Lala isn't having quite as good of a night. She isn't happy to see James and Kristen being flirty at the engagement party, saying she hates everything about Kristen, but she kind of wins in the end because she and James end up making out at the after party. Kristen, of course, has to make a comment about this to Lala. The two of them get into it, and Lala shoves her. When Stassi says she thinks Lala should apologize, Lala says she is tired of apologizing for who she is to this group. James gets into a fight too. Lisa asks James if he's drunk, and he says he's not. Instead, he took 4 edibles. When Christina Kelly says he's wasted, he immediately attacks her. Jax jumps in to defend Christina, so James changes targets. He taunts Jax, saying that he can say whatever he wants to Jax right now because Jax is on probation and can't get in trouble. It eventually takes the whole crew, but a physical fight between these two is avoided. However, even though violence is never the answer, a part of me wishes Jax had managed to land a punch on James. James and Lala leave the engagement party together. They confirm at the reunion that they have had sex once, but we don't know exactly when. As far as James and Jax goes, James claims to be embarrassed by Kristen's thought that he wants to be like Jax. Jax actually has a reasonable comment, saying his issues with James are how he talks to people and how he acts in a group of people who are mostly in their 30s by now. James just proves his immaturity by saying Jax is jealous and by trying to provoke Jax into hitting him. Sheena, among others, calls James a joke. Unfortunately, he is a particularly terrible joke that we have to deal with for the rest of the run of this original cast. As for Jax and Brittany, she says the way Jax comes across to her and the way he treats her is completely different from what people have said about him. They have also moved into a bigger apartment since the season's ended. Sheena's glad that Brittany didn't listen to all the terrible things that they said about Jax because she's become a great friend. But Lisa is right when she says that Brittany is too sweet for Jax, and Jax agrees with this. Thankfully, Brittany did get mad at Jax when she saw the scenes of him flirting with Lala at Lock and Key. Sheena apparently was the one who warned her when those scenes were coming up, not Jax. He must still be trying to get out of the doghouse because he claims that his ideas about marriage have changed. Brittany takes credit for turning Jax into a better person, which is nice, but it's not her job. He's 36. He should be capable of putting in that work himself. James also claims he's trying to better himself, which Kristen disputes, and then James says no one asked her. Which is true, but if he's gonna butt in on everyone else's conversations, then he deserves to have the same thing happen to him. James also still claims that Kristen cheated on him, which she still denies. Now it's Sandoval's turn to jump in where he isn't wanted, because he says he is still learning about people that Kristen slept with while they were together. He also thinks Kristen hooked up with James to get back at him, because everything is always about him. Ariana has the biggest satisfied grin on her face during this section. But Kristen says Sandoval was, quote, an angel compared to James, which is also my impression. Because while I have said many mean things about Sandoval, James's verbal abuse is on a different level. We also learned that Kristen paid for everything with James, and he doesn't deny this. He says, quote, there's a reason I'm dating a cougar. Kristen says she sees her old toxic self in James, and James tells her to shut up under his breath. I'm going to be honest, I'm at the point where I am really dreading having to take notes on future reunions, and it is entirely because of James. I know that terrible people are perfect for reality TV, but his behavior is repulsive on a different level. Finally, James continues to blame Kristen for him getting fired from Pump, and Lisa backs this up because her boys can do no wrong. Sandoval calls James delicate because he has a short fuse. I'm going to quote from my notes directly once again. Oh my god, I actively can't stand Sandoval. I can't believe I have to keep writing about him. James tries to kiss Lisa's ass by saying nice things about Richardson and claiming he was horrified by his behavior, so of course he's going to do it a bunch more times. He also downplays his very real problems with alcohol by promising he's going to, quote, do better, as if that gives him a pass. And that's it! Oh god. 4 seasons down, 7 to go. If you have made it to the end of this, I hope you're okay. Also, thank you. I've been thinking about doing YouTube just as a hobby for years at this point. And I have other ideas that would have been easier to do than this. So I have no idea why this, of all things, is what made it over the finish line. But I am having a lot of fun doing this. I hope that comes across. I hope you're having fun watching it. Like I said, this is where this first video is going to end. The next one will be seasons 5 through 8. I cannot give you any sort of estimate as to when that next video is going to come out. I do think that the process of making these is going to be quicker now that I've gotten one done, but it still takes a fair amount of time, and I do this around, real life. So if you want to, I guess, be made aware of when the next video comes out, I guess subscribe. I guess that's going to be the easiest way to do it. But also, if you want a channel with more consistency and arguably better videos, you should watch my husband's channel. It's Slippy, SL1PPEY.